The reddish hue of the sky was indicating toward the end of the day. A cool breeze flitted over woodlands, twisting knots, floating in the layers of ephemerality. With her traces of motions, dust was pinched from the soil, sprigs of leaves brought along. Onwards she flew, scattering her companions over the gates and walls of the village named Kanahagakur. The most noticeable element of the village being four faces engraved high on a hill. Konoha, the village to be established, when the two strongest rival clans joined hands. It was proclaimed as the strongest village in the elemental nations. But as they say, the strongest steel must go through the fiercest fire. Konoha had fought all their shinobi wars and had emerged victorious every time. The cost? The lives of its brave soldiers. Likewise, 13 years ago, the Kyuubi was unleashed on this village and was timely stopped by the fourth Hokage, but at the cost of his life. Bijus cannot be killed, for they are a collection of chakra. So the fourth Hokage took the only course of action which was available to him at the time, namely sealing the Kyuubi into a child. And the child was none other than Naruto, Uzumaki Naruto. Academy. Naruto was very sad. He didn't pass the academy exam, again. This was his third attempt and he failed again. For him, being a ninja was the only way to be recognized. He wants to prove himself, to show everyone that he will be a great shinobi. The young boy clenched his fist. He remembered their eyes, those whispers, that scorn. He could endure that all, but what he couldn't withstand was their ignorance, their complete obliviousness to his presence, as if he wasn't there at all. That was the worst part. The lack of recognition of his existence was something he could never tolerate. It indicated towards the inconsiderate personality of the citizens of Konoha. To the outsiders, Konoha was a very welcoming and caring village, but to Naruto, they were the worst people he had met in his short life, and he was very sick of it. Gritting his teeth, Naruto tried to take a deep breath. "Just wait. I will prove to them that I will be the greatest ninja," Naruto muttered while holding back the pain of his current failure. To graduate from the academy, a prospective genin must be able to get a minimum grade in the written test and practical exam. In the written test, Naruto got a standard score. In the practical exam, the academy tests the prospective genin on their shuriken skills, henge, and bunshin no jutsu. He always failed at the bunshin exam. He constantly tried as hard as possible but never managed to make a successful bunshin, but he was never successful. He did not understand why he always failed in that particular jutsu. "Why can't I still use that damn jutsu?" Naruto grumbled while thinking back to his failure in making a bunshin. Even after all those hours of hard work and practice, he still failed at making a fully healthy bunshin. What he produced was a dead-looking, lifeless bunshin. Very few others would know that this failure would be the first step toward achieving his dream. "Hey Naruto," said someone wearing a chunin vest with a bandana over his head, approaching the blonde-haired boy who was sitting on the swing facing the academy. "Mizuki-sensei," Naruto said in surprise as he jumped off the swing and stood on the ground facing Mizuki. "Naruto, please don't hate Iruka. He loves you very much. He knows the cruelty of the shinobi world and he is unable to send out his students to the real world without proper preparations," Mizuki told Naruto. "HRN yes sensei," Naruto grumbled while looking down, unable to stare at his teacher's eyes. This was the reason he missed the mirth in Mizuki's eyes. "But don't worry Naruto, there is actually an extra test for those who don't pass the normal test," exclaimed Mizuki, giving an opportunity for our favorite blonde. He was waiting to see Naruto's reaction. "Huh, is that true, sensei? So can I still be a ninja? Please tell me, what is it, sensei?" Naruto's eyes widened in surprise and he jumped up and down with excitement. "Sure. Don't be so loud, Naruto. Keep your voice low," Mizuki whispered, putting his index finger on his lips. "This extra task is quite easy. All you have to do is take the forbidden scroll kept in the Hokage office, learn one jutsu in it, and meet me in the forest at 5 p.m. later," said Mizuki. "All right, sensei," exclaimed Naruto as he ran towards the Hokage office. "This is gonna be smooth." he spoke to himself while rushing off. Unfortunately, Naruto didn't notice Mizuki's grin. Hokage office. Hi Gigi! Naruto exclaimed excitedly as he approached Hiruzen Sarutobi, the third Hokage who was sitting on his desk and focused on the bane of all the Kages in front of him, a never-ending pile of paperwork. Hello Naruto-kun, how are you my child? Hokage said as he looked up at Naruto and smiled. Oiroke no jutsu, Naruto exclaimed suddenly while turning his hand into a crossed shape. Poof! The smoke parted to show a female Naruto with two long blonde ponytails and certain parts off her body deliberately covered in smoke. Seeing this version of Naruto, Hokage flew backwards with a very strong nosebleed and a blissful smile. Heh, feel it GG, Naruto exclaimed, grinning, pointing his finger at the unconscious Hokage. Without wasting time, he immediately searched around the Hokage office for the main reason he came here. Oh, here it is, Naruto said, taking a large scroll with a red seal on it saying, Forbidden. Naruto tied it to his back and without wasting any more time, he jumped through the window and ran to the designated place. Naruto was reading the text in the scroll when the first writing caught his attention. Keiji Bunshin no Jutsu, he said while tilting his head. Oh shit, no, Bunshin again. Hopefully this will be different, Naruto grumbled, taking a deep breath, and he started to read. 3 hours later. Everything happened so fast for Naruto. After he mastered Kage Bunshin and he jumped with joy, when suddenly Iruka came and asked him about the reason for why he did what he did. Seeing the opportunity, Mizuki attacked them and threatened to kill Iruka if he interfered with his business. Iruka explained Naruto how he was taken advantage of by Mizuki, and that there was no additional test. After which he told Naruto to flee. Naruto ran and hid behind a tree. Shortly afterwards, Mizuki came and attacked Iruka and finally told the truth why Naruto was hated all this time. Mizuki attacked Naruto in a state of shock and Iruka risked his life to protect him. Seeing the one of the few people who had acknowledged him injured, Naruto lost all restraints and pulled off the technique he had just learnt. He created thousands of clones and kicked Mizuki's ass single-handedly. Iruka then gave his Hideate to Naruto, which marked him as an official genin. In the Hokage office. So that was it GG, Naruto said, recounting the incident that had changed his life. I see. Hiruzen let out a tired sigh while putting his cigarette on the table. I'm sorry Naruto-kun. It's not like I didn't want to tell you about the Kyuubi, but I wanted you to be a little older. Tonight's events are unfortunate, but what has happened cannot be undone. Since Mizuki had planned everything, you are exempted from punishment for stealing the Forbidden Scroll. But remember Naruto-kun, a ninja is always on guard. Wherever we are, whatever the time is, we are ninja and should always be on guard. Hiruzen explained while looking at Naruto. Okay GG, I understand. I'm sorry for my behavior earlier. I should have been more aware, Naruto said quietly as he looked to the floor. It's okay Naruto-kun, all people need experience and you're still young. Your ninja career is still long and I'm sure you will be able to become the strongest ninja eventually, if you always evaluate the mistakes that you ever make, explained Hokage in a soft tone. Do you want to join me, Naruto-kun? Ichiraku ramen. My treat, said Hiruzen while standing from his desk. Naruto's eyes widened and he shouted, Okay, GG, you're the best, Databeo. While holding his hand and leading the Hokage to the ramen stand, Hiruzen chuckled and followed him. Next day. Today was the day that Naruto has been waiting for, the day he finally became a ninja. Although Genin was the lowest rank, still it counted. Everyone starts their career from the bottom, right? Waking up from his bed, Naruto excitedly ran to the bathroom. A few minutes later Naruto stood in front of the mirror while staring at himself, wearing an orange shirt with glasses on his head. Yash! Good morning world! Naruto Uzumaki, the amazing ninja, is here. After closing the door and locking it, Naruto ran towards the academy. The sun had just come up and Konoha was already out of bed. The civilians were beginning their morning rituals, opening up shops and stands. In brief, Konoha was already up and about. Naruto could see masked ninja with animal motifs running fast, jumping from the roof to the roof of the houses. ANBU, Naruto thought as he stared at the figures. At their speed, civilians would see them as moving blurs. However, not Naruto. Why? Because he is awesome, of course. His wide smile decreased slightly after seeing the glaring gaze of the villagers of Konoha. Some even whispered behind him, "Why is the demon still here? I hope the third Hokage immediately chases him out," whispered a food vendor to her customers. "Never again. Now I know why they hate me and I understand. Just wait, everyone. I will change your views by becoming the strongest ninja ever," Naruto murmured while speeding towards the academy. Minus 15 minutes later. Academy. Konoha is a hidden village that is not very militaristic, unlike Kumogakure and Iwagakure. This is indicated by the number of ordinary citizens/civilians, which is more than the number of ninja. But that didn't mean Konoha is weak. No. The will of fire concept derived from the first Hokage helped Konoha arise as the winner of the 3 previous shinobi wars. Besides the will of fire, Konoha shinobi were also famous for their teamwork. The Genin team, the Umbu team, all used this principle, but the most well-known among them all was the legendary Inoshikacho team that has been carried down for generations. The academy is a building located at the foot of Mt. Hokage. This building is a place where people who register as a ninja are trained and a place where ninjas officially accept their mission. The academy was built during the reign of the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, for military purposes. Stepping on his feet, Naruto entered the classroom and saw that he was the only one there. Regardless of this, Naruto entered and sat at the last benches as usual and immediately fell asleep, resting his head on the desk. A few minutes later, "Naruto, wake up!" Irika-sensei shouted while throwing a chalk towards Naruto. Tuck. Eraser hit its mark. "Jirammmm, Irika-sensei," Naruto muttered as he slowly looked up from his short nap. "Wake up, Naruto, it's time. Also, I have an announcement to all of you," said Irika, who stood in front of the class filled with young ninja candidates while holding a piece of paper. All the children sat up straight and focused on what Irika-sensei had to say. Even infamous sloth Shikamaru sat up straight and listened. Shikamaru is the heir to the Nara clan, the only child of the clan head and his father Nara Shikaku. He was clad in a green shirt with open mesh and black pants, his hair pulled back. Like other members of the Nara clan, his brainpower far exceeds the average, but also he was as lazy as a sloth, if not more. "Okay, kids. Congratulations to those of you who passed the academy exam this year. For those of you who did not pass, don't give up. There is still a chance to repeat next year. I am proud of all of you who have become my students. I hope each of you achieve your dreams," said Irika with a proud smile. Naruto smiled broadly, as did the other children. Sakura Haruno, Ino Yamanaka. The duo of Uchiha Sasuke fangirls also smiled broadly. Choji Akimichi smiled a little while continuing to chew on his chips. "Yash, we will rock this Akamaru. Bark." Kiba Inuzuka and his dog Akamaru shouted while clenching their fists upwards. Everyone smiled except for one child, Uchiha Sasuke, who continued to scrutinize the clouds from the window beside him. "Ha, I think it's impossible for Sasuke to be who he was before, not after the special treatment given by his brother," thought Irika bitterly as he recalled the dark incident that befell one of the biggest clans in Konoha, the Uchiha clan, a few years ago. Seeing his parents die in front of his own eyes repeatedly would produce such an effect on a child. Furthermore, the killer of his parents was his dear brother. "All right, now maintain the decorum of the class while I announce the teams. Team number 1. Naruto closed his eyes, not paying attention to Irika, who was announcing the placement of the team until his name was called. Team number 7, Naruto Uzumaki, Uchiha Sasuke, and Haruno Sakura under the leadership of Jounin. Kakashi Hatake. Naruto woke up in surprise and glared at Sasuke, who was doing the same direction. "Kaira feels that Ino pig," shouted Sakura while dancing triumphantly. "Sensei, with Sakura-chan okay?" But why do I have to be paired with the same team as this duck but? Naruto shouted, pointing his index finger accusedly towards Sasuke. Naruto, this is the decision of the Hokage and the council. You can't protest about it. Moreover, your score is the lowest overall, total of written and practice tests. Sakura is the top kunoichi of the year and Sasuke is rookie of the year. This has become part of tradition for the dead last to be paired with a team the rookie of the year and top kunoichi, explained Irika. Alright Irika-sensei, Naruto said weakly with resigned tone. Let me continue. Team 8 Shino Aburame, Kiba Inuzuka, and Hinata Hyuga under the leadership of Jounin Kurenai Yuhi. Because Team 9 is still in rotation last year, Team 10 will be Ino Yamanaka, Nara Shikamaru, and Choji Akimichi. There were moans, protests, toss, and crispy chews. You guys wait here until your Jounin-sensei arrives. Good luck. Irika then collected the papers and left the classroom. A few minutes later, one by one the Jounin-senseis arrived and picked up their genin team, leaving only team number 7 who was still waiting in the class. -1 hour later. Arg, where is our sensei? Did he forget about us or what? Naruto shouted as he ruffled his hair. Maybe he's busy with something? Sakura answered quietly. Sasuke just snorted. The fact is that all members of Team 7 are also annoyed by the behavior of their supposed sensei. Hehe, I will make him pay. Naruto chuckled. He then closed the door, tied the eraser board with a rope, fastened the eraser board between the top doors, and connected the rope with 2 small black wall paints placed above the door. Even I don't know where he got all those. Naruto, don't do that, we'll be yelled at later, exclaimed Sakura angrily. Sasuke just shrugged. Truth to be told, he also wanted his sensei to pay. Hehe, just calm down, Sakura-chan. This is the punishment for being late. How can our sensei be Jounin if he is not disciplined? It doesn't make much sense, Naruto said, walking back to his seat. -2 hours later. Arag, if he won't come in 5 minutes, I will report it to GG, Naruto shouted in frustration. Suddenly the door opened and a man wearing a Jounin vest with a mask peeped in through the door. Accidentally he opened the door, which automatically activated the trap. Slurp. Silence. My first opinion of you all, bad, Puff Kakashi said as he disappeared into the smoke. The 3 children laughed strongly, as Naruto was head over heels on the floor. Even Sasuke gave a small smile. So are you done? Asked someone from behind them. What? Said the 3 children simultaneously while looking back. Rule number 026. The ninja must always be aware of the conditions around him. Meet me on the roof, said Kakashi before Shunshinanji. Cool. Real ninja is really cool and terrible, thought Naruto, who was walking to the roof while remembering how his sensei suddenly appeared behind them without any of them noticing. On the roof. After all gathered on the roof with Naruto sitting on the right side, Sakura in the middle and Sasuke left. In front of them was their Jounin sensei, Kakashi. He began to speak. Who made the paint trap? Anomi sensei, Naruto answered nervously. Kakashi looked at him for a few seconds, which made the silence more intense. Naruto gulped. Kakashi said, a good trick, but next time replace the rope with a wire for a faster reaction and do not need to use a board eraser. Just tie the wire to the door handle inside and connect to the paint above. With this, the opponent will not see any wire or paint from outside. Pin drop silence for a few seconds. Then, awesome. That's very good, sensei. Thank you for the suggestion, Naruto said, smiling broadly. Looks like our sensei isn't that bad, Sakura thought with a small smile. Sasuke said nothing for a few seconds, but then he raised a questioning hand. Sensei, how did you, who were hit by a wall paint, disappear in a cloud of smoke and suddenly be behind us? The 2 teammates also nodded in agreement. Simple. Me that was hit by the paint was a Kagebunshin and the jutsu I used is Shunshin. Maybe I'll teach you later, Kakashi said relaxed while reading an orange-covered book titled Aika Aika. All right, my little Genin, before we start being a team, there are things you should know. Skip the introduction. We will do a Genin test at the training ground number 7, tomorrow at 8 a.m. Oh, and don't try to have a breakfast because you'll get puke. Johnny. Genin test? Didn't we graduate from the academy? Naruto asked in surprise while looking at his teammates. Whatever Kakashi-sensei says must be true. It means we will face another test, Sakura answered, while looking at Sasuke, who said nothing. Ano guys, do you want to have lunch with me at Ichiraku? Invite Naruto. No, thank you Naruto, said Sakura, who was still looking at Sasuke. Go alone Dobe, answered Sasuke while turning toward the house and putting his hands in his pocket. Sakura followed him. Damn you Sasuke team, Naruto shouted. What to do? I still have a few hours until sunset. Maybe I'll go to Ichiraku and practice somewhere later. Naruto thought, nodding. He then ran to Ichiraku while shouting, Ramen, I'm coming. A few minutes later at the training ground 7. Taju Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Puffs. Hundreds of orange clones suddenly appeared at the training ground, which, in fact, was only a large grassy area. Alright, half of you split up and fight each other. The winner will get Ichiraku free coupons. This is side A, Naruto while pointing at the hundreds of clones to his right. This side B, he points to the rest on his left. Ready? Start. Original Naruto then sat under a tree while watching the clones fighting. Puffs. One clone disperse in a cloud of smoke and Naruto suddenly gets a memory that he was hit on the right cheek. What the hell is that, thought Naruto, shocked while holding his right cheek, which incidentally didn't hurt at all. Could it be the memory of the dead clone will return to the original? Naruto thought seriously. Unlike what the Konoha villagers thought, Naruto was not an idiot. He acted like that because he was afraid of what people will do if the demon becomes smart. After all the sabotages he received at the academy, Naruto decided that acting as an idiot was the best course of action for now. Naruto was not a natural genius like Itachi Uchiha, neither was he a genius of hard work like Madogai, but he had his own nature, that is unpredictability, which he showed when doing daily prank. How else can a 7-year-old boy avoid the group of Anbu, Chunin, and even Jounin while being pursued after one of his pranks? This jutsu is awesome. I'll be strong in no time, Naruto shouted, jumping up and down. Well, we cannot change the fact that Naruto is still Naruto. The next day at 7 a.m., Naruto was walking to the training ground number 7 where his team was to be tested. While walking he mused, the memory of each dead clone comes back to the original. I remember I was beaten up repeatedly. It's like the memory of hundreds of people suddenly entered my mind. Naruto had immediately collapsed for several hours after dispersing hundreds of clones at once, which resulted in him sleeping at the training ground last night. The normal human brain is not strong enough to hold hundreds of memories that suddenly enter. It can aggravate the nervous system where the brain processes information. If an overdose of memories came in, like in the case of Naruto, it can cause insanity and even death. Fortunately, he was not normal with the Uzumaki gene, the advantage of being a ninja who has an active chakra system, strengthening his entire body, including nerve cells more immune and stronger than ordinary humans/civilians, as well as having a tailed beast sealed into his guts. After waking up, Naruto realized how his condition gave him advantages over normal shinobis. The blonde, after cleaning up, headed straight to his favorite breakfast spot, Ichiraku. And now, after having his fill, he walked to the designated place. Once there, Naruto met Sakura, who was sitting and looking dreamingly at Sasuke, and as usual, he completely ignored her in favor of brooding. And just as the blonde expected, Kakashi-sensei hadn't arrived yet. Naruto sat under a tree and thought about Kage Bunshin and its effects. -2 hours later. Yo, Kakashi greeted, standing in front of his students after Shunshinji before them. You're late, Sakura shouted, pointing her finger at Kakashi. Yar. A grandmother needed help, so I helped her. And then a black cat passed by in the middle of my journey, so I had to take a roundabout route to avoid bad luck. Drop silence. Sakura's brows were twitching, repeatedly indicating she was ready to erupt any time. Naruto tried to hold back chuckle, and Sasuke snorted in amusement. But totally ignoring their reactions, Kakashi continued, "Your job is to take these 2 bells," while pulling the bells out of his ninja bag, "until 12 p.m. But sensei, there are only 2 bells. We know who asked this. Impressive observation, Sakura," Kakashi said in a bored tone. "The one who doesn't get a bell will, at the end of the session, will go back to the academy." Kakashi dropped the bomb, letting out a little bit of killing intent while glaring bullets at his students. Gulp. All think the same. I have to get that bell. All right, start. Kakashi pressed the timer and placed it on the vertical round wood. With the command given, all his students immediately jumped to find a proper hiding spot in the forest. At least they know it's impossible to fight the Jounin directly, so they hid, Kakashi thought while opening his favorite orange-covered book and reading casually. Even then, I can clearly feel their presence. In the forest. There are 3 bells. One of us will return to the academy if someone fails to get it. But there is no way the 3 Genins who have just come out of the academy will win against the Jounin even if we work together. Is there something behind this test? Thought Naruto while hiding behind a tree. I'd better see Sasuke and Sakura. They will know what to do. Naruto ran to gather his teammates. Naruto, what are you doing here? Sakura whispered to the teammate beside her. Sakura-chan, I think we should meet up with Sasuke and talk over this test. I have this gut feeling that this best is not what it says, Naruto said seriously. They went on to meet Sasuke. Forget it, Dobe. I'll get the bell alone. I won't fail here, growled Sasuke with clenched teeth. Sasuke team, this is not the right time to be selfish. Do you think we 3 fresh Genins from the academy can win against a seasoned Jounin? Naruto nearly screamed. No. I think Baka is right, Sasuke-kun. Every Genin team always consists of 3 Genins and 1 Jounin. There is no Genin team that are less than 4 members in total. I think you have also observed this, right? Said Sakura while looking at Sasuke. Then this test has another purposes. Silence greeted the gathered young Genin hopefuls for a few minutes while they mulled over this new observation. Teamwork, of course, Sakura said with wide eyes. Konoha is famous for their teamwork, and also, as you said, Naruto, there is no way the 3 Genins who have just come out of the academy can win against the Jounin, explained Sakura, who was now facing both of her teammates. They both nodded and grinned at each other. So this is the plan. Ho-ho, it seems like they understand the purpose of this test. Let's see if they are different from the previous teams. Kakashi said while turning the pages of the book. The Jounin looked bored, standing with one hand holding a book and eyes focused on the text in the book. Suddenly, he heard a loud voice from the right. Without turning, his head bent forward, the result of his action being several shurikens past the space he earlier occupied. Kagebunshin no Jutsu, dozens of orange clones filled the field and tried to beat Kakashi. The keyword tried because the Jounin was lazily avoiding, jumping, hitting, and kicking clones with no difficulty at all. Katan. Gukaku no Jutsu. A large fireball was released towards Kakashi with the intention to burn the masked ninja into ashes. C-rank Jutsu. Fresh Genin from the academy shouldn't have enough chakra to do this. Well, we're talking about an Uchiha here, so it's possible, I guess, thought Kakashi, surprised. Puffs, puffs, puffs. Fireball burnt all the clones in its path. After a few seconds, when the smoke receded, the green Genins could see a burnt log in Kakashi's place. Kawarimi no Jutsu, Naruto whispered from his hiding place. That's right. I admit that you guys are pretty good, but it's not enough to pass this test, Kakashi whispered suddenly from behind the blonde. Naruto's eyes widened, but before he could turn his head, Konoha's secret jutsu, 1,000 years of death. Kakashi's hand stuck on Naruto's certain place and made him fly. Shouted the blonde voice, scaring the entirety of Konoha. Baka/Dobe thought Sakura and Sasuke together. Kakashi shunshined to the middle of the training ground and returned his attention to the book as before. Just as he opened the book, a loud voice from behind made him look in the said direction. He saw dozens of kunai hurling towards him. Taking one kunai from his pouch, he blocked dozens of kunai while his other hand firmly held on to the orange-covered book. Clang, clang, clang. With amazing precision, Kakashi managed to block all the kunai and make them stick to the ground. Before he could relax, he heard the sound of JSST, and upon closer inspection of the dozens of kunai he had deflected, his eyes widened. Boom! An explosion shook the ground, destroying the place where Kakashi stood prior to the explosion. Did we just kill him? Sasuke and Sakura thought together, when suddenly they turned around and had to deflect a kunai with an explosive tag attached. JSSSTTT. Oh no/sure dash, their eyes widened and they immediately jumped into the middle of the training ground. Boom! The flames where both the genins stood exploded, leaving flames in place of two genins. Sakura and Sasuke were breathing hard trying to catch their breath from what had happened. Before they could stand, a clapping sound could be heard from the right end of the training ground. Turning to the right, they saw Kakashi walking casually, both hands clapping together. Not bad, you can avoid the kunai with explosive tags in a point-blank range, but it's still not enough. You need these bells to pass, Kakashi said, displaying the two bells. Sasuke, without saying anything, ran straight ahead and engaged Kakashi in taijutsu. Wait, Sasuke-kun, Sakura shouted. Sasuke angrily threw the right punch towards the face of Kakashi, who casually dodged to the left. Seeing the blow failed, he tried to kick Kakashi's stomach, which was again evaded effortlessly by his teacher. Even after throwing punches after punches and numerous kicks, he could even touch Kakashi. Forget about delivering hit. His taijutsu is good enough for a fresh genin that has just come out of the academy. But he's an Uchiha, so I'm not surprised, observed Kakashi, shrugging. The Jounin sensei of Team Number 7 was blocking Sasuke's right kick with his left hand. When Sasuke tried to punch Kakashi's face with his left hand, it was blocked by Kakashi with his right hand. After a few more minutes of continuous blocking and evading, Kakashi's hands were busy holding Sasuke's hands and feet. That was when the Uchiha shouted, "Sakura now!" Dozens of kunai came from the left of Kakashi, but before he could react, he heard the sound of Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. A dozen of Naruto clones came from above and blocked the Kakashi's vision, who was in midair. Sasuke and Sakura threw their remaining kunais, shurikens, and explosive tags they had towards Kakashi, who was still busy with the clones. Midair. Doom. A huge explosion, which could make Deidara proud, shook the training ground. Even though the explosion was several meters above the ground, the impact was felt in the entire field. Ha ha ha! Sasuke was breathing hard, trying to recuperate after an intense taijutsu session with his sensei. Oops, that was dangerous, said Kakashi, wiping the sweat from his forehead. They used Sasuke to engage me in a taijutsu spar so that I was forced to focus only on Sasuke. Sakura used the opportunity to launch her weapons and Naruto used his clone as a tank and kept me busy so that they both could finish me with dozens of explosive tags. Amazing. They have potential, thought Kakashi, smiling. Kring. The loud shrill ring of the alarm made all the three genins look in the direction. Realizing they had run out of time, they got depressed. All right, kids, that was a pretty good match. Even though you failed to grab the bells. Kakashi jumped from the tree and stood in front of his soon-to-be students, gauging their reaction. Sasuke gritted his teeth as he clenched his fists. Sakura tried to hold back tears, while Naruto looked down in shame. All of you graduated. What? Shouted the three genins, who were shocked at their sensei's statement. Giving them an eye smile, Kakashi said, going into lecture mode. The purpose of this test was to see if you people could collaborate your efforts with each other in order to achieve your goal. After all, Konoha is famous for its teamwork. Remember, those who break the rules are trash, but those who abandon their friends are worse than trash. Don't forget those words. Silence prevailed in the area while the young Jennins took in his words. All right, now, my cute little Jenin, we meet again tomorrow. Same time and the same place. We will start with our official missions. Now, I'll head to the Hokage office now. Any questions? If not, you are dismissed. Sasuke and Sakura shook their heads in denial, and both of them took off for their home. Where is Naruto? Can I talk to you for a moment, Kakashi-sensei? Naruto approached Kakashi. What do you need, Naruto? Actually, I have a question, sensei. Does Kage Bunshin have any other function besides making clones that are identical to the user? Kage Bunshin, It seems you already realized it, Naruto. After making a lot of clones yesterday and I made them fight with each other. I remember the cause of the clone's death, as if I had died, Kakashi-sensei. Is it possible that the memory of the dead clone gets transmitted to the original, namely me? Kakashi only gave an eye smile, making Naruto, who was scratching the back of his head, embarrassed. You would have been so proud, Minato-sensei, Kushina-sama. Naruto has become the shinobi that you both wanted him to be. He came to a conclusion about the jutsu within a week that most shinobi take years to, Kakashi thought proudly. Remember, Naruto, Kage Bunshin no Jutsu is not called B-rank Kinjutsu for no reason. Sudden memory input from a disappeared Bunshin will make the original experience situations like sudden shocks. Even though you have a lot of chakra, always limit the use of clones to 500 because your brain will not be able to withstand more input than that, Kakashi lectured. Naruto nodded. I see, thank you, sensei. Actually, I also have another request. Can you train me, sensei? I realize that my shinobi skills are still lacking compared to Sasuke team. I only know the basic taijutsu that was taught in the academy, and as for ninjutsu, just the 3 basic jutsus. Please, Kakashi-sensei, Naruto pleaded, holding his hands together, asking Kakashi with wide eyes. Sasuke, I'm sorry, Naruto, but I'm busy now. I have an appointment with Hokage-sama. I need to go. Naruto looked down at the ground, fidgeting. But I can recommend you to my friend who might want to teach you what you need. Really, sensei? Thank you, Kakashi-sensei. You are the best teacher. Naruto looked up in surprise and cried in happiness. Sure. Waving his hand, Kakashi handed a piece of paper to his student. Give it to my friend and he will know what he needs to do. Who is he and where can I find him, sensei? Naruto asked, accepting the paper from Kakashi. Shinobi Protocol number 089. Shinobi must be able to find information according to the circumstances, said Kakashi, raising his finger, professor style. Okay, Kakashi-sensei, Naruto grumbled. All right, see ya. Kakashi disappeared via Shunshin. In the training ground #9. Yash, let your flames of youth burn brightly, my genins, shouted a man in a jounin vest. This person had a tall and well-muscled body. He was fair-skinned with a strong jawline, a somewhat large nose and black hair. His most noticeable feature being his shiny bowl-style haircut and thick eyebrows. He wore a green jumpsuit, orange-striped leg warmers, and the standard Konoha. His red forehead protector was tied around his waist like a belt. He was none other than Mato Gai, the most famous taijutsu expert of Konoha. Sensei, can we take a short break? Asked a young kunoichi who had her black hair tied into 2 Chinese-style buns. She had dark brown eyes with short fringe bangs framing her face. This is what Naruto witnessed when he came to training ground number 9 after asking people around with the henge to be someone else, of course. Who would want to show the way to the demon brat? Naruto thought bitterly. Dispersing his dark thoughts, Naruto walked towards the tallest person around who looked like a jounin and asked, are you someone named Guy? Guy paused and looked at the place where the sound came from. Just as Naruto blinked, Guy was in front of him. Yash, what can I do to help you, young man? Guy shouted, giving a very strong reason for Naruto to cover his ears. Whoa, he is very fast, Naruto thought in surprise. Ano Gai-san, I was told by my sensei to give you this, the Kyuubi Jinchuriki said, handing over the paper from Kakashi. Guy took it with a unique grace and read it for a moment. After a few seconds, his eyebrows twitched and he smiled broadly. Yash, my rival has asked me to help him with training his students. This proves I am better than you, my rival. Guy shouted to no one in particular. The sudden outburst shocked Naruto, who fell on his ass. Is this really the person who will train me? Naruto thought, sweating in anticipation. So, what is your name, young boy? Guy asked in a normal tone this time. After grabbing Guy's hand, Naruto helped himself to get up, dusted the dirt off his body and answered, Uzumaki Naruto. All right, young Naruto, to start, can you show me your taijutsu style? Naruto then did a kata that had been drilled into his head for a long time in the academy. Blow, kick, run, jump, all done exactly how the instructors in the academy asked him to. What the hell is with this style? This failure is even worse than Lee, said a boy of Naruto's age with long hair and pale eyes. He was wearing bandages on his hand and his legs. He came and stood beside Guy. Naruto, who was doing his kata, heard his comment and felt insulted. He stopped, immediately shouted, pointing at him with his index finger, Hey, this is my style, Databeo. Who the heck are you to criticize me? His name is Hyuga Niji. Pardon him for inconsiderate behavior. By the way, I am Rock Lee. Nice to meet you. Naruto-kun, said the boy, who was wearing tight green spandex with thick eyebrows and bowl-cut hair, bowing towards Naruto. He had also appeared beside Niji. God, are there two of them? He's like a mini guy, Naruto thought in disbelief. Since both of my teammates have introduced themselves to you, it makes sense for me to do the same. I'm Tenten, a pleasure to make your acquaintance, said the girl, now known as Tenten, with two panda buns he had observed earlier. Hello, Tenten, Naruto replied, waving at her. She's the only normal person in this team, Naruto thought, sweat dropping. Guy then walked towards Naruto after observing his style for enough information. Forgive Niji, Naruto-kun, he has a personal problem, Niji snorts. Although his words were too harsh, forgive me, but he is right. Your taijutsu style has many loopholes that can be exploited easily by your enemy. It's as if your teacher intentionally taught this style to you, Guy said seriously. Of course, like all the jounin in the village, Guy already knew who this child was, the human sacrifice or the Jinchuriki, containing the Kyuubi in his guts. This knowledge was not a taboo for ninja in the superior ranks. How dare the teachers teach him a damaged version of the standard academic style, mused Guy, looking at Naruto, who was looking down. Feeling a hand on his shoulder, Naruto looked up. But don't worry, I, Mato Guy, won't let your youth spirit get damaged, Guy shouted, showing his sparkling teeth and giving Naruto a thumbs up. Guy-sensei, Naruto muttered softly while looking at the other members of Team Number 9. Rock Lee copied his sensei, giving Naruto the same nice guy pose. Tenten smiled slightly, while Niji only looked away and snorted. Okay, Naruto-kun, since the sun has almost set, would you like to the train with us? We will be doing the closing exercises right now. Of course, Naruto said excitedly. They are good people. I will not let down my precious people, Naruto thought, with a fire of determination burning bright in his eyes. Though he did not know how much he would regret this decision for the rest of his life. Yash, to finish our training today, let's take a short jog around Konoha. 20 times. Wait. They will be jogging around Konoha 20 times to finish training? How do they start their day? That's as for later, but right now, this exercise is gonna kill me, thought Naruto while listening to the cries of Team Number 9 members. Hi Guy-sensei. The day of exercise at Training Ground #7. Naruto Uzumaki was walking casually to the Training Ground number 7 to meet his team. Our favorite blonde was sporting a new look, wearing a gray t-shirt with pockets and black pants. At last, but not the least, he was wearing fingerless gloves with Konoha insignia engraved on the iron on top. All in all, the Kyuubi Jinchuriki now looked like a true ninja. He had changed his wardrobe on a little advice given by Tenten, his newest friend. Flashback on. After training with Guy's team, Naruto stayed back till late night to complete his laps. While the others had gone home after completing their share of laps, Naruto had just reached about 3/4 of the way. I cannot believe how weak I am. Even that Tenten girl is stronger than me, Naruto mused. After finishing his training, he wanted to go home. But as luck, or as some people call it, fate would have it, he ran into Tenten. Tenten, what are you doing here? Naruto asked, somewhat surprised. Hey Naruto, actually I want to ask something. Are you interested in shopping? Invited Tenten while looking expectantly at Naruto. Sure. But I have never done it before, so. Naruto was not allowed to speak more because Tenten was already dragging him by his right hand. Shoo! Shut up, Naruto. I am going to redo your whole wardrobe. I can't have a friend running around as a fashion disaster. Do you know how painful your bright orange clothes are to everyone's eyes? What kind of ninja wears brilliant colored clothes? You need to be subtler. By the way, what else do you have at home? I mean, you have something other than this monstrosity to wear, right? Tenten almost growled while continuing to drag Naruto. Hee, I'm sorry, but these are the only clothes I can afford, replied an embarrassed Naruto, rubbing his hair with his free hand. The only clothes he can afford? Tenten was surprised. I have no idea what happened to you, Naruto. Nevertheless, as a friend, I wouldn't force you to tell me if you are not ready yet. But I also cannot, in any moral sense, let you continue the way you have been living. These clothes can get you killed in a real mission, answered Tenten, trying to clear the air. But nearing the end, she could not help herself but show concern about her only friend who wasn't a weirdo. Sure, Naruto gave her the thumbs-up pose, but inside he was thinking about what would happen once they reached their destination. I hope she isn't thrown out of wherever she is taking me. They won't think of me as a Kyuubi. Here we are, Tenten exclaimed. Naruto couldn't help but stare in awe at the store. In front of them was a weapon shop with a golden dragon's pattern on the roof with various pictures of shuriken and kunai on each side. The top said, "The Dragon's Leaf Weapon." Wow! Naruto exclaimed as he looked at the store in front of him. Isn't this amazing? Hehe, let's go in, Tenten said while dragging Naruto again, involuntarily this time. Flashback off. It turned out that the Dragon's Leaf Weapon shop was owned by Tenten and her father. They offered the blonde various offers as they did to any other ordinary Konoha ninja. Of course, Totai, Tenten's father, knew about the blonde's condition, but he didn't judge Naruto based on rumors. As long as the blonde didn't do any mischief and was good to his daughter, Totai was okay with the blonde's presence. Since Naruto was new to shopping and did not know about it, basically was as clueless as a monkey in water, he bought whatever Tenten handed him after choosing the right apparel for him, and he was not disappointed. His self-reflection was interrupted by the yells of his teammates. Naruto, is that you? Sakura shouts in disbelief at the blonde in front of her, as if she just saw a ghost. Yo, Sakura and Sasuke team, said Naruto, holding up his hand. You look different, Sakura muttered. She kept checking him out with wide eyes and soft blush. Not that she would admit it to anyone. Sasuke replied, his eyes glancing at Naruto for a fraction of a second before going back to the broody state. It turned out he was already in the training ground number 7. Naruto went on and sat in his favorite spot under a tree. Is something bothering you, Naruto? You seem a lot quieter than usual. Is there a problem? Sakura asked the blonde. Sasuke was also interested in facing Naruto now. Ha! Oh, it's nothing, Sakura. I was thinking about yesterday's training, Naruto half-lied. Of course, it was no entirely a lie. The blonde was thinking about the effect of his training yesterday, which made him wake up at 5, not at the usual time for Kyuubi Jinchuriki, who always got up at 4 a.m. Maybe this is another side effect of such a heavy training with Team Number 9, Naruto speculated. His Uzumaki genes had many benefits, one which was less requirement of sleep. A normal person should have at least 6-8 hours of sleep every night, but an Uzumaki like him needed only 4. Well, having the greatest bijou sealed in his guts also contributed to that. Hence why a 4-hour sleep was enough for the blonde. No matter how tired and exhausted he was, with a little rest Naruto always felt refreshed when he woke up. Last night's sleep took an hour longer, which signified the heavy training with Team Number 9 had taken a lot more of him than he had anticipated. But if this is what is needed to be strong, then I will sacrifice my blood, sweat, time, and money to achieve it, muttered Naruto. But is it possible to make Kage Bunshin a tool to help my training? Naruto was thinking about the incident when he collapsed last night after dispersing hundreds of his clones at once. Input information entered suddenly to his brain made him black out. But what if the incoming information was not all at once, but little by little? Naruto's eyes widened and he jumped in excitement, shouting, "I found the answer, Databeo." "Huh? Answer to what exactly, Naruto?" Sakura asked, seeing Naruto suddenly jump and shout out to no one in particular. Naruto isn't too bad after all, Sakura thought, after everything he did at the academy. Started a riot, ranked everyone, and even asked her out on a date. The current Naruto was not who Sakura knew from the academy. Of course, ever since Naruto stopped asking her out, made the pink-haired girl hurt. Her confidence level had started to dwindle. But I guess he had started to change, Sakura mused. Naruto realized that he had shouted out loud instead of speaking to himself. Scratching the back of his head, he said, "Oh, it's okay, hee. I just realized something." "HN," Sasuke said. "Dobe has changed," thought Sasuke, looking at Naruto, who back to thinking about whatever he was. He's not like the Naruto we knew in the academy. -1 hour later. "Yo!" Kakashi appeared, greeting his students. This time no one shouted at Kakashi for his tardiness. "Well, I had prepared a good story today," Kakashi thought with a sweat drop. "Okay, my cute little genin. Starting today we are officially instated as Team Number 7. We will assemble here every day, same time. In the mornings we are going to accept missions and try to finish them by noon. Then we will take a short break for lunch, after which we will take missions. Are there any questions before we go to the Hokage office to get our first mission?" Kakashi asked wearily. "No, sensei." "All right, let's get started." And Team Number 7 was off to save the world. -10 minutes later, Hokage office. Sarutobi Hiruzen could be seen sitting behind his desk with both hands holding some papers. The professor looked tired. He was busy signing papers. From the tired look in his eyes, it was quite imperative that he was cursing this goddamned pile of paperwork. Oh, how the mighty had fallen, god of shinobi, the professor, a war veteran of the First, Second, and Third Great Shinobi War, a student of the legendary Senju Hashirama and his younger brother, Senju Tobirama, the third Hokage of Konoha, the teacher of the Great Sannin. Despite being hailed in the world by these monikers, he was defeated by the bane of all Kages, paperwork. As an old man who sat for hours in the office evaluating paper after paper, starting from mission reports, village finances in and out, development requests, and so forth, Hiruzen's life had come to a standstill. All the adventures he had in life were a stark reminder of how life changes with time. Talk, talk, talk. A rapt knock at the door brought the old Hokage out of his musings. "Enter." The door cracked open and he saw Team Number 7 enter. Hokage smiled seeing Naruto. "Finally, he looks like a real shinobi," Hokage thought as he saw Naruto's new outfit. "Hokage-sama, Team Number 7 reporting for a mission," said Kakashi with his students beside him. "Ah, Team Number 7, here is a list of missions for you. Clean Inuzuka's kennels, paint the walls of Mamoru-san. Oh, and it seems Tora has escaped." Again, Hokage said, going through the papers in his hand. He saw the reactions of the genin in front of him and could not help laughing. This never got old. Sasuke, Sakura, and Naruto gawked in surprise. "What is with these missions, Gigi?" Naruto shouted, pointing to the Hokage. "Shu Naruto, address Hokage-sama the proper respect for the position," exclaimed Sakura. "Even though I agree, I don't mean to disrespect you, Hokage-sama. But what kind of missions are these? We shinobi are going to do civilian chores. Shinobi career begin with the rank of genin, and genin need to do D-rank missions which involves work in the village, so that you don't need to leave the village and the potential risk of encountering shinobi from other villages is minimal," explained Kakashi with a bored expression. The Hokage nodded in agreement and asked, "So Kakashi, which mission do you prefer to undertake?" "We would like to accept the mission from Mamoru-san, that is painting the walls, Hokage-sama," Kakashi said while looking at his students who had a look of defeat on their faces. "Mamoru-san's house. Using Kagebunshin to speed up the work done, impressive. Naruto, you already know it," thought Kakashi, who was casually sitting on one of the walls, watching over his students doing their share of work. Dozens of blonde teenagers wearing the same gray t-shirt could be seen painting. Some were painting the right part of the wall, some left. A few were hanging upside down and painting the upper parts of the wall, while the rest covered the untouched areas. Kakashi turned slightly to glance at his other two students, Sasuke and Sakura, doing the same thing at a slower rate. -10 minutes later. "Finally it's finished?" Naruto sighed in relief as he looked over the entire building, which was coated in fresh paint. One by one, the clones began to disappear with puffs of smoke. Puff, puff, puff. "Good job, Naruto," Kakashi said, jumping from the wall, and gave Naruto a smile. He looked to the right to see Sasuke and Sakura clad with sweat, their clothes clinging to their bodies. He then turned back to Naruto, who was busy marveling at his work, scratching his head. "And he doesn't even look tired. In addition to that, he already understands the real reason Taju Kagebunshin Jutsu is in Kinjutsu. Minato-sensei, your Sony's going to become a nightmare for others. I hope I don't get into his bad side," thought Kakashi with a single drop of sweat rolling down his spine. "Naruto, I reckon you already know that Kagebunshin can be used to speed up training. But I would suggest you to not depend on that jutsu too much. As your teacher, I'll give you tips. To avoid a mass input of information, you need to learn to meditate," said Kakashi, holding up his index finger. Naruto grinned as his sensei praised him, but then he scratched his head in confusion. "Wait, meditation? What is that and how should I do it, Kakashi-sensei?" "Meditation is literally means to unite with nature, in a sense that you must be able to calm your mind and body to a completely relaxed state. The position of the body when meditating is the lotus position. This position will help keep you stay focused. Monks living in monasteries and temples do it," Kakashi explained to the young boy. Naruto nodded his head in understanding and thanked his sensei for the advice he gave. "Oh, and Kakashi-sensei, when I was in Mamoru-san's warehouse bringing out the paint, I found this scroll lying in the corner of the warehouse earlier," Naruto said suddenly while holding a huge dusty scroll, which was as big as the Forbidden Scroll, filled with Were's Tears of Time. Kakashi, who was equally surprised with this sudden development, took it with raised eyebrows. "Scroll of this size? Let me see it." As Kakashi unrolled it, his eyebrows raised even further. "As you can see, sensei, the scroll is empty," said Naruto, looking at Kakashi, who was glaring daggers at the scroll as if by doing that the scroll would reveal its contents. "When you held it for the first time, this scroll glowed, right?" Kakashi asked. Seeing Naruto nod his head in agreement, Kakashi went back to racking his brains about where had he seen that sign before. "Fuin Jutsu," Naruto heard Kakashi's murmur. "Naruto, dab your blood on the scroll and let's see what will happen." Naruto, without giving it much thought, did so. He believed his sensei would never ask something irrational. He pulled out a kunai and sliced the tip of his thumb. He then took the scroll from Kakashi. Unrolling it with his left hand, Naruto swiped his bleeding thumb in the scroll. The scroll glowed for a while and then blood increased in amount and started forming letters. Within seconds, the contents of the scroll became visible for him to read. "What is this?" Naruto muttered as he began to read the text, which was slowly becoming clearer. "Greetings, my brother. I am Kaizo, the 19th leader of Uzushiogakure. The fact that you are reading this scroll means I am already dead, as are most of our clansmen. We were currently engaged in war against the 3 major hidden villages, and this our last stand. All our clansmen are engaged to defend Zushiogakure. Now you would ask, how did it come to this? Well, you must know what our clan was famous for. Fuinjutsu. The 3 major hidden villages, Iwa, Kumo, and Kiri, decided to destroy us because they feared the power our Fuinjutsu. We had received the information beforehand that we were going to be attacked, but we had not fathomed they would be coming in such huge numbers. Since 3 of the major 5 villages were after us, there was no way we could have relocated. They are after our clan and our knowledge. They are not going to let us live in peace where we go, which is the reason that when they attack, we will make our mark. There's time for the attack. That is why I, personally, have amassed all our Fuinjutsu knowledge and our legacy, ramen. I have sealed the scrolls with knowledge about them segregated in separate scrolls within this one with the hope that the Uzumaki clan's legacy would not die with us. I honestly did not want to burden your young shoulders with a responsibility like this, but I have little choice but to do this. Hopefully, Uzumaki clan would love on through you and continue to grow and rise to its former glory. Good luck, young Uzumaki. Kaizo, 19th leader of Uzushiogakure. Naruto read and reread its contents again and again and again. Tip. A lone tear tooled down his cheek onto his whiskers and came down onto the cemented floor. He rolled the scroll back and cradled it in his arms as if it were a child. My family, I actually have a clan. I'm not alone, Naruto whispered in tears. Great clan respected for its Fuinjutsu. Huh, he told himself, wiping off his tears on the sleeve of his shirt. I will make you proud, Kaizojiji. I swear I will. Naruto thought, Hiruzen Jiji owes me an explanation. Kakashi, who was silent till now, looked back to see Sasuke and Sakura had finished their work and made a gesture with his hands, behind me. Hearing approaching footsteps, Naruto looked up to see Sasuke and Sakura were now beside him. Feeling a hand on his shoulder, he quickly wiped off the rest of his tears. Naruto, it's okay to cry, you're a child after all. It's good let out your emotions once in a while, but don't let your emotions control you. Okay? Seeing Naruto nod, Kakashi continued, You want to talk about it? Kakashi spoke in a soft voice. Glancing at the Uzumaki logo on the scroll, he had a hunch on what was inside. But what he did not understand was why a scroll of such great importance was lying in the warehouse of an ordinary citizen. I will report to Hokage-sama later. This needs to be looked into, thought Kakashi, looking at Naruto, who had stopped his tears. This is an important scroll that left by my clan before they were destroyed. Seeing Sasuke and Sakura's curious gaze, Naruto explained in a low voice. Dobe, I know what it's like to be the last member of clan. Make them proud, would ya? Sasuke tried to comfort Naruto, to which Naruto nodded. Naruto, even though I don't understand what it's like to be the last of your clan, but you have us, right? Sakura said with a sad smile, looking at Naruto. Guys. Naruto was stunned to see his teammates and sensei, who were trying their best to soothe him and alleviate his pain. For the first time after he had become the Jinchuriki of the most hateful Biju, the Kyuubi, he had finally found people who were able to understand his feelings. They are trying to help me. They care for me? Clenched his fist as he thought, I will not let my precious people die, not as long as I have the strength to protect them, and as long as draw breath, I won't let them perish. Naruto looked up, sporting his infectious foxy grin. Thank you, my friends. I promise that from here on I will form my own ninja way. Naruto spoke with a firm tone and determined eyes. Naruto could see Kakashi nod with a smile which was hidden by his mask. Sasuke smirked, and Sakura gave a soft smile. All right, let's report back to the Hokage, exclaimed Kakashi. Hi, Kakashi-sensei, the young Genins cried. Hokage office. After Team Number 7 had successfully reported on their first mission, Kakashi asked his students to go to the training ground number 7 and informed them that he would catch up with them later. Facing the Hokage, he said with a serious expression, "Hokage-sama, I have something to report." Seeing Hokage's sign go on, Kakashi took a deep breath. When Naruto was bringing some paints that were be used in the mission in Mamoru-san's warehouse, he found a dusty scroll filled with small incisions. It was as large as the Forbidden Scroll, lying in the corner of the warehouse. The scroll was encrypted with a blood seal, and when Naruto let a few drops of his blood onto the scroll, it unlocked and revealed its contents. Naruto read it, and now he knows about his mother's clan. Kakashi narrated the whole incident in a single breath. The old Sarutobi sighed. "I don't think we should keep the knowledge of his heritage from him any longer, but since he already knows about his mother's clan, it'd make sense to let him know the full details." Kakashi nodded in agreement. Naruto is maturing at an incredible rate. At least enough to know the truth, he's developing. Kakashi continued, "By the way, Hokage-sama, how can the secret scroll of the Uzumaki clan of such importance end up in an ordinary citizen's warehouse?" "To be honest, I also don't know, Kakashi. I will have ANBU investigate it. Is there anything else you need?" "No, Hokage-sama. Thank you." Kakashi bowed and walked out of the Hokage office. Yash, Naruto now knows about his clan. He now has the knowledge that made the Uzumakis feared. What will happen next? For those who are wondering about a very fast tempo, sorry, but this is the beginning, and to be honest, I am too lazy to write with details in the series that we have already know. Later, there will be details in certain scenes. Naruto didn't have anyone from the start, so having someone watching his back had a big impact on him. "Oh, sorry, because I'm not very good at clothing design. The point is, he now looks like a true shinobi. Sneaky and dangerous. Actually, I want to make Naruto maximize his potential in all shinobi arts. In the anime/manga, it was mentioned that the Uzumaki clan was the greatest with Fuinjutsu, but we could see them throughout the series. Naruto never even learned or knew about the hidden power of his clan. For the first time, Naruto trained very hard. Of course, the first day would make his body still felt shocked. For that reason, I estimated and slightly changed his sleep time for the first time training. In the training ground #9. After finishing with missions and training with his team for the day, Naruto joined Team Number 9 for training in the afternoons. "Yash, Naruto-kun, since you have decided to train with us, try to wear this while doing your daily training." Guy threw 4 brownish-gray colored bands at Naruto, who caught him but immediately regretted it because the weight forced him to kneel. "Guy-sensei, these are really heavy." "What are these?" asked Naruto, putting band weights slowly down to the ground. "That are weight bands for your training. Attach them to your hands and feet before starting your exercises. Never take them off before I command you otherwise. Okay?" Guy said while pointing his thumb at Naruto. "Hi, Guy-sensei." Naruto used both smaller size weights on his arms and the rest on his feet. "Ugh, this stuff is way heavy," Naruto grumbled while trying to move his limbs little by little. "How many kilos per band are these, Guy-sensei?" "Since you're a beginner, I have only given you 15 kilograms for your hands and 30 kilograms for your legs, Naruto-kun," Guy said, nodding as if it was normal. "Just," thought Naruto, wincing. He then looked around to see the other members of Team Number 9 and observed something. "Guy-sensei, why only you, Rock Lee, and I are using this?" While pointing to his weight bands, "Why don't Niji and Tenten use it?" "Oh, that's because of their different styles. Niji is a specialist of his clan taijutsu, but he prefers speed and agility over strength. While Tenten is more focused on Bukijutsu, plus she says she doesn't want to be a muscular girl. I gave it to you because I believe your body will be able to withstand this burden. Would you accept it, Naruto?" asked Guy seriously. Naruto excitedly nodded. "I will give my best, Guy-sensei." "Yash, now to start with your warm-up. First get used to your new weights, and then start with 20 laps around this training ground, 50 push-ups, 50 sit-ups, and 10 pull-ups. Lee, you and I will do our routine. Tenten and Niji get warmed up lightly by circling Konoha 20 times. Are you ready? Start! Shouted Guy, who was answered in unison by his students. With his new student, Hi, Guy-sensei. Minus 45 minutes later. Ha ha ha, Naruto took deep breaths with sweat pouring down his body. He was laid down, tired, with his back touching the ground. Facing the sky, he thought, these are really heavy, but I will not give up. I can feel my muscles tighten, flex. I can feel them become stronger. Closing his eyes, he thought of those who were precious to him. Hokage Jiji, Tuchi Jiji, Ayame-san, Kakashi-sensei, Sakura, Team, and all his friends. Yash, now that everyone is back, let's start the training, shouted a super-energized Guy who had just arrived. He looked as fresh as he was before. The only change one would notice would be the sweat clinging to his body. If Naruto didn't know better, he would have called Guy out on it. To any civilian, he looked all fresh and cleaned up as if the routine he just did was nothing. While one of his students who had been with him the while time was bathing in sweat. Naruto, come here, called Guy. Naruto slowly got up and walked up to him. Guy raised his index finger, going into lecture mode. Remember, Naruto, never remove these weights. Consider them a part of your own body, even when you are eating, training, or sleeping. The point being to never release these weights until there's an emergency and I allow it, or the life of your comrades is in danger. And one more thing, I want to train you in my original taijutsu style, Goken/Strong Fist, alongside Lee. Only 2 people in Konoha use this style. Do you accept, Naruto? Naruto with wide eyes answered, I understand, Guy-sensei. I am very grateful for offering your true style, bowing before his sensei. But wouldn't it be unfair to your students? I mean, I am not one of your charges. You are charged with these 3. He pointed to the team number 9. And training me would take a lot of your time. Oh no, you don't need to worry about them. In our first year together, I have worked with each of them personally to correct their flaws. Now they don't need me to give personal time to them anymore, Guy answered, with a smile. I would be honored to be able to use the style of Konoha Taijutsu expert. Alright, Naruto. Now, Goken is a taijutsu style that relies on physical abilities that focus on external damage. This style was designed for those who have extraordinary physical abilities to destroy the opponent's body and bones. Goken is completely different from Gentle Fist/Hyuga clan's Soft Fist, which focuses on the inside of the body. To learn Goken, you have to strengthen your body first, so you need to follow through my instructions and the exercises I suggest you with this aim, explained Guy. That night, around 9 o'clock, a blonde-haired person was panting as he slowly walked towards his house. Opening the door, Naruto would have fallen into bed, but he remembered something that stopped him from sleeping. Maybe now is the right time, he thought as his fingers crossed with each other. Taju Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, using all of his remaining chakra, Naruto made about 500 clones that filled his house and terrace. Okay, now you all go to the library and try to learn anything and everything you can. But before you do it, Naruto pointed at the clones standing behind the door. Be myself, others use henge. Disperse tomorrow at 6:20 a.m. at intervals of 5 clones per 30 seconds. Understood. Naruto commanded to hear a chorus of "Hi boss" from his clones. After giving instructions, Naruto fell onto his bed. His ass first and immediately fell asleep. Next day, around 6, opening his eyes, Naruto got up and prepared himself for the day. After bathing and dressing, he meditated on the bed to sort the memories and information that were due from the clones. He had ordered the night before to go to the library. Closing his eyes and concentrating, the first memory that hit him was of how the librarian had not allowed him to get in. Then the memories of the other clones came in, knowledge on what chakra was, chakra theory, chakra control for beginners I, chakra control for beginners 2, strategy and analysis with shogi, nature manipulation theory, shape manipulation theory, ninjutsu theory, genjutsu theory, bukijutsu theory, fuinjutsu basics, what is kekai genkai, medicinal jutsu theory and kenjutsu forms and theories. An hour later, Naruto opened his eyes. Standing up from the lotus position, he took a deep breath. Sugoi, amazing, Naruto whispered in amazement. It seems my guess was right. Having the clones disperse at intervals can ease the headaches I receive, and meditating helps me manage the information easily. Salutes to Kakashi-sensei and the person who made the Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, thought Naruto gratefully. What Naruto didn't know was, somewhere, a tall man with spiky white hair and a fold of iron hideate over his forehead and cheeks suddenly sneezed. Erg! Someone is talking about me. Dead people can sneeze? The author also doesn't know. The next day in the afternoon, after finishing the usual routine of missions and training with Team Number 7 in the mornings and doing individual training with Team Number 9 in afternoons, Naruto was walking to the Hokage office with a small smile on his face, ignoring the villagers' whispers and unpleasant looks. Without knocking on the door, Naruto barged in. Hello, Gigi. The third Hokage looked up from his desk and smiled at the one who was coming. Hi, Naruto-kun. How can I help you? Naruto scratched the back of his head and said, Actually, Gigi, is there a ninja in this village who can teach me the elemental manipulation of wind and the art of kenjutsu? Hearing the blonde's question, Hiruzen's body posture suddenly shifted from relaxed to a straight-back posture. He lit his smoke pipe with a small fire he produced in his hands, put it in his mouth and took in a long drag of smoke. Interesting request, Naruto. Is Kakashi not enough to be your teacher? Naruto shook his hands in front in a panic. It's not like that, Gigi. Kakashi-sensei is a great teacher, but as long as he teaches is teamwork. I want to improve the rest of my shinobi skills, so with Kakashi-sensei who has the element of fire and lightning, I have to find a teacher who can teach me the rest. Hiruzen stared at Naruto's face for a few seconds, and then adopted the thinking pose as he thought. He then said, It is very optimistic of you, Naruto, to learn elemental manipulation at such a young age. You know that this will be taught when you make Chunin, right? Well, I don't see a problem with that. Regarding your request, I am sure my son Asuma will be happy to teach you. Hiruzen snapped his fingers, and a shinobi masked with a long purple hair and a katana tied to the waist suddenly appeared in front of him. Judging from her body figure, she was a woman. Nico, from today you have a long-term mission to train young Naruto here. Understand? Hiruzen said while pointing his finger at Naruto. Hi, Hokage-sama, answered the purple-haired masked woman firmly. Gigi, I also want to ask permission to study the Genin scrolls in the library. You know they don't let demons read in there, Naruto said quietly, face down. Hiruzen sighed sadly. Taking a piece of paper and ink, he wrote something. After finishing, he gave it to Naruto. Naruto accepted and read it for a moment. His eyes had almost popped out of his eye socket in shock. Facing the one he considered grandfather, Naruto asked with wide eyes, Permission for Jounin scrolls too? Hiruzen nodded to confirm his statement. You deserve it, Naruto. Remember not to abuse it. I trust you, Hiruzen said seriously to his surrogate grandchild. Thank you very much, Gigi, Naruto exclaimed, smiling broadly. Hiruzen waved his hand, dismissing Naruto. You are even more than worthy to get it, Naruto, after all the burdens you've carried and all you have done for this village, thought Hiruzen sadly, looking at the fourth Hokage's portrait on the office wall. Minato, I won't let your sacrifice go to waste. Turning his chair back to table, Hiruzen couldn't help but go back to thinking about what Naruto was asking for today. I never thought you already understood about elemental jutsus and kenjutsu. You never cease to amaze me, Naruto. At night. Naruto POV. After having decided that I would begin my training with her from tomorrow, Nico-sensei and I parted ways. I will start training with her along with initiating my search for Asuma-sensei tomorrow. Well, that's my plan for tomorrow, I thought as I hobbled towards my house. I cringed at the reason for the way I was running right now. It turned out that Guy-sensei had decided to add to my already heavy weights on the second day itself. He said that I was too quick to adapt and regenerate from the hellish training they were making me undergo. He was completely astonished because even the hard-working genius Lee needed at least 3 days before raising his weight levels so as not to damage his bones, muscles, and growth. Guy-sensei also ordered me to eat vegetables every day and limit my intake of the food of God's ramen to once in a week. Even though I'm crying just thinking about it, but I also understand it is for my own good. QB, I thank you once again, I thought curtly. Well, after containing a mountain-sized monster and being treated like one of its kind isn't all bad, right? I now carry a load of 20 kilograms per arm and 40 kilograms per leg. It turns out that to gain and lose weight is not as easy as releasing it right away. I remember when Guy-sensei put on a ram sign and suddenly the black lines on my deck flashed. When I try to move, it feels like swimming in thick mud. The answer turns out. Seal, this colored stroke turned out to be very flexible and amazing. They say that Fuinjutsu's master can make seals in every circumstance and for every situation. Maybe I'll try to learn it sometime. For now, the chakra control, taijutsu, ninjutsu, and kenjutsu are a handful for me, I thought while remembering the load of information that I had received last night. End POV. Closing the door, Naruto stood beside his bed and did the same thing as before, created hundreds of Kage Bunshins. This time he divided them into 4 equal groups. The first platoon was to learn about every shinobi art in the library, be it theory, stance, strategy, etc. But this time he did not order them to henge being other people because he had obtained permission from the 3rd Hokage, even to the extent that only the Jounins were allowed to enter. Remembering that, Naruto grinned. Hee, hope you won't regret it later, GG, he thought with a chuckle. As for the second platoon, Naruto instructed them to learn chakra control by sticking and turning the leaves on their forehead as much as possible. While the third platoon was learning to use chakra to climb up the tree, and then finally starting with water walking. Why was he only focusing on chakra control when there were the elemental and other techniques left to learn? The answer was simple: having a huge mass of chakra sealed in his guts, added with that the Uzumaki genes that already made him loaded with chakra. He was not very good in controlling his chakra, he usually let it run wild. That ended now. Even though he had near infinite source of chakra, he still needed to be judicious in its use. He couldn't afford to be exhausted after pulling out 5 jutsus, just because he didn't have the chakra control required. This was one of the many reasons why he couldn't perform the academic version of Bunshin no Jutsu. Having chakra of the size of a blue whale and being told to use an ant size was impossible without proper chakra control. Naruto had decided to increase his chakra control to be more efficient in each output. Satisfied with himself, Naruto fell on his ass, deep asleep. The next day, after going through his morning routine, Naruto immediately got into the lotus pose to meditate to get ready to receive mass input of information. An hour later, we can see the blonde slowly opening his eyes as he muttered, "That is a lot of database information." Trying to sum it all up, Naruto thought to himself. I have mastered the leaf chakra control exercise while the tree walking is still progressing as much as 25%, and the water one is at about 3%. Well, as I expected, I cannot continue to the next stage before mastering the tree walking first. Naruto thought, touching his chin while remembering that the technique of walking on water is an intermediate control chakra exercise. Let's see how much I learned last night. I found 5 scrolls of the wind element, 5 scrolls of the fire element, 5 scrolls of the water element, 5 scrolls of the lightning element, and 5 scrolls of the earth element. Chakra Manipulation of Nature and Form by Hiruzen Sarutobi, Chakra Control Intermediate, Advanced Chakra Control and Medical Ninja by Tsunade Senju, Kenjutsu Advanced, Taijutsu Advanced, Genjutsu Advanced, and Fuinjutsu by Minato Namikaze. Finally, what Naruto was looking for was in the Jounin section, and he had got it. Fuinjutsu turned out to be very rare. I was lucky to get the chance to read the book, he thought happily. After processing all the information he got, along with the results of his training last night, Naruto left his house. Before he walked towards Team Number 7's training ground, the blonde carried out crossed hand seals. Puffs, suddenly there are 4 clones that appear beside the manufacturer. Well, even though I intend to only make 2 clones, but this is proof that my control chakra is improved compared to before, Naruto muttered. Pointing at the first two clones, he grinned and punched them goodbye, and the puffs of the two clones were immediately forced to disperse. The rest of the two clones gulped their fear. "You're the first," visit Asuma-sensei pointed Naruto to the first clone. "While you train with Nico-sensei, understand." "Hi, boss." A few hours later, after doing another D-rank mission, this time helping the grandmother, who shifted to a new house, to move all her furniture to her new home, Naruto returned to the training ground of Team Number 7 and his team. "Okay, my little genin, for the second day at noon today, we will not do another D-rank mission. Today, I want to know your individual strength so that we can form a team as their respective duties. The first match will be Sakura versus Naruto, and the winner will be against Sasuke. There is no clash that can maim permanently." Seeing the three genin nod and prepare, Kakashi beckons starting. Sakura first made a move. She created two bunshins who immediately ran to the blonde in zigzag while holding a kunai. The original Sakura took the shuriken and waited for a moment. The first clone reached Naruto swinging the kunai. Before she could draw blood, the first clone immediately vanished after she felt a blow hit her stomach. "He is faster than he was at the academy," thought Sasuke, watching the spar closely. Sensing danger from behind, Naruto leaned forward and immediately entered the push-up position and made a backward leap with both hands as a pedestal that struck the clone's head, automatically eliminating it. The original Sakura was briefly surprised by how easily the clones were defeated before bracing herself. Taking the shuriken, he threw it at Naruto while shouting "Shuriken Bunshin no Jutsu," 3 shuriken into 10, who were ready to hug Naruto like a cactus hug. Forming a cross seal, 2 Naruto bunshins appeared who held the blonde's hand and threw it aside, automatically avoiding the shuriken point. Puffs, the memory of 2 Kage bunshin stabbed by 3 shurikens, makes Naruto blink 3. Oh yeah, the others are just an illusion. Without waiting for Sakura to make the next step, Naruto ran toward her and threw a punch at her face. Thinking that she would not have time to avoid being hit, Sakura made a block. Bug punch. Naruto hit Sakura's hand, which resulted in the latter pulling his hand and grimacing in pain. "Ouch! It hurts so much. What kind of hand? Do you have, Naruto?" Taking Sakura's carelessness as an opportunity, Naruto immediately ran behind her and hit her neck, rendering her unconscious. "Good work, Naruto," Kakashi exclaimed, clapping his hands. He and Sasuke were watching front he trees. "The next match will start. Are the 2 combatants ready?" Seeing both of them nod, he started the match. Sakura was storing. Even though she doesn't have physical capabilities, she makes up for them with her brain. She was defeated so easily. "Dobe is different, I have to be careful," Sasuke thought as he entered the taijutsu stance of his clan, the interceptor fist. This time Naruto made the first step. Crossing his fingers, he made 5 clones that immediately ran towards Sasuke. Ducking from the kick of the first clone, Sasuke turned and kicked the chest of the second clone that had slipped behind him. Feeling the third clone jumping, Sasuke did a flip-up backwards and threw a few kunai, which immediately made 3 clones disperse in a cloud of smoke. Naruto, who had been observing how Sasuke was moving, took the initiative and ran straight at him, hitting a punch to Sasuke's chest, only to be avoided by him last minute. The young Uchiha returned with a kick aimed across the blonde's head. Naruto used his hand to block the kick and intended to hit again with his left hand when Sasuke did a sit-up position, using both hands as a footstool behind his head and jumping, kicking Naruto on the chest, making the blonde fly a few meters back. "Ho ho, mimicking my movements, huh? Pretty team," Naruto taunted as he stood up again and waved his hand to his chest to clean the dirt. "Tell me after defeating me, Dobe," Sasuke replied. Unwilling to wait for Naruto to recover, Sasuke made several hand seals and spewed a large fireball from his mouth that headed towards Naruto. Katan. Gukakyu no Jutsu. Naruto made 2 Bunshin Kages and performed the same trick as Sakura before, landing safely and ignoring the memories of the 2 clones being burned alive. Naruto immediately went forward and hit Sasuke with his right hand, which was blocked by Sasuke with both hands in a cross position, which immediately regretted him with a slight grimace when making block. Ignoring the tingling sensation, Sasuke launched a right-hand cross at Naruto's head, ducking to avoid the kick. Holding Sasuke's left leg, he pulled and punched Sasuke's stomach with all his might. Bug! Sasuke vomited a little blood and spit, grimaced in pain. He tried to punch Naruto, who was above him, only to be blocked by the blonde's hand. Sasuke stood up again and tried to destroy the blonde with a kick that only hit the wind because Naruto jumped back. Findig that he had enough information. Kakashi called the match enough of it, you two. Tomorrow, I will explain about our team's formation, understand? Hi, Sensei. Kakashi carried Sakura. Waving to his other two students, he disappeared through Shunshin. Jareni. Sasuke approached Naruto and stretched out his hand. That was a good spar, dope. I was wondering how you practiced. Your movements are very different from those in the academy. Holding his hand, Naruto grinned and answered, Secret team. Maybe if you can defeat me, I'll tell you. Sasuke snorted impossible before waving his hand and leaving the practice site. See you tomorrow, dope. You too, team. Finding himself alone at the training ground, Naruto closed his eyes and reviewed the memory he had just received. The memory of the clone that met Asuma-sensei a few minutes ago. Well, this is very dangerous. The clones that suddenly disperse at a time I can't guess can disturb my concentration, making me off guard, especially when in the midst of a heated battle. Naruto thought as he thought of his meeting with Asuma-sensei earlier. Flashback on visiting training ground number 10. Naruto clone stops walking to see Team 10 here. The girl with long blonde hair, Ino Yamanaka, was chatting with her friend Choji from the Akimichi clan. Near them under the tree is Shikamaru. He was playing shogi with a man wearing a jounin vest and shawl with black hair and smoking. Oh, that's him, thought the clone when he saw the description of that person matched what the Hokage told him. They approached the clone, greeting his friends. Hey Ino, Chuji. Oh hey Naruto, what are you doing here? Ino stopped her conversation with Choji and faced Naruto. Hi Naruto, nice clothes. Choji nodded. Naruto scratched the back of his head and said, I wanted to talk to Asuma-sensei. Ino shook her head. What would you want to talk about with Asuma-sensei? Seeing Naruto from the bottom up, he blinked. I have to admit that Naruto looks good in that outfit. Naruto waved both of his hands at them and walked over to two people playing shogi. Hey Shikamaru. Shikamaru looked up Naruto and said lazily while waving his hand, Oh hello Naruto, what are you doing here? Oh, I just want to talk to Asuma-sensei for a moment. Can I? Shikamaru nodded. Please, after all the game is over, he said lazily while lying on his back facing the clouds. As if on cue, the man who was Shikamaru's opponent groaned and ruffled his hair in frustration. Damn, this is my 18th defeat, he muttered lowly. Good job, Shika. Looking up from the shogi board, he looked at Naruto's face. So what can I do for you, Naruto? Ugh, Asuma-sensei, can we talk privately? Asuma raised his eyebrows but said nothing, stood up and showed his way. He said, Sure, follow me. A few minutes later they arrived in a field forest. Asuma stopped walking and turned to face the Naruto clone. So what do you want to talk about, Naruto? He took a cigarette and lit it with a small fire. Asuma-sensei, I have learned about the theory of nature manipulation of the wind element, but I cannot make both sides of my chakra sharp as recorded in the book. How did you do it? Asuma did not move, blinking repeatedly. He asked in a tone of disbelief. Naruto, manipulation of nature will be taught when Chunin. How are you aware of that? And isn't your teacher, if I'm not mistaken, Kakashi, right? Naruto calmly took out a bingo book and opened Kakashi's page. Showing it to Asuma, he answered, I learned through books that I read in Sensei's library. Regarding your second question, Kakashi-sensei has lightning and fire elements, so I thought for the wind element I needed to find a teacher who is proficient with it. Asuma's sweat fell. Oh, the bingo book, of course, and murmured children now and their impatience, which made Naruto smile. Sighing, he pulled a pair of trench knives from his ninja pocket and showed Naruto. This is my trench knife. As you can see, there are small gears here which make it easy for me to channel the wind element, while showing the edge of the knife, very sharp. In other words, this knife is strengthened with the piercing side of the wind element. Look at this. Naruto Asuma threw the knife covered with chakra to the tree in front of him, and the result was that the knife penetrated easily into the first tree, like a knife cleaving butter, through a second tree, and even through a large rock behind him. The knife stopped after it stuck in the ground and created a meter depth. "Whoa!" Naruto said in amazement after seeing the power of the blade, which was coated in the wind element's chakra. Asuma took his knife, put it in his pocket, and patted Naruto's shoulder. "Although it looks easy, but this is very difficult, Naruto. Nature manipulation is not taught until Chunin for a reason." Naruto nodded in understanding and bowed. "Thank you for teaching me, Asuma-sensei," and then he dispersed. Puffs. Asuma blinked and suddenly laughed. "Kagabunshin, huh? That child is full of surprises." Flashback off. Imagining my chakra being the sides of two blades rubbing together, so that's for the wind element. In the book that I found for the others, it must be in accordance with the nature of the elements such as wind, that is cutting, fire burning to ash, water soaking completely, the ground makes it destroyed, lightning shrinks him. Maybe I'll try it, Naruto thought, comparing information from the book he had read with advice directly from experience. Naruto smiled a little to get more information, this time his training with Nico-sensei. Flashback on. "Your legs are too stiff. Your hands are too tense. Relax," said Nico, who fixed Naruto's stances. "Remember, Naruto, feel your sword as an extension of your body. In other words, remember it as your third hand. You must become one with your sword. Sword art is the most efficient killing technique. Each ANBU member is required to master this art. Why bother killing the enemy with a large-scale move if you can do it in one hit? We, Kenjutsu users, generally have an efficient, fast, and precise motto," Nico explained at length. They practiced a few hours, with Nico correcting the mistakes of Naruto's stances here and there and taught him the basic style for Kenjutsu. Flashback off. Opening his eyes, Naruto let out a sigh of relief. Turning around, finding no one else, Naruto released his entire chakra and made a crossed hand seal. Taju Kagebunshin no Jutsu, the training ground that had been empty just now, was now filled with hundreds of identical boys dressed in black-gray. "Alright, listen, you divide into 7 groups. Group 1, you practice cutting leaves with chakra. Group 2, perfect walking up the tree. Group 3, practice the Kenjutsu style from Nico-sensei. Group 4, practice burning leaves with chakra. Group 5, practice to wet the leaves with chakra. Group 6, practice shrinking leaves with chakra. And Group 7 practiced making leaves into dirt. Remember, disperse yourself at the usual interval of 5 people per 30 seconds. Does everyone understand?" Naruto shouted, who got a nod. "Hi, boss." Some gave a thumbs up, and the rest smiled broadly. Why doesn't he start practicing Fuinjutsu? After reading a book written by Minato Namikaze a few days ago, Naruto knew that Fuinjutsu was very complex and needed equipment such as paper. And his current condition, Naruto thought the most important skills for him now were chakra control, taijutsu, ninjutsu, and kenjutsu. But that does not mean he will not learn Fuinjutsu. Very wrong. With his clan specializing in learning Fuinjutsu and some books already acquired by the blonde, Naruto would learn this art later. Start. Each group immediately dispersed, keeping their distance to look for their respective places to practice in training ground number 7 or in the forest. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Naruto looked at the sun and saw that he still had a few hours before training with Guy's team. Turning around, he returned to his house for a short nap. At night, a blonde who was bathing in sweat and was exhausted lying on her bed to take a breath, slowly took a seated position. Naruto then remembered what had just happened. "Ugh, Guy-sensei was really loud today," thought Blonde while remembering his training that had just finished. It turned out that Guy was not able to withstand the shock after seeing that Naruto adapted well to the weight he was given. After thinking for a while, he decided to increase the weight every 5 kilograms every day. Not only that, it turns out he is well suited to using the style of Goken/Strong Fist. With Naruto's physical appearance dramatically improved, compared to when he was at the academy, Guy began to teach him the basics. Naruto remembered when he was forced to punch a tree with his dominant/right hand with all his strength to test how much strength he had and compare whether he was ready to learn the basics or not. Minutes later, Naruto received a sudden burst of information from the hundreds of clones he had gradually commissioned this morning, taking and breathing deeply into the blonde's meditation stage. An hour later, Naruto opened his eyes, blinking several times as he muttered, "It's easier than I expected." Of the 8 groups he ordered, only 2 groups succeeded in bringing good news. The first is the walking tree exercise, which the blonde has mastered, and the second is the wind manipulation exercise, which, although he did not expect to make the leaves split apart, the fact that one of the clones had succeeded in making a small incision at the tip of the leaf, and that made him happy. It feels like the wind element is easier to learn than other elements that have no progress at all, thought Naruto. Collecting chakra and standing, he made hundreds of Kage Bunshin with the same command as this morning. He just changed the command to the clones to practice climbing a vertical tree by walking on water. After everything was finished, Naruto closed his eyes and immediately fell asleep. Time skip -1 week later. Several weeks have passed since Naruto graduated from the academy and became a genin. Naruto now wore a gray shirt with black pants and a gray shorts with a dark red Chikudo sword strewn around his waist. Looking at the blonde now, it would be hard for people to think that he was the same boy who pranked every day, painted the faces of the Hokage, and the kid who got the lowest score in the academy. Prompts to eat lots of vegetables and reduce his consumption of ramen helped the blonde become healthier and a few centimeters taller. With a height of 160 centimeters and visible muscle folds here and there, especially in the triceps, biceps, and legs, made Naruto much different from the dead last nickname he had earned when at the academy. Currently, Team Number 7 was walking to the Hokage office to accept another mission. Contemplating what he had achieved so far through hard work and discipline, Naruto could not help but smile a little. With intensive training he did with hundreds of clones every day, he felt he was experiencing rapid development. His chakra level, which has always been large, has increased dramatically many times after his intensive training. But the skull he had been most miserable at had taken a drastic leap. Gone were the days when he couldn't even make one proper bunshin. With the chakra control he had now, he could easily start training in medical ninjutsu. The possibilities for Naruto were endless. With control he had achieved, he could easily create double, if not triple, the number of clones he created from the same amount of chakra. He could easily pull off any ninjutsu with the colossal reserve of chakra he had, and he could do that with precision too, all thanks to his advanced chakra control. Naruto could produce high-level jutsus with a great destructive power. His taijutsu was also not far behind. Even Guy-sensei believed that he could defeat all the Chunins and some Jounins in the village, after all the tortures he has gone through. No wonder Naruto can reach this level. Naruto's weight bands also were growing at the pace he had been. Now he had around 210 kilograms in each hand and 280 kilograms in each leg, which was different from Lee, who used 400 kilograms for each hand and 450 kilograms for each leg. Well, Naruto would soon be surpassing the genius of Hardwook, Lee, taking in consideration his physical abilities, which are strengthened by the powerful Uzumaki genes and having the mightiest bijou sealed in him. Madman in his training, Naruto thought, a chill sliding down his spine, remembering the simple routines Lee and Guy did. Naruto's Kenjutsu training was also going well. With Yugao-sensei, Nico introducing herself, teaching him plus dozens of helpful clones, he was convinced that he was no longer an amateur in the art. Since Genjutsu was not his style, Naruto chose not to study the art. He learned enough just to eliminate it if caught in it. His Bukijutsu skills had also improved, although they weren't as good as Tenten's. To conclude, Naruto from the academy changed as a whole from a low genin level to a low-medium jounin in just a few weeks of intensive training with hundreds of clones. Kakashi, who was reading his book, lowered it slightly, glancing at one person among his students now. He thought proudly, "Naruto, you've changed. Minato-sensei, Kushina-san, you all must be proud." Glancing at his other students, and he couldn't help but smile. Sakura's defeat at the hands of Naruto easily caused her to become serious towards her career. She had basically demanded him to take her training seriously, and he was happy to comply, He told her about her near-perfect chakra control and recommended her to go and see Kurenai. He believed Sakura could learn genjutsu given her strengths and weaknesses. Sasuke also grew up. After facing Naruto and the match ended in a tie, he demanded to know where Naruto learned taijutsu and joined him to train with Team Number 9 from then on. With 2 Tomo Sharingan in each eye that he awakened during training, Sasuke began to change little by little. The teammates he once considered a burden, now he thought of them as family. Kakashi's introspection ended when he saw that they had reached the front door of the Hokage office. He knocked it a few times before he heard the words "Enter." Team Number 7 then entered to accept their new mission. Team Number 7 reporting for a mission, Hokage-sama. Kakashi, here is a mission to clean Piko-san's yard, move Boku-san's belongings, and capture Toradash. GG Naruto whined. Give us a C-rank mission. Already? Said Naruto, staring at the Hokage who took an unlit cigarette, lit it with fire, inhaled and exhaled. Looking at Kakashi, he asked, Are you sure they are ready, Kakashi? Kakashi nodded and said with determination, I'm sure Team Number 7 is ready for their first C-rank mission, Hokage-sama. All right. Shifting through the paper, Hiruzen finally took one with a C-rank stamp on it. This mission is an escort mission. You are required to protect Tazuna-san until he manages to return home safely to the Wave Nation. Do you want to accept this mission? Kakashi looked at his students and nodded. Hiruzen spoke with his secretary. Tell Tazuna-san to come in. A few minutes later, an old grandfather wearing a round hat and carrying alcohol said loudly, Are these the shinobi that I contracted? Well, you guys look strong, especially the blonde. Tazuna thought, All right, we'll head out this afternoon, Tazuna said, walking out of the Hokage office. You heard Tazuna-san, Genins. Prepare long-term mission supplies for a few weeks. We will gather at the west gate of the village in an hour. Understand? Hi, Kakashi-sensei. In Naruto house. Opening his eyes after waking up, Naruto blinked several times and stared at the ceiling. Today is my first C-rank mission. The day I will leave the village for the first time, he thought. After finishing his usual morning routine, bathing and all, he again changed his attire for the mission. This time, his gray t-shirt had pockets. His black pants also had some storage seals made by Tenten. He had his weights wrapped around his hands and legs as guards. Even his sandals had weights attached. His sword was bound tightly to his waist, ready to slash through enemies at a moment's notice. After getting ready, he sat in the lotus posture and started meditating to ease the input of information he was to receive. Just as he started with meditation, memories of hundreds of his clones invaded his mind. Don't ever stop practicing. You will never know what will be waiting for you later, Naruto muttered repeatedly, quoting a ninja textbook about strategies he read in the library. After reading a few books about the shinobi world, the blonde has gained information as to what life really is in this world. Of course, that was only the theory, but Kyubi Jinchuriki now at least had an idea as to what to expect outside the protective walls of his home village. Basic knowledge is what ends up saving the life of a shinobi, and it is often very crucial when stepping out of the village. Although sometimes reality is completely different from what is taught in books. Closing his eyes, Naruto got a sudden input of information about some clones who were shouting and dancing happily because they managed to split the waterfall by hand, made 1/3 of the leaf disintegrate, shrunk 1/3 of the leaf into their smallest form, sagged 1/3 leaves to the cell, and make the last leaf to smoke a little. Moreover, they were constantly improving. Naruto frowned at his last achievement. As he expected, because the main element is wind, Team Number 7 had conducted a chakra affinity test 3 days ago. He would have difficulty mastering the opposite element, fire. So far, only the fire element that he trained has made no progress at all. Shrugging his shoulders, Naruto exited the house. After all, it didn't matter much. He headed to the Konoha Gate where his team was to assemble to start the mission. Konoha Gate. Seeing that he was the first to arrive, Naruto leaned against the end of the gate with his arms folded. He could not help but reflect on the extent to which he had advanced after intensive training with the shadow clones he had done. Looking down at his weight bands, the blonde thought about how effective the exercise he was doing was using the weights. Flashback on. After doing 100 pull-ups as requested by Gai-sensei, Naruto rested, leaning against a tree. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, he tried to catch his breath. Naruto looked around to find that Niji and Tenten had finished their routine training. Seeing that their teacher hadn't arrived yet, he chose to wait. A few minutes later, Lee and Gai-sensei came in the field, with the former bathing in sweat. "Naruto, come here," invited Gai, who was standing in the middle of the field. Naruto approached his sensei. "What's wrong, Gai-sensei?" Without saying anything, Gai raised his right hand, made a ram hand seal and muttered, "Kai!" At that moment, Naruto felt his body had turned to a feather. It was 10 if not 12 times lighter. Shocked at this new change, the blonde tried to move his arms and legs, and they turned out to be much lighter, as if there was no air resistance at all. He murmured, "Wow, I feel like I can fly." Lee couldn't help laughing and he rolled on the ground. "Ha ha 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 ha, Naruto-kun. I also said that when my weights were released for the first time." Tenten and Niji just rolled their eyes at their teammates' antics, as usual. Gai grinned and gave Naruto a thumbs up as if allowing him to experiment with this new body of his. Nodding and taking a deep breath, Naruto ran forward. Moving like a blur to an untrained eye, he suddenly threw himself to the right, and was thankful for his instincts. Years of abuse had given Naruto a sixth sense. He could feel something bad was going to happen. Rolling around a few times, Naruto turned sideways and in front of his left was a tree. "Ah, thank God. I trusted my instincts, otherwise I would have been destroyed." Naruto grinned at the thought of crashing into a tree at high speed. Lee stopped laughing suddenly. He stood up to clean himself. Pointing his finger at Naruto, he pouted, "It's not fair, Naruto-kun. When I first tried my new speed and I ended up crashing into a tree while you didn't." Naruto scratched his head shyly and said, "Hee hee. I'm sorry, Lee, but my instincts were yelling at me to avoid it." Facing Gai, he asked for an explanation. "Releasing the weights on your body that you have been using will make your body very light. In other words, your strength and speed, when the weights are released, increase dramatically because there is no burden holding you back. This is why I encourage you and Lee to use weights when training. Even though what you see is a weakness, when the weights are released, the body will experience an unfamiliar reaction. With your movements that even fight air pressure, your brain is not ready for that." Lifting his finger, Gai said, "This way you need to get your brain accustomed to balance your speed and new strength. That is what I will train you in this exercise." Naruto nodded in understanding. Feeling that he needed to do something for Team Number 9 Sensei, he bowed before Gai and said, "Thank you, Gai Sensei. I wouldn't have come this far without your help." Feeling the hand on his shoulder, he looked up and saw Gai raise his thumb and give a big smile. "Yash! Awaken the strength of your youth, my students!" Gai shouted suddenly, making Naruto blink in surprise. Well, sometimes things don't change. Flashback off. When recalling the teacher and his friends in Team Number 9, Naruto smiled broadly. "They are good people, my precious people." His self-reflection was disturbed when he heard footsteps. Looking to the left, he saw Sasuke and Sakura, who had just arrived. "Hello, Naruto," said Sakura, who received a nod from Naruto. "Dobe. Team." Sakura sighed resignedly. "Well, something's never change, right? So how's your training going with the Team Number 9? Team?" Naruto couldn't help smirking at the sweat that appeared on Sasuke's forehead. "Don't remind me, Dobe." Flashback on. "Gai-sensei, I brought a new friend. He wants to join us after seeing how effective your training is for me. I am after training with you after all," Naruto said while introducing Sasuke beside him. In front of them were Gai-sensei, Lee, Niji, and Tenten, who had just come to the training ground. "Yash, how youthful of you, Naruto-kun, to invite your friends to fan their flames of youth," shouted Gai. Then he turned to Naruto's friend, who bowed and said, "I am Uchiha Sasuke. Gai-sensei, Please train me. Raise your head, young man, Guy ordered Sasuke, which he obeyed without any questions asked. Why do you want to practice with us? He asked in a serious tone this time. I. Holding his hand with his eyes closed, Sasuke growled a few seconds, then let out his breath. He was holding in all this time. I want to be stronger, Guy-sensei. I have found my new family and I live to protect them. Also, when I meet him, I will get some answers. He whispered at the end. He has changed, Naruto thought as he saw a rival beside him. He recalled that, at a time, Kakashi had advised him to prove him wrong. What do you think about Sasuke? Do you think breaking the friendship will make you stronger? Have you ever thought for a moment why your good brother suddenly turned out like that? Guy remained silent for a few seconds. Of course, he knew about the Uchiha incident. Everyone did. Showing a thumb and giving a broad smile, he shouted, Yash, that's a very youthful reason to become stronger, Sasuke-kun. He turned to his other students. Welcome Sasuke-kun to our training. So today, to initiate his training, we are going to start with our warm-up with 25 laps around Konoha. Start. Hearing the warm-up routine, Sasuke's face lost its color. The expression on Sasuke's face was worth every pain Naruto had induced training with Guy's team. Naruto would never let him live it down. Flashback off. Hee, every time I remember your expression. It never bores me, team. Naruto grinned. Shut up, Dobe, Sasuke said, gritting his teeth. Seeing that their sensei and client hadn't arrived yet, Naruto crossed his arms, closed his eyes, and leaned against the pillar supporting the huge gates that separated Konoha from the forest surrounding it. Thank you, Naruto, you have made team number 7 better than before. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't be the strong, Sakura thought as she looked at the blonde. A few minutes later, Kakashi appeared along with Tazuna, who was carrying a bag on his back. Seeing that everything was all right, Kakashi said, Is everyone ready? Seeing the nods he received, he said, Let's go. Team number 7 passed the village gates for Rai first time, blissfully unaware of the ups and downs they will face in this seemingly simple C-rank mission. Team number 7 headed towards the wave country in the diamond formation, which had Naruto on the point, with Sakura and Sasuke on either side of their client, and Kakashi rearing the back. A few minutes into the journey and Sakura broke the ice. So, Tazuna-san, does the wave country not have ninja? It was Kakashi who answered her. No, Sakura, every country is not always a military village like the 5 major villages. Sometimes, Naruto tuned out of the ongoing conversation in favor of a puddle that had miraculously appeared on their route. The leaves of the trees have dust settled on them, nor is the surrounding soil moist, neither has it rained for weeks, which leads me to one conclusion. This is not a natural puddle. This is probably a genjutsu, thought Naruto. Naruto glanced at Kakashi, who was casually reading a book, but if one observed his posture closely, they could see he was also preparing for a fight. Kakashi-sensei knows too. Probably he wants to see it play out, he thought. Making a ram seal secretly, Naruto thought Kai, and felt himself becoming much lighter. With the little mastery Naruto had over the art of sealing, he could deactivate the weight seal any time. Acting as if he didn't realize anything, the blonde walked on. Seconds later, Naruto's hunch was proved right. As 2 people jumped out of the puddle, they threw a barbed chain towards Kakashi and wrapped it around him and tightened it. The result was Kakashi's broken body with blood gushing. 1 down, 3 to G-. Before the man could complete his sentence, he was forced to vomit because of the blow that blonde landed on him. URG, I don't even see him move, the attacker thought with wide eyes. Sasuke and Sakura, protect Tazuna-san, Naruto shouted as he prepared to fight. Realizing that his brother had been beaten, the other man ran toward the blonde with a wave of anger. What did you do to Gozu and Ai-san, you damn tree hugger? Pulling his hand back, he swung the chain towards Naruto, who just ducked to avoid it. Seeing the opportunity, Naruto did a sliding tackle to the back that made Gozu's brother fall on his ass. blocking and holding the chain with his right hand coated with chakra that was swung by the recovered Gozu. Naruto pulled it with all his might to bring Gozu flying towards him. Swinging his left hand back, the blonde struck a blow into Gozu's stomach with all his might. Bum! The sound of a small boom made everyone cringed when they saw Gozu's body fly a few meters back and only stopped when it hit the tree behind him. Blood came gushing out of his mouth and his eyes rolled behind the sign of unconsciousness taking him. Anaki shouted Gozu's brother, who was down on his ass. Pulling his chains, he tried to stand up when he felt a hand hitting the back of his neck, successfully sending him to the dream world. "Good job, Sasuke team," said Naruto, seeing Sasuke with his hands up, indicating that he had caused Gozu's brother to faint. "Talk to yourself, dope." Naruto ignored Sasuke's words and focused more on the two men who had attacked his team. Gozu and Mizu, two ex-Chunin rogue ninjas from Kirigakure, also known as the Demon Brothers. He muttered lowly, remembering the faces of two men who matched the descriptions from the bingo book. His contemplation was interrupted when he heard applause and they saw Kakashi emerge from behind the tree unscathed. "Good work, Naruto and Sasuke. Let's see who they want." Turning to the nervous Tazuna, he asked for an explanation. "Can you explain to us why they were after you from the beginning, Tazuna-san?" Team number 7 had heard Tazuna's story. It turned out that the Wave Country was being sucked dry of all its resources. The economy was in ruins, as was the hope of the inhabitants. The Wave Country's economy depended solely on the shipping business, but since Gato bought all the businesses and created a monopoly in a trade, there was no one to oppose him. He had terrorized the citizens with his thug army, which was the reason why they could not ask for shinobi from other villages. Even after pooling all their money, all they could afford was a low-cost C-rank mission, which would at most give them fresh genin. Kakashi faced his students and asked seriously, "Are you sure you want to continue this mission? Gozu and Mizu are ex-Chunin, which means this mission is automatically promoted to a B rank. The next enemy is very likely to be on the same level as me, a Jounin." Naruto nodded, with his eyes full of determination. "We can't leave Wave Country on its fate, Sensei. They need us, and I won't turn away from those who need my help." Kakashi saw Sasuke and Sakura nodding in agreement with the blonde's words. Sighing, he said, "Okay, but as long as I see us in danger, I will immediately abort this mission." "Hi, Sensei." Tazuna, who heard that, immediately thanked them repeatedly, while crying tears of joy. A few minutes later, Team number 7 and their client, Tazuna, were seen riding a boat bound for the Wave Country. Seeing the magnificent bridge above them, Naruto and others could not help but feel amazed. They marveled at the magnificent structure built before them. The bridge in front of them was colossal in size, with extraordinary length and width. Tazuna saw their expressions. With a proud tone he said, "That is the bridge I am making, the only hope of the Wave Country. And you are here to defend it from Gato while I finish it. Once it's done, Wave's trade and business will bloom." Naruto nodded in understanding. Team number 7 and their client reached the edge of the island. Their feet touched the ground. After a few seconds of walking, Naruto saw a mass of grass swaying. Trusting his instinct, he threw a kunai in the direction. Moving to check what had he attacked, he ran and found a scared white rabbit with the kunai an inch away from it. "Naruto, what are you doing?" exclaimed Sakura. "White rabbit, a species that is generally not found here. This means that this animal was bred not from here but from an unfamiliar place." Kawarimi. Kakashi's eyes widened in realization and he suddenly shouted, "Everyone duck," as he forced Tazuna to the ground. Naruto immediately lay down. Sasuke and Sakura also did so before a large sword cut through space their heads were a moment before. As suddenly as the huge cleaving sword had appeared, a huge muscular-built man now appeared standing on the sword, which was now stuck on a tree. He was shirtless and had bandages wrapped around his face. He was also sporting black baggy pants. "Ho-ho, the copycat ninja, Kakashi Hatake. No wonder the Demon Brothers failed," said the new man. Pointing at Tazuna, he continued, Hand over the old builder and we shall part our paths. Analyzing the enemy, in front of him, a single drop of sweat rolled down Naruto's forehead, down his earlobe, and crossed down his neck and slid down his spine. Tall and muscular, bandaged face, big sword, Momochi Zabuza, an ex-Jounin rogue ninja, earned the nickname of the Demon of the Bloody Mist, and a part of the previous generation of 7 swordsmen from Kirigakure, Naruto thought, swallowing his saliva nervously. Kakashi raised his Sharingan and stared at the man who had just arrived, Zabuza Momochi. Sorry, but I can't just hand him over to you. Everyone protect Tazuna-san. He shouted at his students who nodded and formed a circle around Tazuna to protect him. Hee, so that's your decision. Prepare yourself for death. Without waiting for a cue, Zabuza jumped from the tree, grabbing his sword. With least of effort, he slashed his sword downwards, with the intent to cleave Kakashi into 2. With an equally effortless strike, the attack was blocked with Kakashi's kunai. Clang, clang, clang. During the fight between Kakashi and Zabuza, Naruto trembled, conflicted with himself, his thoughts not helping at all. Naruto POV. Will I have to fight them too? A Jounin, a member of the 7 swordsmen of Most? One who earned the nickname Demon? Or should I run away? Never engage an enemy who is far stronger than you. Retreat, prepare a battle plan. I quoted from a book I had read near the end of my thoughts, trying to reason with myself. Will I have to kill him? Am I even ready to claim my first kill? In the world of shinobi, there is no such thing as a fair fight. It is kill or be killed. This is the harsh reality of our world. I thought bitterly, quoting another line from the same book. The atmosphere changed drastically in a few minutes. The air got thicker, almost choking. Killing intent from both the A-rank ninjas was suffocating. Clenching my fist, I closed my eyes, trying to think what Gigi would do in my current situation. I thought about Guy-sensei and team number 9, my teammates Sakura and Sasuke. I opened my eyes, filled with determination. They were my precious people. I couldn't spit on their legacy, their beliefs. I couldn't let innocence suffer because I was unsure of my capabilities. I wouldn't allow one person to make others' lives miserable just because he wishes to. I will protect the wave country. That was the moment I realized why shinobi kill. We kill so that innocents are kept out of harm's way. We kill so that there aren't more people like Gato out there. We kill because we have the power to make a difference, a change. We kill to protect. With my mind prepared, I took a deep breath to calm my nerves and to prepare my body for a battle. I took a sweep of the battlefield, only to see Kakashi-sensei trapped inside a water ball that was hovering with the no-brow freak standing beside it with his hand outstretched. Knowing what I had to do, I made a hand sign. END Naruto POV. When Kakashi was trapped inside Zabuza's water prison no jutsu, he told his team to flee, abandoning him. But because of the massive killing intent being released by the Kiri swordsman, team number 7 just stood frozen. Gritting their teeth at their glaring weakness, Sakura and Sasuke were surprised when heard their other teammate shout, "Suetun, Mizurappa." Looking to the side, they saw the blonde cupping his right hand under his mouth, and water came gushing out of his mouth like a jet at high speed towards Zabuza. Seeing the water being launched at him, Zabuza gritted his teeth and jumped to avoid the jet of water, which forced him to release Kakashi from his captivity. Kakashi didn't waste the opportunity knocking at his door, and immediately jumped to his feet and moved out the water body to his student's side. "Good job, Naruto," he commended the young blonde. The blonde remained silent for a few seconds, staring straight into Zabuza's eyes. Staring into his adversary's eyes, he said, "Kakashi-sensei, please allow me to fight him. I know I am sounding arrogant and childish, but as a Kenjutsu user, I want to measure myself against a worthy foe. I need to see my progress, how far I have reached." Naruto pleaded, still gazing straight. Kakashi couldn't bring himself to deny his student's request, not after seeing the same gaze once his sensei had. Sighing, he said, "All right, but one lethal blow and you're out. Got that? And I am still backing you." Naruto nodded and turned his attention to the real Zabuza. Do you think a kid like you is a ninja? Growled Zabuza, taking the blonde wish to fight him like an insult. He continued, you are kids, who don't know the true meaning of being a shinobi. A true ninja is one who has killed, who knows how fickle life is. One clean slash and that's it. True ninjas are those who have seen the horror in their enemy's eyes. Who know WH-. Naruto ignored his words and dashed forward as soon as Kakashi permitted him. Running on the water, he ran towards the self-proclaimed demon and drew his sword. Naruto's running on water? Sasuke and Sakura were surprised to see their teammates do something extraordinary. They hadn't known Naruto knew how to do that. Bringing his sword in a downward slash, he tried to slice Zabuza from above, which blocked by the Kiri demon with his large sword. Boy, do you want to die? Challenging a member of the 7 swordsmen of Kirigakure in swordplay is suicide. I thought the Sharingan monkey taught you better than that. With that, Zabuza overpowered the young swordsman and kicked him, which made him fly back. All right, if you want to die that badly, be my guest, Zabuza said with mirth. Naruto made one Kagebunshin who caught him midair and propelled him back towards Zabuza. He then tried to slash the elder swordsman from the right, with the intent to cleave him in half, which was avoided by Zabuza by ducking. The rogue Jounin did a reverse slash, to which Naruto reacted by jumping back. Naruto then channeled little chakra to his feet and jumped back at Zabuza. His sword extended outwards, aiming at the Kiri swordsman's face. Zabuza ducked to the right when Naruto chuckle caught his attention. Got ya! Futon, Rapusho, one of Naruto's clones, who was hidden until now, made several hand seals before clapping his hands together and launching a compressed storm. With the position of a straight line between the clone, its creator, and Zabuza, the clone steered to his left, as to not hit the original. But Zabuza wasn't so fortunate. What? Zabuza thought with his eyes widened to see a compressed storm heading towards his head. Lifting up his large sword and using it as a shield, he managed to hold himself but had to retreat several meters as a result. Seeing Zabuza still stunned, Naruto wasted no chance. He deactivated the seals in both arms and legs and sped forward. Blur. That's all Sakura saw when she saw 2 swordsmen, engaged in a lethal yet graceful dance. Kakashi and Sasuke both had their Sharingan active to keep up with the fight. They could clearly see Naruto aiming at Zabuza's lungs but failing inevitably when Zabuza kicked him away. Naruto again tried to stab his heart, which once again was blocked by Zabuza. And all this happened in less than 1 second. Boy, you're not too bad yourself, but learn to know your place, Zabuza shouted near the end, barely avoiding a slash aimed at his heart. Honor's all mine, Demon-san. No matter how much I want to beat you up, being praised by one of the 7 swordsmen of the mist is a privilege, Naruto replied, blocking another blow from the large sword. Impressive strength, boy, you could block my sword without being pushed back. Only Kisame could make such a claim earlier, but I guess your name is also added to the list. Zabuza continued, but unfortunately for you, that's not enough. You're just an amateur, but being an amateur you could fight toe-to-toe with Kiri swordsmen. You'll go far, kid. But this is your first Kenjutsu fight, isn't it? Let me give you lessons, so that you don't lose to anyone other than this demon of mist. First lesson, be vigilant. And with that, Zabuza pulled a Naruto trick, having his water clone attack the young boy at the same time, trying to remove his head from his shoulders. Naruto switched places with a Kagebunshin he had kept hidden until now. Naruto then jumped back into the fight, first dispelling the water clone, and then aiming a kick at Zabuza's family jewels. Avoiding the hit by bending, Zabuza feinted an attack at Naruto's face, and just as he ducked, Zabuza slashed his sword with the intent to finish him off for once and for all. Shocked by this turn of events, Naruto replaced himself with a leaf that was lying a few meters away, but still, he couldn't prevent his shoulder from being hit by the large sword. Had Kakashi not had his Sharingan active, he would have already jumped into the fray a number of times. Seeing the number of close calls, Kakashi had himself ready to jump into the battle any moment. Trying to keep his distance, Naruto jumped back and held his bleeding shoulder. Breathing heavily, the blonde made a hand gesture telling his team behind, "Don't interrupt." Facing Zabuza, who had now kept his sword on his shoulder, Naruto thought, "So this is how it feels to fight other Kenjutsu users. In addition to that, he is also a former member of the Seven Swordsmen of Kirigakure. I commend you for keeping up with me for so long, but you are a novice. You are prone to novice mistakes." He pointed his large sword towards the young blonde and said, "Lesson 2, experience." Naruto grimaced but accepted the reality. Making a few hand seals, the blonde shouted, "Raitun, Jibashi." He then slammed his hand down, as an electric current spread from Naruto's hand towards Zabuza. Using water as a medium to make your lightning faster. Clever but predictable, sniffed Zabuza while jumping back. Lesson 3, Ninjutsu. Prepare yourself, brat. Zabuza started a long series of hand seals. Naruto wasted no time. He made one clone beside him. He tried the collaborative jutsu he was experimenting on. Making dozens of required hand seals, he shouted along with his clone. Suetun, Suryuden no Jutsu. Raitun, Raryuden no Jutsu. Two elemental dragons, lightning and water, appeared before Naruto, who knelt panting after pulling off his technique. While the fate of the clones was not as fortunate, they dispersed suddenly after releasing the two dragons. I'm still learning the manipulation of the water and lightning element. I think I put too much chakra for both techniques, he thought weakly. Oh shit, Zabuza murmured while launching his own water dragon. Futon, Suetun, and Raitun. Naruto, you're amazing. To think that a genin can use 3 different elements, Kakashi thought in surprise. 2 elemental dragons shot forward and merged into one, making the water dragon reinforced with lightning, and they collided against Zabuza's water dragon. Bum! A large explosion erupted at the scene. Saying Zabuza was a little shocked would be saying Suna has a little sand. He watched in awe as the water lightning dragon pierced through his water dragon. Having no time to dodge, he tried to put his large sword in front of him. In vain, Zabuza, Naruto thought as he saw his jutsu easily penetrate through Zabuza's fickle defense. Each elemental dragon is at least B rank. If the 2 elements blend together, it is very possible that it will be ranked as an A. Just as Naruto foretold, the elemental dragons pushed Zabuza to the river bank, through trees, and exploded in the middle of the forest, creating lightning bombs that crept over everywhere. Bum! Naruto's jutsu ended up creating a huge crater of radius 15 meters, and the area around it had been razed to dust. Naruto, Sasuke thought with clenched teeth, seething as he watched his teammate do something extraordinary. Again. Seeing that his jutsu was now finally finished with its effects, Naruto took a deep breath, stood up, and ran over to the crater. Arriving there, he saw a badly bruised Zabuza, twitching and convulsing at short intervals. The effect of the electric current, strengthened by water, is good, very good indeed. My gamble paid off, so everything's well. Seeing Zabuza's fingers twitch, he continued, I'm surprised he is still alive. Well, maybe because his water dragon weakened my water lightning dragon a little. Raising his sword above his head, Naruto said, Goodbye, Zabuza. It was an honor fighting you. And with that, he was ready to swing his sword when suddenly 2 senbons stuck Zabuza's neck, making him go limp instantly. A minute later, a ninja wearing a mask with the symbol of Kirigakure shined at the location. Hunter Nin, Naruto thought to himself. The ninja who had just arrived said, Thank you for weakening this rogue ninja, Konoha-san. I need to take him back to our village. Without waiting for the blonde's answer, the masked shinobi rook Zabuza and shined away. Ha ha ha. Naruto, who was exhausted, sat on the ground for a moment, as the adrenaline rush subsided. So this is how it feels like, fighting in the real world, he muttered as he stood up, cleaning his clothes, and walked to where his team was. Reaching his team, he could not resist the urge to scratch the back of his head. seeing the surprised faces of Sasuke and Sakura. All the while, Kakashi smiled proudly. "Wow, you were amazing, Naruto," said Sakura. "Hn, we need to have a rematch sometime later, dobe." "Hehe, that's for later, team. But, are you all okay?" Naruto asked, worry lacing his voice. "You really have grown, Naruto," thought Kakashi, looking at the blonde. Kakashi looked at Tazuna and spoke. "Tazuna-san, are we even near your house yet?" Tazuna nodded, as he said, Yes, we're almost there. Follow me, it's a 20-minute walk from here." They walked in silence, each of them busy in their own thoughts. Kakashi was suspicious of the masked ninja's behavior who took Zabuza's body, while Sasuke and Sakura were still thinking about the strength of their teammate. Naruto's thoughts were completely different from his team. He looked around the state Wave was left in. The place reeked of despair, disloyalty, hunger. He knew how bad those emotions were. He knew it firsthand. No one knew how many times he wished he could just die. How many times he didn't eat for days, just so that he could die in peace. How many veins he had cut, just to die. How many times he had jumped from atop the Yandame's head, to finally end it all. But the Fleabag in him didn't let him. Always brought him back from the death's door. Looking around, he could see the same eyes he once possessed. The same dead look. The same hopeless hope. Seeing this, he gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. "Whatever happens, I will complete this mission. These people are entitled to a better life," he thought. "For that, I must become stronger. Gato, I'll chase you wherever you are and make sure karma catches up to you." In Tazuna's house. After meeting with the Tsunami, Tazuna's daughter, Team Number 7 were shown their rooms. Team Number 7, except Kakashi, who was resting in the room, were helping Tsunami with dinner. When everyone is eating quietly, suddenly Inari, Tsunami's son, broke the silence and yelled at Team Number 7. "Why do you keep trying? It will be in vain. Gato will kill all of you." Everyone was quiet. Naruto, who rubbed his mouth after eating, stood up and started with a low voice. "Then what should we do? Hide and run from a jerk who took over your country? Who is torturing the people of your country every day? You are not the only one who has lost someone you cared about. You at least have something to remember them by. You have loving family who care about you and love you wholeheartedly. Get out of your house. See how other children younger than you are living." Near the end, Naruto ended up shouting. At once all the bad memories, all that despair, that loneliness, those experiences hit him with full force. At least you have a family to love you. Cherish them. You never know when they'll be taken from you to never return. Appreciate their efforts to make you feel better. You at least know their faces. Know that they love you with all they have. He was speaking in a low voice. He then faced Inari again. This time Naruto's eyes had lost their shine. "When you stop crying, you'll know how much your family is sacrificing for the sake of your country. And I will die before I flee from this country without freeing you all from that Gato's rule. Because when we stop trying, we stop living. We're no better than a corpse by then." Calming himself, Naruto then proceeded to walk out of the house. At the doorway, he tilted his head and said, "Tell Kakashi-sensei that I am outside, should he need me." "What was that, Naruto? He is a child. He shouldn't have those eyes," asked Tsunami in disbelief. She thought to herself, Konoha is no better than other shinobi villages. In the forest. Damn that little brat. He doesn't know anything about life, and says his life is all about suffering. Naruto thought, angrily hitting a tree with all his strength that destroyed the tree into splinters. How dare he say that to me, the Jinchuriki/human sacrifice. He won't last a day in my life. Naruto moved to another tree and hit it again and again, but without any strength behind his strikes until the tree shook uncontrollably and collapsed. The blonde tried to take a deep breath to calm himself. Looking around, he counted at least 8 other trees that had met the same fate in his hands. "Well, maybe I am overreacting. After all, he's just a kid," he muttered. "Ah." The blonde fell on his ass, as he tried to recall his battle with Zabuza. Actually, I wasn't too bad. I did fare well against him. At least until I was tricked by his fake movements. It's true what Zabuza said, that I lack experience. Recalling his mission, he thought, maybe now is the right time to look for information about this jerk Gato. Wow, it sounds nice. Naruto smirked and created an all-too-familiar hand seal. Puffs. 3 clones appeared beside him. He mentally ordered the clones to try to infiltrate the enemy's hideout and try to get any data. Without saying anything, the clones immediately scattered to carry out their mission. Finally, exhaustion caught up to him, having no intention of returning so soon. The blonde lied against a tree, closed his eyes, and drifted into the sweet embrace of sleep. Naruto did not know how long he had slept, but he tried to open his eyes after feeling the delicate hands that gently shook his shoulders. Forcing himself to sit up straight, Naruto found himself staring straight into the eyes of an angel. Am I dead? Wait, I didn't think I would end up in heaven. Hey, wake up! Don't sleep here, whispered the pale-skinned girl with black hair. Damn sure it's heaven. I mean, she is much more beautiful than any girl I have known. Naruto muttered lowly, not realizing that he had spoken the words instead of thinking them to himself. In contrast to Naruto, the girl was very much aware and alert. She could not help herself but blush. Why are you sleeping here? Seeing Konoha's Heidi 8 on his head. Ninja-san. Naruto pinched himself discreetly before speaking. Huh? Oh, nothing. I was too tired yesterday to go back. Haku smiled softly. Oh, you shouldn't do something like that, your teammates must be worried. By the way, I'm Haku. My pleasure to make your acquaintance, Haku-san. I'm Uzumaki Naruto, a genin from Konohagakure, Naruto said, extending his hand. Haku smiled as she took his hand and gave it a firm but friendly shake. Pleasure's mine, Naruto-san. If you are a ninja, it means you are strong, right, Naruto-san? Hee, not really, but I am on my way there. But why do you ask, Haku-san? Naruto gave her his infectious foxy grin. Naruto's words made Haku solemn. She gave a sad smile. I believe when someone has a precious person, the desire to protect them and keep them happy can make one very strong. Naruto pensively absorbed the sentence on which the will of fire was based on, the sentence on which he had based his life until now. He nodded and smiled at Haku. That's right, Haku-san. I agree with you. The desire to protect a valuable person can make someone exponentially strong. And Haku tells of his childhood, how he was found by Zabuza. He was trained and became his tool. We've had almost the same life, Haku-san. People trying to destroy what they don't understand. Naruto thought, remembering his own past, the hatred and ignorance he had to endure. Seeing Haku holding a bucket with a few leaves in it, he asked, So what are you looking for, Haku-san? Oh, I'm looking for herbal leaves to heal someone's wounds, Haku said while showing the contents of the bucket. Can I help you? Naruto asked with his usual cheekiness. As you wish, Naruto-san. And then they collected herbal leaves together. A few minutes later, when Haku's bucket was almost full, she stood up and leaned towards Naruto, whispering, Thank you for helping me, Naruto-san. Just as she turned around and was about to step away, she was stunned by Naruto's next words. Why, Haku-san? Why do you work for a person like Zabuza? Naruto's low murmur caught her off guard. Jumping back, she took out her kunai and prepared to fight. How do you know? Haku asked in surprise. Even though I am not a censor, but I can feel the similarities between you and the hunter Nin who took Zabuza. In addition to that, the fact that you're collecting herbs to heal someone, you weren't even concentrating on the leaves you were plucking, it indicates that you have been doing it for a long time. And one more fact sold you out. You shouldn't narrate your life story to someone, you went with the flow, and ended up revealing much more than you intended to. There are other facts the Senbon Zabuza was hit with, they affected an important region. They affected the blood flow so that we couldn't sense any pulse, effectively putting him in a death-like state. You're the hunter Nin, aren't ya? Why are you doing it? Haku's eyes softened. You won't understand, Naruto-san. Zabuza-sama is everything to me. She turned around and said, Goodbye, Naruto-san. If we had met in different circumstances, I'm sure we could have been friends. Smiling sadly, Naruto said, See you, Haku-san. And next time you are disguising yourself, be sure to switch your weapons to something other than Senbon. Haku couldn't help but chuckle. Even though he knows I am an enemy, he is giving me tips. You're a unique one, Uzumaki Naruto. Watching as Haku's back became less distinguishable, the blonde turned away. Just as he took the first step towards his team, a memory from one of his clones hit him. Standing still for a second, he processed the information, and then sped towards Tezuna's house. I have to tell Kakashi-sensei immediately. Looking up and seeing that the sun was setting, he ran to their client's house. Entering the house, Naruto was greeted with the view of the Tezuna and his family having breakfast, hinting at Sasuke and Sakura to follow him. They entered Kakashi's room. Kakashi-sensei, how's your condition? Asked a worried Naruto as he entered the room. He pulled the nearest chair and sat next to Kakashi. Sasuke and Sakura also doing the same. Kakashi opened his eyes slowly and looked at his students. I'm fine. Just a little chakra fatigue from activating the Sharingan continuously. Before saying anything, Naruto made a few hand seals and slammed his hand on the ground. The walls of the room glowed for a few seconds before it was normal again. Seeing the questioning gaze of his teammates, he simply answered, a silencing seal. Kakashi-sensei, I need to tell you something. Earlier I created several clones to infiltrate Gato's hiding place. Turns out that when we will be fighting Zabuza, he intends to attack us all with his thug army. If we end up killing Zabuza, good enough. If not, he will kill both of us. Since we'll be already exhausted after fighting among ourselves, he will have an easier time. In other words, he will be breaking his contract with Zabuza, so we'll be fighting over nothing. Naruto took a breath before continuing. After eliminating us, the immediate threats, he will build the bridge for himself to increase his business. In short, he'll be killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Silence reigned the room for a few moments when Sakura asked in a resigned tone, Does that mean Zabuza is still Dash? Seeing her teammate and sensei nod, she didn't need to continue. Kakashi-sensei, I have a plan that will benefit both parties. Naruto spoke again. We can inform Zabuza of Jerk Gato's plans and wait for him and his cronies to show up. And when he does, we beat the shit out of him together with Zabuza. We did not fight Zabuza needlessly. Kakashi was silent for a few moments. Actually, it's a good idea, Naruto. However, as a ninja, we have to expect the worst. What if Zabuza doesn't want to accept our proposal? Then we will have to fight seriously. Do you understand? Seeing his students nodding, he added, If we see Zabuza's condition, chances are he will need a week to recover. In the meantime, I will train you as hard as possible. Understood. Okay, so now scram. I need to rest. Next morning, on the tallest tree of the island, one could see a bright yellow mop of hair dancing freely in the wind, while the sole heir of the Uzumaki clan meditated, sitting calmly on the tree. This time he wasn't meditating to manage the information influx he receives from his clones, rather to calm himself and to think about things. Naruto had a lot in his mind lately. One of the most important stuff he has been thinking about, his first kill. I have to be ready for my first kill. This is the ninja world, kill or be killed. Cannot waver now. I will kill, not to enjoy, but to protect. In the many shinobi strategy books he had read, research showed that 90% of ninja experience tremendous emotional shock when they take their first life. Except for serial killers and psychopaths, they're a different story. As a human, it is normal to feel guilt and regret for taking something you can't give. When more if you later come to know they were innocent. That guilt eats one from inside until what remains is just a hollow shell of their former self. As long as one feels sorry for his actions and strengthen his mind that it is the best decision, it is a sign of a normal and strong shinobi. What did you expect from a world where 5-year-olds are taught how to slit throats so that one dies as painfully and as fast as possible? You can run very fast, become a war messenger. You can plan very well, you're a battle strategist. What do you expect, living in a ninja world? Build infrastructure? Become a sports athlete? No. All those are the reserved work of ordinary citizens. Ninjas have their hands enveloped in blood. That's their way of life. It is indeed a bitter truth. What is it to be a successful ninja? As long as there are evil ninjas, someone has to eliminate them. As long as there are others who torture innocent people, there will be others who will kill them. A ninja must always be able to control his emotions well. A ninja must be able to distinguish precisely when it is time to be angry, cry, calm, etc. A ninja must be able to withstand a heavy burden, both mentally and physically. As long as one dons the village hideate in his body, he must get ready to forget the happy life. A ninja must sacrifice so that those who have no strength can live better. Naruto always remembered this ninja philosophy, which he had read in the book True Shinobi by Tobirama Senju, second Hokage. His reverie was stopped by the screams of his teammates who were about to start the second chakra control exercise, water walking. Naruto, do you want to join us? Sakura shouted from below. Naruto shook his head and he shouted, Sorry, Sakura. I have something to do, moreover. I already know the exercise. Sakura now remembered how Naruto was running and fighting on water against Zabuza. Nodding to Naruto, she went on to try to complete the exercise. A week, huh? Will I be able to pull it off? Sighing, he again muttered, Well, I don't have a choice, I need to. Or else, I'll die the next time I meet a stronger opponent. Making a clone and telling him to inform Kakashi-sensei about what he was going to do, Naruto bit his finger drawing blood and made a few hand seals. Wild boar monkey ram, Naruto said as he slammed his hand down. Kuchios no jutsu. Puffs. A cloud of smoke erupted at Naruto's place. When the smoke dispersed, the space was vacant of the blonde Uzumaki. Where has our favorite blonde gone? Will he be back? In an unknown place. There darkness all around, not a speck of light. Crows cawed, as the hisses of multiple snakes echoed on the clearing as snakes littered the area. But even them, there was something that glistened in the dark. A slimy texture slithered over itself, continuously coiling and uncoiling itself. All of a sudden, there was a small puff of smoke near one end of the slimy long object. The sudden intrusion had piqued the interest of the colossal being that had been pacing around the expanse. This short, sudden flare of light was reflected by a dark, slimy body. In places, its body had mud clinging from the swamp half its body was lying in. The smoke dispersed to reveal a very known mop of blonde locks. Where am I? Trying to compose himself, Naruto steadied himself, being shaken after whatever happened with him. That was when he felt something slimy rubbing against his hands. Paying attention to his surroundings, he could hear numerous hissing sounds coming from all around him. He slowly turned around when he shocked to his core. Behind him was a huge, almost double the size of Gamabunta reptile. It was coiled and its head was hovering high over the blonde. Its red eyes stared through Naruto's very soul. Even though Naruto had not seen its eyes, he could feel the gaze of the snake. Naruto froze in shock, while the beast's dark red two long tongues hissed at him, moving closer and farther. That was all he could see. The darkness in the area allowed him to see only so much, unseen to Naruto. Half of the creature's body was lying in the swamp surrounding the ground he was standing on. What are you? Naruto stammered out, even though he knew that shinobi must remain calm under any circumstances and not panic. But experiencing something so astounding for the first time and not getting nervous was something only a few people could pull off. Namely Danzo's best route. Still staring into his very soul, the beast's voice boomed. Ho-ho Ninjen, it's been a long time since I have met one of your kind. I had almost forgotten how tiny you beings were. I doubt how many years it has been, no? Maybe it's been decades since I last met your kind. Naruto made a ram seal and a small flame appeared from his index finger. Now he could see his surroundings clearer. He looked up to see the coiled form of the colossal snake. He could see the swamp surrounding them and the black mud clinging to the slimy body of the being. Black soil, black leaves, swamps? Naruto thought, looking around. Naruto then looked up to see the creature he was in the presence of. His eyes threatened to pop out of their sockets on shock. The creature in front of him was colossal, so high he could not guess the actual size. Its head was hovering at least 100 meters over Naruto and the width of its body was on a minimum of 10 meters. Thick dark green scales covered its body with two long horns protruding out of his head, and a deep red long tongue that kept coming out and in of his mouth hissing at the blonde. Holy shit, such a thing exists, Naruto thought in a mix of amazement and fear. Who are you? Naruto asked cautiously. After all, it is not every day that someone finds themselves in front of so giant beings. Well, it is Uzumaki Naruto we're talking about. Anything is possible for him. The creature in front of him hissed, and somehow this time the hiss made sense. Ningen, you and your kind are always the same. Always hostile, always cautious. As for me, I have many nicknames. The Water Lord, Sea Splitter, Summoning Monster, and Ancient Reptile King. I am the mighty Amethyst, the creature answered in a thunderous voice. Now that you have made it in here, I wonder who you might be. My name is Uzumaki Naruto and I am the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi. The creature narrowed its eyes for a moment, before it again burst into a fit of hisses. If Naruto had to guess, he'd say the creature, Amethyst, was laughing, but he couldn't be sure. While laughing, or that was what Naruto thought the being was doing, its tail started hitting the ground repeatedly. This simple movement caused the wind to blow and the ground to shake uncontrollably, which made the blonde lose his ground and his fell on his ass. Ha 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 ha! A Jinchuriki, huh, what a surprise! How does it feel, sealed, stupid fox? Ha 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 ha! How many centuries have passed since our last battle? Huh? Arrogant fox! Naruto's eyes widened and he staggered back an inch. Oh, you fought with the Kyuubi? Naruto shouted, pointing his finger at the creature in front of him. Of course, that arrogant fox thinks of himself as the strongest creature in all regions. Air, earth, and water. Let's just say he didn't conquer everything because I kicked his butt when he wanted to take over my territory, the Reptile King said with cold gusts of wind blowing out of his mouth. Naruto gasped in disbelief. This monster fought with the Kyuubi one-on-one and was still alive to tell the tale. Hell, he even won the battle. Just how strong was the creature in front of him? Unknown to Naruto, deep inside the seal, red eyes with vertical irises opened, growling, "Cage, Amethyst, you reptile bastard." After a few seconds, Amethyst stopped laughing and asked Naruto, "So boy, what are you doing here? Don't tell me you are trying to summon an animal without signing a contract first." Seeing the blonde nod, Amethyst let out a tired sigh. Ningen and their ignorance, he murmured. "Listen boy, if you want to sign an animal contract with my kind, the Snake Clan, I will be happy to help you, but it's a pity, now I can't do it." Naruto then asked in a serious tone, "Why do you want to help me?" "The fact that you made it here is enough for me. You know, when someone uses a summoning technique without having a summoning contract, that person will automatically be teleported to the animal's realm in accordance with their nature. So since you were transported here, you must be unpredictable/cunning. You wish to be the strongest and the best there is, right?" Seeing that the boy in front of him nod, with eyes widened in disbelief, he continued, "Because my nature and character are the same as you. Therefore you were transported here and not to other animal realms." Another example, if someone has a proud, power-thirsty, and bloodthirsty nature, then it is very likely that the person will be transported to a wild beast realm, most likely a lion, tiger, or hyena. Then he asked the blonde, "Boy, do you know why there aren't many ninja with summon contracts out there?" Naruto shook his head. That's because it's not an easy task be a summoner. Our summoner is our representative in the human realm. Now, if a summoner summons us in a battle he can't win, and no one wants a power-hungry stupid summoner. Which is the reason why every clan has a specific test to check the virtue, drive, and desire of their prospective summoner. And if one can't pass the specified test or the animal clan feels he is useless, then the result is death. He whispered the last word while looking dead into the blonde's eyes. Naruto shivered in fear, seeing the monster in front of him put all of his attention on him. After several intense seconds, Amethyst turned his head and let out a tired sigh. To be honest, boy, I need your help. Naruto quickly asked, How can I help you, Amethyst-sama? Lowering his tail, he lowered his head, leaning against that part of his body, just like humans put their hands under their chin to rest their head on. Do you know who Manda is? Or Orochimaru? Naruto nodded. Orochimaru is a rogue ninja from Konoha, S-rank, and Manda is the snake boss, the head the snake summons. The creature snorted, making Naruto's entire body cold with the wind that suddenly blew out of the snake's mouth, and muttered, Snake boss my ass, turned his attention to the blonde and continued. This story began 15 years ago. At that time, I was the only king of the whole reptile species. I was adored by my kind and feared by outsiders. I was both a protector and a destroyer. I have lived for centuries, but all those years I haven't spent idle. I too made enemies, some from outside the summoning realm, some from the other clans, and some from my clan. During the long years of my reign, many times certain forces tried to forcefully retire me, to have me pass on to the afterlife, but none succeeded. In the end, it were my own blood and flesh that decided to betray me and succeeded. The massive reptile continued. I was the strongest reptile in existence. As such, I had powerful allies and enemies alike. There had been numerous attempts that I die in an accident, but their plans never got successful until that day. Manda was the only one who gave me some kind of competition, other than the tailed beasts, of course, but even then he was nowhere any of the bijus in power, not even Shu the Ichibi. And I was someone who had fought Taikubi on an equal footing. He always lost in the matches he challenged me to, but hadn't known he keep a grudge, nor did I know about his ulterior motive. Amethyst growled near the end. I still remember the day when I, the mightiest creature to ever exist, the one who could challenge bijus, was reduced to this. He spoke the last word with as much disdain in his voice as he could muster. I was told that there was to be an interclan meeting among the clan bosses to discuss the relations with each other and with you humans. I had departed for the location a day earlier than the scheduled day. But before I reached the location, I was ambushed by that damn Manda and his allies. He had that accursed Orochimaru with him and another redhead. Both of them were wearing black cloaks with red cloud motifs. Alone Manda could never even dream of defeating me, but with the Seal Master Orochimaru had with him, things were different. I was distracted by Orochimaru and Manda when the third one pulled out a scroll. The being looked on Naruto before saying, almost of your size if not bigger, and did dozens if not hundreds of hand seals, and large chains came out of the scroll and pulled me into it. I don't know where they were taking me, but before we reached there, the scroll malfunctioned because of my chakra and my size. The scroll self-destructed, leaving me here. I don't even know which realm I am in. But if the time here is same as in your world, it would be almost 2 decades since I came here. And if it is according to the summoning realm, almost a decade and a half. And if the time cycle here is totally different than there, I don't know. In a jest, Manda betrayed me and would have probably taken over the clan, separated all species, or probably killed them all off, just as he wanted. Or he would have told my personal followers some cooked-up story of how the other clans called me into a trap, AMD killed me, or something along the same lines. Amethyst completed his tale. Naruto, who was silent during the story, suddenly had his eyes widen in surprise. And Amethyst didn't notice because to him, Naruto was but a speck of dust. Red hair and ceiling, Uzumaki. Means there are other Uzumakis still alive, he thought happily. Wait, killing other species? Where did that come from? Naruto's mind rebooted. Oh, I didn't mention it, did I? Well, under me, all reptiles had untied to become one clan. But Manda didn't like that. He felt they were beneath us, snakes, and wanted them to be exiled, but I rejected his ideas. They gave our clan versatility. Amethyst explained. Ah, so if I kill Manda and Orochimaru, will you be able to become the boss again? Amethyst moved his head vertically. Naruto took that as affirmative. I will be happy to make you the summoner of a new snake clan. I heard that Orochimaru only made our type look bad in the eyes of the world. He growled. Wait, you said you were cut off from the world. Then how do you know that? Naruto again asked. You sure are observant. You see these little hatchlings crawling all over me. That was when Naruto noticed the tiny snakes. If Amethyst was a galaxy, then those snakes were planets, if not natural satellites of the said planets. They bring me news from the world. Actually, they don't, but how do I say? Yes, they have dual bodies. The normal snakes you see in the human realm are in sync with these little ones here. And before you say, why can't I tell my followers I am alive? Well, none of th been summoned by Orochimaru or the other summoner they have to your realm. And the normal snakes can't go into the summoning realm. Amethyst said again. Ahak, Naruto said, dragging it out while he looked around. He then ran over the marshes, circled the giant snake, analyzed something in front of him, and jumped on an old tree. He spoke seriously. That's right, I can't get out of here. As if there is an invisible barrier. Forgive me, Amethyst-sama. With my current Fuinjutsu ability, this seal is too complex. I can't even translate it. Forget about breaking it. Take your time, boy. Let me know if you decide to kill Manda and Orochimaru. I'm sure my people will help you. Give me your hand, Naruto obeyed. Straightening his left hand, he showed it to the creature in front of him, whose head came down and his double-forked tongue came out. Amethyst touched Naruto's left hand with one of the split tongue for a few seconds and released it. Naruto grimaced as he felt the hot chakra emitted by the monster in front of him. Pulling his left hand, the blonde had a look. The hand had something that looked like a tattoo, a circle with a snake inside. That is a temporary summoning contract. You can call my loyal snakes to help you. Sorry, boy, but you cannot call me forth before the two traitors die and this seal is completely broken. Narrowed Naruto said, Thank you for the trust given to me, Amethyst-sama. I promise I will not disappoint you. I know you won't, but the one inside you hates me. He'll do everything in his power to restrain you. Neither of you deserve this. I promise I will free you both one day. With that, the blonde puffed out the dimension. Puffs. You better keep your promise, brat. In the wave country, just as suddenly as the blonde had disappeared, he appeared back in the human realm, with a comparatively small puff of was about to brace himself for the landing when gravity pulled him. The cloud of smoke suddenly disappeared and Naruto got ready to land on the ground when gravity suddenly dragged him. Too shocked to do anything, the blonde fell into the water. Blurp. Appearing on the surface of water, Naruto looked around. He just realized that he was in the middle of the sea. You are bastard, you know that, Amethyst-sama, he shouted. Standing on the water, Naruto thought he heard someone or something that said, Ha ha ha, I haven't felt entertainment like this for a long time. Brat, you're really interesting. He looked around to see if there was anything which could lead him back to his team. Luckily, Tezuna's massive bridge helped him out then. In far north, he could see the massive structure, so he ran there to meet up with his team. The next day, team number 7, except Naruto, trained again. This time, Kakashi had recovered, so he didn't need to rest as much. Sakura had mastered water walking because her chakra reserves are not too large, which gave her more than average chakra control. While Sasuke still needed some practice. Estimating he would be able to do it in 2 days, Kakashi turned his attention to the lone female of the team. Kakashi-sensei, why isn't Naruto training with us? Waving his hand, Kakashi casually replied, Don't worry about Naruto, Sakura. You have seen what he is capable of, right? Sakura nodded. But it's still hard to believe that Naruto, who was the dead last in the academy, could be this strong in such a short time. Do you know Kage Bunshin no Jutsu? Seeing him nod, Kakashi continued. Let's say he has his own way to train. That is all I'll say. Wait, how can Kage Bunshin to make someone strong? Sakura's eyes widened and she said in disbelief, to practice. But Taju Kage Bunshin no Jutsu does not become a kinjutsu without a reason. To make 20 shadow clones require at least as much chakra as much as an elite jounin. How does Naruto have that much chakra? Naruto is a special case, Sakura. If you want to know more, better ask him in person. Clapping his hands, Kakashi said. Okay, now it's time to practice. Do you know a move that can even blossom? In the forest. Naruto walked around looking for a wide and quiet place for what he was going to do next. Satisfied with his current place, the blonde called forth as much chakra as he used in a B-rank. He then bit his finger, did a hand seal, and slammed his hand down. Kuchios no Jutsu. Puffs. A large snake, the size of the Hokage Tower with light green-colored scales and 2 horns on his head, suddenly appeared in a huge puff of smoke. Who are you, human? How do you summon me? He asked in a deep voice. Naruto had a hunch that the snake was a young one, as he was nowhere the size of amethyst. Naruto showed it the tattoo on his left hand, making the snake's eyes widen. No way! Manda-sama and the elders said that Amethyst-chan was dead. The snake hissed in disbelief. Naruto raised his eyebrows and asked, Ji-chan? Is Amethyst-sama your grandfather? The snake nodded to the blonde's question. I don't know what your name is, human, but the mark you have got on your hand is enough proof that you have at least met him, as it can only be given by him. Naruto sat down and told the snake everything that had happened when he met Amethyst. A few minutes later, the snake nodded at the blonde and hissed, Hard to believe, but I will trust you, Naruto. You need to know that me and other supporters of Ji-chan at this time, that the majority of the snake clans are still hiding, waiting for the right moment to take over the present throne. The elders and Manda have insulted our clan and Orochimaru. Saying the last name with hatred made Naruto wonder what happened to both of them. He sacrificed my brothers without a care. He was a disgrace to the Snake Clan. Facing Naruto, he nodded. My name is Basilisk. Nice to meet you, Naruto. Naruto smiled and the basilisk disappeared in a cloud of smoke. Feeling he had enough information, the blonde walked towards his team. First Zabuza, who I can't defeat in pure swordplay, he thought bitterly. The second is one of the 3 Sannin Orochimaru. I have 5 more days. I must become stronger no matter what happens, he thought as he walked deeper into the forest. Stopping near a large tree with a small river flowing beside him, Naruto made a hand seal crossed and muttered, Taju Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Puffs. Hundreds of clones appeared in the area. I want you to be divided into 6 groups this time. The first group focuses on burning leaves to ash, while the second group completes the leaf shrink exercise. The third group perfects the exercise to wet the leaves to the cell. The fourth group completes the exercise to make leaves into the ground, and the fifth group will split the leaves with chakra. And the last group will study and practice the Uzumaki Fuinjutsu scrolls, okay? Without words, the clones immediately dispersed and carried out their respective duties. The original Naruto did not wait to see the clones scattered about their respective duties. Activating his weight seal and adding it to 5 kilograms every day as Gai-sensei suggested, he got ready to sprint, run across the ocean and around the Wave Country Island. -5 days later. All right, everyone ready? Kakashi asked all his students who were preparing for the upcoming battle. Seeing them nod, he continued, Naruto, leave 2 clones here, just in case something happens. Seeing Naruto create 2 clones, who went in the house and concealed themselves, Kakashi nodded to himself and resumed, All right, now let's go. And with that, the shinobi group headed out with their client towards the bridge, where the eventual confrontation with Zabuza awaited them. On the bridge, When team number 7 and their client arrived at the bridge, they found that themselves unable to look past the dense mist that covered the whole bridge. "We're late," whispered Tazuna. "Not yet, Databeo." Doing some hand seals, Naruto cupped his right hand and shouted, "Futon de Tapa." A strong gust of wind emerged from the blonde's mouth that dissipated the fog. As the mist receded, the view on the bridge made itself known. Several carpenters were lying unconscious with their bodies scattered with cuts. "They are already here," the Uzumaki heir thought to himself. Coming to a kayak decision, Naruto made several shadow clones and transported them to a safe place. "Ho-ho, Kakashi and the blonde hair. Let's start with our second round." "Huh, Blondie," said a sudden voice from the end of the bridge. Looking up to the source of the sound, team number 7 saw Zabuza and the fake Hunter Nin, still donning the Hunter Nin attire. Kakashi and Naruto to face off against Zabuza, leaving Sasuke and Sakura to deal with the masked Hunter Nin. Before Zabuza could attack, Kakashi spoke up. "Wait, Zabuza, we need tell you the truth. Gato plans to betray you after fighting with us. He plans to attack with his cronies after we have tired each other out or preferably killed one of the groups. He will come to finish things, killing 3 birds with 1 stone. We don't need to fight seriously, just pretend to fight. Stalling until he appears, we can save our strength to fight him together," said Naruto, trying to resolve the situation before it got heated. Zabuza stopped running, put a large sword on his shoulder. He snorted, "Heh, do you have proof of what you said, Kakashi? Even if it's true, I can't stop now. Killing a client? That will ruin my reputation. And by the who doesn't want to measure himself against the Hatake Kakashi of the Sharingan. Let's fight." Kakashi sighed and murmured, "I knew it would turn out like this." Naruto gritted his teeth and tried to calm down. "But yeah, if you want to stall, I can do that. Let me have a rematch with the blonde brat." He then pointed his sword towards Naruto. "I, the wielder of the Kubikirabocho, decapitating carving knife/executioner's blade, challenge you to a sword duel," the demon of the mist said. "No ninjutsu, no taijutsu, no genjutsu, only pure kenjutsu." Kakashi's eyes widened. Before Naruto could speak for himself, Kakashi spoke up. "I don't allow this. He is my student. I won't allow him to fight in this duel." "Mama Kakashi, you're such a spoilsport. I will not kill the boy. Is that acceptable?" "I want your word, as a member of the 7 Swordsmen of Mist," Kakashi countered. "I swear on my honor as a member of the 7 Swordsmen of Mist, that I won't kill." Zabuza stopped mid-sentence and quirked his non-existent eyebrows at Kakashi. "Uzumaki Naruto," Kakashi chimed in. "I won't kill Uzumaki Naruto." Kakashi breathed a sigh of relief and nodded to Naruto and murmured in his ears, "Same conditions as before." Naruto then unsealed his sword and came up to Zabuza. "Maiming is fair game, Kakashi." Zabuza chuckled out. Naruto turned to Kakashi and saw him frowning slightly, but then he again nodded, giving permission to continue. "Isn't this a good opportunity to prove your kenjutsu, Naruto?" Kakashi gave the boy an eye smile. "Kakashi-sensei," muttered the blonde while looking at his sensei. Nodding, he held his sword on a firm grip and ran towards Zabuza. "Are you looking down on me, boy? Take off your weights and we will fight seriously," Zabuza said while avoiding a slash aimed at his chest. Seeing the blonde's eyes in front of him widen, he snorted. "Do you think I'm stupid? I didn't know? I clearly felt the change in your speed and strength, multiplied after you released your weights." Naruto jumped back. Holding his hand seal with a ram sign, he muttered, "Kai." The seals on both hands and feet glowed a little and then disappeared. The blonde felt his body become very light. Cracking his fist to the side slowly with a creak, he shouted, "Prepare yourself, Zabuza." Zabuza entered his stance and snorted, "Heh, as if you can dash." His words were interrupted when he suddenly instinctively raised his sword up, automatically blocking Naruto's swing. Widening his eyes, He thought in disbelief. What is this? How did he change so quickly in a week? Trusting his lifelong instincts honed throughout his shinobi career, Zabuza jumped back to avoid the side slash from Naruto. Boy, how did you get dash? So fast? Cut Naruto. Entering his stance, he said, You will not believe me, Zabuza, but the weights I had were almost 1,500 kilograms. You did a mistake thinking you could take me on. What do you think I have done for the past 5 days? Let me tell you, I strengthened my body by running every day around the sea and Wave Island dozens of times. Well, even though I always fainted after doing it, he muttered at the end. Zabuza found it hard to believe the blonde words in front of him. Such training, even in the shinobi world, is extreme and suicide. Tightening the grip of his sword, he said, That's impossible, boy. If you did that, then you wouldn't have been here now. Ever heard the name Mado Dai? Asked Kakashi from afar. Zabuza took a step back. Who are you? Kakashi spoke up for Naruto. Student of the one and only Hatake Kakashi, the one who copied 1,000 jutsus. He who trains with the green beast of Konoha, Mado Gai. Yes, Zabuza, Mado Dai's sacrifice wasn't in vain. He had died fighting for his son. You are fighting the #1 unpredictable ninja of Konoha, Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto laughed and said quietly, That's not all, Zabuza. I am also the one who hosts the greatest demon to have ever walked in the elemental nations. Zabuza had a double take. He hadn't realized just who he had been fighting. Heh! Konoha isn't the strongest village for no reason. If they're Jinchuriki, while only 16 years old like this dash. Actually, I'm still 13 years old, Zabuza. Seeing the shocked look on Zabuza's face, Kakashi again spoke. I think you didn't hear his name properly, Zabuza. He is Uzumaki Naruto. Zabuza took a step back and then he broke into a mad laugh. You don't know how much you have raised the stakes, Naruto. There was a reason your clan was feared. Make sure you make yourself feared as much as they, if not more. Get ready, Uzumaki. Naruto's gave a small smirk as he said, Let's start the actual Kenjutsu match. With Sasuke and Sakura. Please surrender, Konoha-san. I don't want to hurt you, cried a soft voice. Sasuke snorted, entering his stance. He ordered the pink-haired girl beside him. Activate it, Sakura. Sakura nodded and started to do some hand seals. Sasuke pulled a kunai and prepared to move forward. Megan, Kokoni Arezu no Jutsu, shouted Sakura, as she unleashed one the Jianjutsu Kurenai had taught her. Sasuke wasted no time. Seeing that his teammate had done her job, he ran forward with a kunai in his hand. Cutting from the top right down, which was blocked by Hunter Nin with kunai made of ice. Trying to kick with his left foot, which was again avoided by his enemy. Sasuke made a quick slash towards the enemy. Splash. Blood came out from where Sasuke's kunai collided with his enemy's body. Puffs. And he became a tree trunk. Kawarimi? When, widening his eyes, Sasuke jumped at the right moment when his enemy threw some shuriken made of ice. Impressive, Konoha-san, but sorry, such a weak genjutsu won't be able to stop me. I have memorized this area carefully before we fought to avoid a situation like this. Sakura gritted her teeth in annoyance. Trying to stay calm, she shouted at Sasuke. Sasuke-kun, is time for Plan B. Seeing him nod, Sakura didn't waste time and immediately did a few hand seals. Megan Niju Kokoni Arani no Jutsu, completing the seal of her hand. Sakura immediately panted with some sweat appearing on her forehead. This style requires great concentration. I must be able to activate it at the right time, she thought. Sasuke, seeing that Sakura had completed the hand seals required for the jutsu, he took the shuriken from his pouch and threw it at his enemy. Shuriken Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, one shuriken became dozens with Hunter Nin, who was avoiding, blocking, jumping, and doing whatever he could to not turn into a cactus. Seeing Sakura's nod, Sasuke activated his Sharingan, 2 tomo in each eye, and ran forward. Engaging the Hunter Nin in front of him in taijutsu, Sasuke threw a right punch, which was blocked by the masked Nin. Kicking his left foot, Sasuke aimed at his adversary's midsection. But the hit never landed as the hunter Nin ducked. Sasuke improvised at the moment. He pulled up his leg and threw it down with all his body weight on it. But the hunter Nin was smarter and much more aware of his surroundings. He jumped to Sasuke's left. The hunter Nin threw a shuriken which was used to his advantage by Sasuke. The young Uchiha propelled himself midair, kicking away the shuriken. In an instant he was at the hunter Nin's right, landing a hit on the right section of his midsection. Crack. Sasuke's kick to the right waist of the hunter Nin, which made him fly to the side. Holding the fractured right side of one or two bones with his right hand, he said, "Impossible. How could I get kicked even though I've blocked it in the appropriate place?" Except, saw his eyes widened. Sakura nodded to herself. The technique that I just used not only changed our current territory, but also changed this region, forests, houses, and the area around us as far as I could see. This is a double illusion, which means that even if he realized it, he would not be able to avoid it. Except if he could release both of them first. Hunter Nin slowly stood up, her right hand making one hand seal that made two members of team number 7 widen in surprise. Sensatsu Shueisho. He launched hundreds of small needles made of ice. Sasuke did a hand seal and cupped his hand in his mouth. Ketan. Gukaku no Jutsu manipulated the fire element into a wall of fire. Sasuke's jutsu made hundreds of ice needles boil when they collided with it, unable to penetrate the fire wall. Seeing that his jutsu was nullified, Haku made another hand seal. Hijitsu. Makyu Hyosho. Dozens of ice mirrors suddenly formed surrounding Sasuke and Sakura, who couldn't respond in time. Sasuke gritted his teeth. He did several hand seals and launched a large fireball at one of the ice mirrors. Hunter Nin shook his head at the actions of the black-haired ninja. In vain, Konoha-san. This wall ice is even stronger than iron. Your jutsus won't be able to penetrate it. As if to prove his words, Sasuke's fireball dispersed at that moment, revealing the pristine mirrors. Preparing a few senbon between his fingers, he said goodbye and threw them down on the team number 7 members. On the bridge. Clang, clang, clang. The sound here and there between the two swordsmen made Kakashi a little unnerved. Even with the active Sharingan, he had difficulty seeing the serious fight between Zabuza and his student. Naruto, you are truly extraordinary. But of course Zabuza is a former member of the 7 Swordsmen Kirigakure. He thought to himself. Kakashi watched as Zabuza continued to be on the offensive. Zabuza slashed at the blonde from the top, which was blocked by the blonde. Kicking the blonde, Zabuza made a false move to slash from the left side, which was blocked by Naruto. Zabuza tried to push his sword with more strength, but he could not do it. I can't think that Naruto is this strong. I'm really grateful that I recommended him to Guy, Kakashi thought, seeing his young student keeping the demon of the mist on his toes. The match continued for several minutes with hundreds of movements, ranging from avoided slashes, stabbing blocked, etc. A few minutes later, a small sweat began to appear on Zabuza's forehead and he began feeling fatigue for the first time. Damn, I haven't trained my body in a long time. Against Jinchuriki, I can't hope to win in endurance, he thought as he blocked the blonde's sword slash, which made him retreat a few centimeters. And what is this crazy power? He's like Kisame, he thought, shocked. Naruto, who saw Zabuza's movements getting slower, tried to something new by stabbing Zabuza's front, which blocked by Zabuza, as he thought. Trying to kick with the right foot, avoided by jumping to the side. Naruto made a circular motion and tried to slash from the side, which was again blocked by Zabuza's large sword. Pulling his sword and making a slash from above that would be ready to be blocked by Zabuza if not Naruto changed his movements, with Zabuza's hand raised up indicating that he was ready to block the blonde's slash. Naruto made his maximum speed and stabbed his sword forward and slash. Blood was pouring from Zabuza's left shoulder, which made him loosen the grip on his sword. Naruto made a continuous slash on the right, left side of Zabuza, whose movements were really starting to slow down. With blood flowing freely from his left shoulder, Zabuza no longer fought with his maximum strength. A few seconds later, there was the sound of someone clapping from the end of the bridge. Hee, let's see here. The demon from Kirigakure was defeated by a small kid, ha ha ha, said the short man in a hat wearing a shiny suit, black pants, and carrying a stick. Behind him were dozens of bandits carrying their respective weapons. Gato, why are you here? Growled Zabuza, who was holding his left shoulder, which was bleeding profusely while panting. On his knees, stomach, and calves there are shallow incisions where the blonde had cut him. Oh, you know Zabuza, clearing up the business, ha ha ha. Why would I hire you, an expensive ninja, when I could get dozens of bandits at the same price? Taunted Gato. Well, this guy doesn't know the difference between a ninja and a bandit, thought the blonde in a sweat drop. Brat, Kakashi, you guys were right. Let us stop this fight. But yeah, Brat, you're no more an amateur. I, the wielder of the Kubikirabocho, declare you, Uzumaki Naruto, a full-fledged swordsman. Seeing the two nod, he shouted, Haku, come here. Hunter Nin suddenly beside him by doing shunshin. The mask covering his face was missing, showing a young girl with several cuts on the cheeks and temples. Haku took a deep breath before he saw Zabuza's wound. Seeing Zabuza's left shoulder wound that looked like a sword slash, he immediately approached his master. Zabuza-sama, what happened to you? He exclaimed as he pulled out a bandage from his bag and covered Zabuza's wound. That blonde boy, Zabuza said, between his panting breaths. Haku then looked at Naruto with disbelief. Naruto-san, I knew you were strong, but you managed to defeat Zabuza-sama, a member of the 7 swordsmen of Kirigakure, in a pure kenjutsu battle. We will stop our battle with the Konoha ninja. Gato has betrayed us? Zabuza exclaimed, stopping Haku's focus as he saw Naruto scratching the back of his head. It's nothing, Haku-san. Zabuza's skill is still above me. My advantage that he doesn't have my strength and speed. But still, murmured Haku, who now saw Naruto in a new light. Sasuke, carrying an unconscious Sakura on his shoulder, landed beside Kakashi panting. He had received various minor injuries due to the incision of sharp objects on the cheeks, ears, left hand, and lower calf. As for Sakura, well, she fainted due to chakra fatigue, reported Sasuke to Kakashi, who saw Sakura. Kakashi nodded and turned his attention in front of him. Gato looked in front of him and he frowned slightly. He understood that his plan had not succeeded, seeing Zabuza and his students still alive. But he grinned at his bleeding shoulder. Well, at least the Konoha ninja has hurt him, he thought, looking at the blonde. Seeing that all his targets had gathered in front of him, he shouted, Attack! Dozens of bandits attacked at the behest of Gato, some whom had scythes, swords, and any weapons they could carry. Before they could step away, suddenly an arrow stuck in front of the bandit group. Turning their heads up, they saw a group of villagers with makeshift equipment such as pots, axes, knives, etc. at the end of the bridge, led by a small child who shouted, Get out of here, and don't dare show up here ever again. The wave will no longer stay subservient to a man like you. This incident made Naruto smile. He just got input information from his 2 clones who destroyed 2 bandits while guarding Tezuna's house, as there was an attack a few minutes ago. Inari, Kaiza will be proud of you, he thought as he watched the little black-haired boy continue to shout at the bandits in front of him. Ha 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 ha. What can you do, little boy? And look behind you, they are old people, exclaimed one of the bandits, while the other roared in agreement. They did not want to waste their time attacking those who would later serve as their slaves. Zabuza tried to stand up, but Haku restrained him. Please rest, Zabuza-sama. Your wound can get infected, pleaded a worried Haku. Yes, Zabuza. Please use your time to rest. I'll take care of this mess, Naruto said, looking at his sensei. He finally stepped forward. What is it this time? A blonde boy who thinks of himself as a hero? Taunted one of the bandits. Naruto ignored his words. I'd better test how effective I am with this element. Taking a deep breath, he did dozens of hand seals that ended in 6 seconds. Katan, Goryuka no Jutsu, cupped his hand in front of his mouth. Naruto made 3 dragon head flames which were directly flown to the enemies with moderate speed. Gato and the bandits trembled in fear at the sight of 3 dragon head flames like they want to maul all of them. They fled, but in fact they did not have enough time because Naruto's jutsu scorched them to ashes shortly after touching. 3 dragon head flames passed the end of the bridge, burning the trees on the road, scorching rocks and starting to shrink when crashing into a small river that creates steam. Puffs. Smoke, rather thick effect arises from mixing fire with water that made everyone close their eyes. Even from Naruto and friends' position, they could feel the heat created by Blonde's jutsu. Using Shunshin to the impacted place, Kakashi wanted to check if the jutsu launched was controlled. He sighed in relief after seeing that no flames were appeared. All of them were gone. Looking to the left, he could see the silhouette of Team Number 7, Zabuza and his students, and those very small wave states. He can't get goosebumps. This distance reaches 2 kilometers. Minato-sensei Kushina-san, you have created a monster. He thought as a shiver ran down his spine. On the bridge, Naruto, who was kneeling gasping exhaustedly, looked up to the front where the effect of his move hit. He was sweating down after seeing the impact of his jutsu. I knew this was a bad idea. Using a jutsu and a high rank of that of my weakest element makes me tired quickly. I still can't control it, this element drains too much of my chakra, he thought. As expected, with hundreds of clones he used for training since 5 days ago. Now he was 3/4 way of mastering the wind element, 1/2 way for the other elements except the fire element, which is still 1/4 way of training burning leaves with chakra. Raising his head, he turned his head to see his Uchiha teammate. Dobe, how can you use fire instead of your main element is wind? And what jutsu was that? Sasuke chattered, which was ignored by the blonde. Looking at Zabuza and Haku, he couldn't grin. Their faces were both pale like a ghost after seeing the damage caused by his style. Boy, I really can't count how many times you surprised me, Zabuza murmured softly. Haku only nodded in agreement with his master. Naruto and Ai-san, shouted a child along with the villagers who approached Team Number 7. Hello Inari, I'm all right. As long as you don't give up, anything can happen. The hero is always there. Naruto smiled as he ruffled Inari's hair, who was nodding with sparkling eyes. Thank you for helping us, Naruto-sama, shouted some villagers with their heads down, their legs trembling after seeing the abilities of the ninja in front of them. Same? It's nothing. Please don't look down, hee, Naruto said, still lying, as he tired after long fighting with both Zabuza and Jokato's cronies. A few days later, after discussing it with the others, Team Number 7 agreed to give control of all Gato companies to the Wave Country. They took Gato's money, which he had kept locked in a number of safes, and distributed them among the Wave inhabitants, taking a small percentage as the mission fee and giving another small part to Zabuza and Haku, who wanted to return to Kirigakure. Kakashi, Sakura, Sasuke, and Naruto bid farewell to Tazuna, Tsunami, villagers, and Inari, who cried seeing his idol leave. Team Number 7 returned to the village to report a successful mission. A few days later, so let me get this straight, this simple C-rank mission turned into A-rank because you fought with Satan's brother, Momochi Zabuza, and his student. Naruto used an A-rank jutsu and saved the Wave Country. Gato's former company was taken over by the residents of the Wave Nation, along with almost all the money. The remaining small amount of money was given to Zabuza and his students as they returned to Kirigakure. Am I right, Kakashi? Seeing the Jounin in front of him nod, Hiruzen couldn't help but massage his temples. I'm too old for this nonsense, he grumbled. But Hokage-sama, Kakishin continued, I'm also surprised to see the development of Naruto. How could Kagebunshin be made such an excellent training tool? And if it was known, then why wasn't this used earlier for training? Lighting a pipe, the old Sarutobi inhaled, and exhaled made a fog filling the room, but ignored by Kakashi. Hiruzen then answered, Kage Bunshin is a B-rank forbidden jutsu made by Tobarama-sensei. Normal ninjas under Jounin's rank are prohibited from using this jutsu because it requires a lot of chakra to make one clone. Even Jounin is restricted from using it for more than 7. Normal people who think like normal, it is certainly not possible to use this style of training, even to make this jutsu as an exercise to be unthinkable by anyone. The large-scale version, Taju Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, is for only a shinobi with a minimum of Kage-level chakra reserves using it. Even it will make them tired quickly. Especially special people like Jinchuriki, Kisame with the nickname of the tailless bijou, Uzumaki, and Hashirama-sensei could maximize this jutsu if they know the secret. In fact, no one in history has used this style in such an intense tempo as Naruto. By having the strongest bijou in his stomach, a descendant of Uzumaki who were close relative of the Senju. He is endowed with unlimited potential and he is practicing to maximize that potential. Kakashi, he looked into Kakashi's eyes as Hiruzen said, maybe we will see a real monster in the future. Kakashi shuddered, nodded. He said, thank you for your time, Hokage-sama, and left Hiruzen with his thoughts. The third Hokage looked at Minato's portrait and thought sadly, Minato, if you were still alive, you would be proud to see your child. How was it? Give some thoughts in the comments section. Okay, it's time to answer the comments. Kelsier Dane, it may be true, but I need a strong foundation first before adjusting the canon with my own story. Thanks. Chunky Funky Monkey, I want to maximize Naruto potential here, therefore at least he can do is basic shinobi skills and kenjutsu is an exception. Thanks. The next day, Kakashi had given his team a few days off after their first C-rank mission, which turned into an A-rank in no time. After not having the luxury of resting at his house for several days, the first thing Naruto did was, he fell on his bed headfirst. I'm so tired. This is what happens when you try to pull off a jutsu you haven't had the time to test. That drained me of almost all my chakra. I knew it was a bad idea, but I wanted to try it too. I better not use that jutsu anytime soon. First of all, I need to master that element before I do a stunt like this again. He murmured as he stared into the vastness of the ceiling in his room. Unbeknownst to others, the fire jutsu that Naruto used before was in the Jounin section. It was a completely unorthodox for him, trying uncompleted jutsu directly in the real life. What if instead of one dragon head flame, he created 3 of them? How would it affect the jutsu and the chakra cost? How much chakra control would it need? Now, the blonde had answers to those questions, but still, he was regretting it. Of course, the manipulation of nature to make the elements bend its knees was very difficult. Why else would it be taught only after making Chunin? Also, one of the requirements to become a Jounin is to master at least 2 elements. To think that a genin that hadn't been out of the academy for even 6 complete months had at least known to use all the elements was no less than amazing. Well, I wouldn't have come this far without Kage Bunshin, he thought. By making one shadow clone, someone can learn something doubled at one time. Imagine if that person made 500 shadow clones every day, what would happen? The person will feel that he has practiced for several years even though only one day has passed. It doesn't even count on the other abilities of this jutsu. If one of the clones dissolves, then not only the original Naruto gets the memory, but also the other shadow clones, which speed up any process many times. The reason shinobi don't use this jutsu is because only a few people know the secret of this jutsu, as told by Hiruzen to Kakashi in the previous chapter. The chakra cost to make one shadow clone is massive. After all, there was a reason why this jutsu became a forbidden jutsu. There is no such thing as exaggeration, as long as we live in this bloody shinobi world. I have to get as much as strength possible and as soon as possible to protect those who are precious to me. It's better to bathe in sweat from exhaustion when practicing than to bathe in blood and pain when in battle, thought the blonde, quoting from some of the books he read in the library. His favorite book being The True Shinobi, written by Tobarama Senju. The book describes the reality of the shinobi world in detail. When Naruto first read this book, he did not believe the truth. But after doing a little research by comparing the truth of the contents of the text with other books plus experiencing it himself in the real world, he was very grateful. In other words, the book True Shinobi Book has erased the naive nature of the blonde. Aware of the current condition, Naruto recalled what he was going to do today. He began to think about anything he might have missed. Mission and training with team number 7? Nope, today's off. Training with team number 9? That's scheduled for later in the afternoon. Sword training with Yugao-sensei? She's on a mission. Is there something I am missing? Nope, I don't think so. Okay, for today I need to first perfect the wind element, then finish the nature manipulation exercise of the elements fire, earth, lightning, and water. Wait, nature manipulation, scrolls, oh yes, Yuzu scrolls, from Mamoru-san's house at that time, need to be finished too with that. The young Uzumaki stood up from his bed and continued with his morning routine, before heading off to meet his old grandfather. In the Hokage office. Hey Gigi, said Blonde without knocking on the door as he entered the office. Oh Naruto, please sit down my child, said Hiruzen. Naruto came up and promptly dropped himself on the soft cushions. It just so happens that a few hours ago, ANBU got some information about the scrolls you got at Mamoru-san's warehouse, Naruto-kun. Directing all his attention to the Hokage he called grandfather, Naruto straightened up. Naruto Mamoru-san was a former Konoha ninja. He was an ambitious retired chunin who passed away some years ago. He was a genin in the Tobirama-sensei's era like me. I didn't know him because at that time we were preoccupied with the First Great Shinobi War. When Yuzushigakure was destroyed, he was deployed as reinforcement for the Yuzu village. He was separated from his team and he found that scroll which was floating in the river, took it, he brought it to the house, but at that time because he could not open it, he kept it in a warehouse and it would have remained there if you didn't take it. Naruto nodded and suddenly he remembered something. Oh yeah, I remember now Gigi. When we were going to do the mission at that time and meet the client first. The door opened and the brown-haired woman said that she was Mamoru-san's granddaughter. But she didn't say anything regarding the scroll. So now this scroll is mine? Asked a curious Naruto. Seeing Hiruzen nod, Naruto let out a sigh of relief. Of course Naruto, that is Kaizodano's last request to the remaining Uzumaki clan members, and you have the right to accept that. Naruto looked down sadly and nodded in understanding. Hiruzen suddenly remembered something. Oh yeah Naruto, there is someone who wants to meet you. Later around 10 near the hot springs. Who exactly is it, Gigi? You will know soon, said the old Sarutobi cryptically, as Jiraiya had asked him not to tell Naruto anything. Nodding, the blonde turned around and went out the door. Thank you, Gigi. Bye. Bye, Naruto. A few hours later, the blonde was currently walking towards the hot springs, where someone was to meet him. Bringing his hand up to his chin, he wondered about the mysterious visitor who would meet him in such a place. With a quick shrug of, I am about to know anyway, he continued his trek. In the hot springs, Naruto, who was waiting outside the hot springs for the last 5 minutes, heard someone giggling. This hee-hee will be the masterpiece hee-hee, spoke a man, which made the blonde turn his head up. He saw a tall man with long white spiky hair, wearing a green shirt kimono and matching pants, traditional Japanese geta sandals, and he was also carrying a large scroll on his back. Jiraiya, one of the 3 Sanins. Why am I not surprised he is just another pervert? Naruto's grunt suddenly turned into a devil smirk as he thought something. Hee-hee, time for a lesson, pervert. Doing a hand seal for 2 seconds, the blonde took a deep breath before exhaling all of it at once. Futon, Daitapa, wind release, great breakthrough. Since wind was the only element he had almost mastered, he could reduce the number of hand seals required for the jutsu. Large gusts of wind hit Jiraiya from behind, which made him slip forward into the female-exclusive hot spring. Ah! The screams of the women together with the sounds of slaps, kicks, and punches filled the area. Naruto also broke into hysterical laughter. He rolled on the ground while tears rolled down his whiskered cheeks. Ha 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 ha. The mad laugh of the blonde stopped when he heard an annoyed man question him. Stop that brat! Don't you know who I am? Naruto slowly stood up and dusted his clothes, looked at Jiraiya, and he snorted. That is the punishment for being a pervert, Jiraiya-san. Hearing this, the man now known as Jiraiya's jaw dropped. Now he couldn't execute his special introduction dance / whatever it was. You know me, that doesn't mean I do too, Jiraiya asked cryptically. Naruto, Uzumaki Naruto. So he is more mature than he looks. God, he is just a carbon copy of you. Minato? Jiraiya thought to himself while looking at Naruto. After intensive training, besides gaining a few centimeters, Naruto has also changed a bit in terms of appearance. He now wore the same attire he used on missions: gray shirt, long black pants, shinobi sandals, and fingerless gloves on both hands. But the most striking change is that his hair was a little longer. The front split bangs. Imagine his hair like Naruto Shippuden, only slightly shorter. So Naruto, I'm surprised that you can use an elemental jutsu with less than 5 hand seals. How did you do it? I almost mastered it, I guess. Naruto shrugged as if this wasn't a big deal. Jiraiya's eyes widened and he said in disbelief, You almost mastered wind at your age? You have split leaves in half using chakra? He asked with a hint of surprise. Naruto nodded. Split a waterfall? Seeing Naruto once again nod, Jiraiya again asked, But how come? If I am not wrong, you just graduated from the academy, right? Naruto raised a finger and said, Kage Bunshin. Jiraiya's eyes once again widened. Silence for a few seconds, then Jiraiya shook his head. You will leave Minato in the dust, brat. But I don't need to inflate your already bloated ego, do I? All right, brat, I admit it is not a normal feat, but it isn't too surprising too. After all, Kakashi came up with his original jutsu around your age. What is amazing is that you have piqued my interest. What I'll be teaching you, you will never find in any scrolls, nor can someone else teach them to you except me. This time Naruto's eyes widened. Will you train me? Jiraiya nodded with a quick, follow me. A few minutes later, the two stopped at a training ground on the edge of Konoha. It was a wide plain with lots of trees around it. There was also a huge waterfall not far from their position. In conclusion, it was a nice and peaceful training ground. All right, Naruto, I'll teach you something extraordinary. Taking off the large scroll on his back, Jiraiya opened it and put it in front of Naruto. Cut your finger a little and put it her dash. Is this a summon contract? Naruto chimed in suddenly, to which Jiraiya nodded. I'm sorry, Ero-sensei, but I already have one, Naruto exclaimed suddenly, which made Jiraiya raise a curious eyebrow. Not because of the nickname, but because of the last thing. Do you have one? What animal, kid? Snake. Jiraiya's eyes narrowed suspiciously, as he said seriously, Naruto, don't joke with me. There are only 2 people in this world who can summon them, and I doubt any of them will be willing to make you a sumo dash. Deciding that showing it straight was the best way, Naruto bit his thumb, let his blood bleed out, did a few hand seals and slammed his hand on the ground. Kuchios no Jutsu, summoning jutsu. Smoke covered the area for a few seconds and a black cobra double the size of the older man in the clearing appeared. Jiraiya, who was still ranting about how ridiculous the idea of the blonde being a snake summoner was, fell back on his ass in shock. Greetings, Naruto-sama. I have found out about you from Basilisk-sama. What can I do for you? The snake hissed just as he came. Oh, what is your name? Severus. Okay, Severus, I was just showing Ero-sensei there, while pointing at Jiraiya, that I already have a summon contract. The cobra snake hissed in understanding, turned to face Jiraiya. He hissed, Use mesmal like a frog, I don't like it, and don't steal our summoner, which made both Naruto and Jiraiya sweat drop. Well, that explains why I didn't jump in excitement when I told ya. Jiraiya slowly stood up while hinting at Naruto to disperse his partner, who in turn nodded to the reptile. Puffs. With that, Severus returned to his realm. Most people will kill each other to have a frog summoning contract, you know? Naruto shrugged his shoulders, which made Jiraiya let out a resigned sigh. Naruto, I have to say, in the short time I have met you, you have surprised me a lot. But with this, I won't be able to teach you the Toad Sage mode. You will have to find out for yourself with the snakes, he thought sadly. Clapping his hands to restore his confidence, Jiraiya said, Okay, so, next what we have is an extraordinary super amazing astounding jutsu. Now see. Jiraiya walked toward the tree, and just as he extended his hand outwards, thin strings of chakra appeared, shaping into a tight ball. The ball of chakra slammed into the tree, reducing it to twigs and splinters. Bum. Whoa. Jiraiya grinned at Naruto's reaction. That was amazing, compressing chakra into a ball of destruction. Naruto marveled at the fast disappearing mass of chakra in Jiraiya's hands. This is what is known as the Rasengan. It's the Yandame's original jutsu. He taught it to me, and I will teach it to you. Naruto nodded in understanding. Thank you, Ero-sensei. As if remembering something, Naruto suddenly took a small scroll in his pocket and gave it to Jiraiya, who took it with widened eyes. Can you help me with that later, Ero-sensei? I read in a bingo book that you are a Fuinjutsu expert. Where did you find this book, Naruto? It comes from a long-destroyed clan. Naruto sighed and explained everything to Jiraiya, who nodded in understanding. Okay, but you have to focus on Rasengan first because it's not easy. After mastering it, we can turn to Fuinjutsu, do you understand? Naruto nodded. He then made a familiar hand seal. Tajuu Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, multiple shadow clones jutsu. And this is the beginning of the training as well as the bond that was to form between the two. The days of being in the same place. The gentle breeze made the leaves in the trees sway, smooth and constant like there was no external interference with their movements. Near the vast land is a waterfall that casually hits dozens of tons of pressure, grinding countless of any objects through it into invisible ashes. But the serenity of the area was broken by a loud explosion. Bum. The explosion, not far from the waterfall, was heard. If we look closely, a tall man with white spiky hair is bending over, taking his hand off the ground with holes a few meters around the impact, straightening his body. This man then ran quickly and punched with his right hand to the opponent's head in front of him, who easily blocked and retaliated with a side blow. Knowing that he did not want what happened to him when he blocked again, this man ducked, turned, and tried to knock his opponent's leg, which turned out to jump a little up and do an axe kick from that position. Having no time to escape, this man brought his two hands that glowed blue up in the form of X. Automatically there was a collision between the two. Thinking that now was his chance, he pulled his right hand back and did an uppercut that hit the opponent's palm after positioning it under his chin. It turned out that his tactics were unsuccessful. His hand was gripped with all his might by his opponent, and this white-haired man was slammed in the opposite direction. Pulling a kunai and putting it on the neck of the toad Sannin made him swallow nervously. Good job, Naruto. I see your taijutsu is very good. Naruto pulled Jiraiya to stand on both feet. Well, I'm not that surprised, since you were trained by the greatest taijutsu user in Konoha of not the whole world, said Jiraiya flatly, which made Naruto rub the back of his head shyly. Hee, it's not that good. I know that you aren't even serious, Ero-sensei. The grinning Jiraiya was enough to answer his question. Trying to get some rest, the blonde wiped off the sweat from his forehead, then sat down and straightened his legs after the long spar. They had decided together to test the blonde one-on-one for physical combat and estimate his current level. Around the two of them were hundreds of identical people like the blonde sitting. Each of them held an ink brush and was scribbling something on paper, each of their faces scrunched up in concentration. Naruto decided that he would practice Fuinjutsu with Ero-sensei after their first meeting 2 weeks ago. Apparently, There was a very formidable reason as to why fuinjutsu experts throughout the world can be counted on the fingers, because this art is very difficult. Even for those who should have a talent for this art, one cannot do anything before perfecting their kanji strokes first. And that was what the blonde did day after day. With the originals practicing physically every day, hundreds of clones try to make their brushes as smooth and perfect as possible, because even widening misplaced 1 millimeter will make the results change. At best, the seal won't work and there'll be a tiny explosion. At worst, the whole village can get blown up. The memory of one of the clones suddenly entered the brain of the original Naruto and the other clones. Kyuubi Jinchuriki immediately stood up, cleaned his clothes, took an ink brush with white paper, and began like a painting movement in front of Jiraiya, who was watching with a critical eye. Very smooth. No scratches are out of place. Let me test how effective your work is. Place it on the ground. Naruto obeyed and jumped to the side to keep his distance. Jiraiya made several hand seals and several fire bullets coming out of his mouth. Katan, Enden, fire release, fire bullets. The fire bullets rushed towards the seal as it began to absorb the fire bullets greedily like there was no tomorrow. As the last fire bullet got absorbed, the seal glowed back one last time before the glow stopped. This was the first seal Naruto made for Jiraiya after perfecting his brush strokes. Fire absorption seal. As the name suggested, this seal functions by having a nearby fire element as a trigger. By modifying the writing in the seal, the user immediately activates the chakra as fuel and the seal does its job. Good job, boy. To be able to smooth your strokes to the point of no complications at all is less than a miracle. A person usually takes months just to perfect his calligraphy. Naruto just smiled and scratched the back of his fist, his hand gesturing to the clones around him. Oh yes, Kage Bunshin. What an amazing move there that you have, kid, Jiraiya murmured with a flat face. Looking up, the sun is in a high position above its head. Naruto suddenly said, "It's time for training with my team. See you later, Ero-sensei." Jiraiya returned the wave, not with as much enthusiasm as Naruto. Training Location 7. The first thing Naruto saw was the battered Sasuke, Kakashi by his side and full of Sakura's sweat. Oh, it turns out I was the last, he thought, seeing that everything was in place. He took a seat next to Sasuke. Okay, since everyone is here, I have an announcement to make. The Chunin exams will be held next week and I want to nominate all of you, but I'm not forcing you if you don't want to. This, Kakashi held up 3 sheets of paper, is the form needed to register. Fill it up and get to the academy at the given time and the given room. All other details are in the form. Any questions? Kakashi handed the papers to his students. All right, you all may leave. Johnny Kakashi-sensei, Sakura, team, said Naruto, who then immediately left the field. Sakura also bowed to her team and excised herself. See you later, Kakashi-sensei. Sasuke-kun, I have practice with Kurenai-sensei. Seeing that they were alone in the field, Kakashi faced Sasuke and continued their previous activities. So Sasuke, do you understand the next stage of the Sharingan? Sasuke looked down. Clenching his fist, he answered softly. To obtain the Manjikyu Sharingan, you must kill your closest friend. Do you actually believe that? Sasuke nodded. That's wrong, Sasuke, Kakashi said in an emotionless voice. The young Uchiha's head suddenly jerked as he turned to face his teacher. What? But that's what Itachi told me that night. Kakashi shook his head in disappointment. And you believed him? Don't you need to look for information about that? How could you trust him to give you the truth without any ulterior motives? Why does your love for your brother always your sense of logic? Why do you always wish to believe what he says? Sasuke gritted his teeth and he instantly cut the Hatake off. Don't dare say that. I hate him. I hate his existence. He launched himself at Kakashi, intent to burst open his head, which was dodged by the lazy pervert. He tried to kick into the same area only to fall back when Kakashi responded with a backhanded slap. Think about it, Sasuke. Try to come to your own conclusions. Don't believe anyone readily. Look underneath the underneath. Until then there won't be any training, said Kakashi, who then shined away from the arena. Rubbing his swollen cheeks, Sasuke walked home pondering over what he had learned today. The lightning element manipulation exercise he did this morning before they moved to the topic of the Sharingan. I'll ask the Hokage tomorrow, he thought. After all, who is more knowledgeable than the professor himself? Training ground #8. Sakura, remember what I said just now? The speaker paced back and forth as she spoke. The woman with long black hair and sparkling red eyes. She wore a red and white cross shirt. She was the infamous Yuhi Kurenai, Konoha's genjutsu expert. Hai-sensei, calm the body, regulate the flow of breath, and discard thoughts that are not useful, said the pink-haired girl who was currently seated cross-legged with her hands resting on her knees. Kurenai nodded in agreement, then raised her index finger and ring finger. How many fingers do you see, Sakura? Sakura felt the flow of foreign chakra entering her system. Taking a deep breath, she tried to regulate the flow of her chakra. A little push and Sakura felt her chakra flow back to normal. 2, sensei, answered the pink-haired girl. The genjutsu mistress allowed a small smile to grace her lips. At the meeting, they were in one of the unofficial training grounds, the forest on the borders of Konoha. The reddish-yellow hue of the sky and the long shadow gave an ethereal glow to the sunset, making it seem much more beautiful. All of her friends had progressed tremendously. They were no more the same delusional ninja to be. Sakura also wanted to become stronger, so that she isn't a burden on her teammates and comrades anymore. Since Kakashi was focusing on Sasuke and Naruto had found himself a teacher too, she was left alone to train. Kakashi had suggested her to find Yuhi Kurenai, Konoha's genjutsu expert. Initially, when she had approached her, Kurenai was reluctant to train the young kunoichi, since she already had a team to mentor. But a whole lot of begging and pleading, she did agree to teach the young pinkette on 2 conditions. First, that she stop dieting and take the career of a kunoichi seriously. And second, that she must train on her own too. As a teacher, she could only guide her. The hard work was all hers to do. Also, since Kurenai had a team to train, as well as Sakura had team to attend, so they only trained in the afternoons. The beginning of day at the Hokage office. The sun had just arisen atop the horizon. Konoha was jostling and bustling with its daily activities. Sarutobi Hiruzen, the Sandaime Hokage, the professor, and the grandfather of Konoha just entered his office and took his favorite place by the balcony. Relaxing into the cushioned chair, he took in the sight of an early morning Konoha. The tranquility and peace that was spread over the village gave the old Hokage an odd sense of peace. The village he had sworn to protect was prospering. The view of the villagers opening up the stores, getting ready for work made the Hokage's day. Having a look at his precious village gave him the energy to keep going. After all, who doesn't get bored? Sitting a dozen hours a day dealing only with a never-ending pile of paperwork? Oh, how he longed for his youth. The battle adrenaline. The thrill of duel, all that had been long lost to the aging Sarutobi. He, the only shinobi who could use all 5 elements with proficiency, had been reduced to a shell of his former self. He, the one who all his comrades consulted before implementing a strategy or plan, was now a mere paper pusher. He who had been selected to be the successor of the Senju Tobirama, who had been given the moniker Professor, now spent away all his years stamping and signing papers, without having any time for himself or his family. The will of fire surely burns strongly in the new generation of Konoha, Hashirama-sensei, Tobirama-sensei. They will make us proud, he thought to himself, quoting Hashirama-sensei's favorite sentence. Saru, remember this. Every generation surpasses its preceding generation and leaves them in dust. I'm sure the next generation will also do the same. When he thought about the new generation, a certain blonde made himself known in his mind. The Sandaime let a small smile grace his wrinkled face. Although he was a bit sad that the young boy, who was always there to brighten up his day, no longer acted as the hyperactive grandson he had grown to see in him. But he understood it, it was a thing he had seen quite a several times in his long life. He just hoped the boy would keep some part of his enthusiastic self even after facing the dark reality of the life of a shinobi. He was maturing and at an amazing pace. His reverie was interrupted when he heard the sound of knocking on the door. Curious as to who wanted to meet him this early in the morning, he gave permission to enter. And to his surprise, Uchiha Sasuke entered the room rather nervously. After all, in front of him was the strongest person in the village. Black-haired Uchiha bowed. "Hokage-sama. Oh, Sasuke-kun, take a seat." The raven-haired Uchiha obeyed and proceeded to sit in the chair in front of the Hokage desk. "So, is there any specific reason you are here to greet me this fine morning?" Sasuke nodded. Taking a deep breath, he asked to the point, "Hokage-sama, do you know the next stage of the Sharingan?" Hiruzen raised his eyebrows curiously. I wonder what exactly he wants to know about. Sasuke realized that the Hokage wouldn't answer until he was direct and to the point in his question. So he added, "Is it true that we, the Uchiha clan, must kill each other to evolve the Sharingan to the next stage?" Hiruzen sighed. He had hoped the young Uchiha wouldn't ask about this so soon. He brought up his smoking pipe and lit it up for the day. He let out a huge, comparatively plume of smoke. Whoosh. If Sasuke didn't know better, he would have thought that one of Naruto's shadow clones had dispersed in the room. But he ignored the old Hokage's even older habit. Hiruzen leaned on the chair behind him. He then said, "Tobirama-sensei once told us, his students, that the Uchiha clan is a clan that can do anything for family. Do you know what this means, Sasuke-kun?" Seeing the young lad in front of him shake his head, he continued, "Even though it's a positive thing, the risk behind it is huge. What do you think will happen if one of the Uchihas loses someone close to him? That person will be angry, so angry that he would try to utterly destroy the perpetrator who hurt his friend," Sasuke whispered in realization. Hiruzen nodded. The drawbacks experienced by the individual is huge, so the only thing they can avenge is to drain their anger on something. You know, Sasuke-kun, your clan has a certain nerve ending near your eyes. The reason why Uchihas have Sharingan while no else has. Do you understand what I mean? Sasuke nodded slowly and concluded, "The awakening of the Sharingan is triggered by emotional trauma." Even though this was a truth every Uchiha knew, but there was no Uchiha left to relay this information to young Sasuke. "That's right, and even though I've never witnessed it in person before, but I'm sure this answers all questions you might have. Should you require someone to talk about it, I am sure your teammates would love to volunteer." "I see. Thank you for your time, Hokage-sama." Sasuke gave a deep bow before walking out of the office. Hiruzen stared at the closing door behind Sasuke. "Hopefully you will wisely use that knowledge, Sasuke-kun." Training ground #7. There was a lone shinobi standing in green pastures of one training ground number 7. Holding a certain orange-colored book to his nose. A book that the kunoidashi know that any woman would love to see burn, with a few exceptions of course. The silver hair of the one-eyed shinobi ruffled in the wind. Hearing the sound of soles of shoes slapping the earth, he looked up. Uchiha Sasuke was fast approaching. "So, now do you understand, Sasuke?" The only loyal Uchiha was in an uncomfortable atmosphere, having found the answer to a question that had been haunting him for long. He felt that everything made sense, like the missing piece of the puzzle had been found and finally the puzzle could be solved. His brother slaughtered his entire clan. He did not leave a single child but him. He was the sole survivor of the massacre. He wanted me to be strong enough to face him, to get the same eyes as him. He wants me to be his... Everything makes sense now. Why? Why do you want to make me strong, Nai-san? He thought to himself as a single drop of tear rolled down his cheek. Sasuke had a flash of all those good times with his brother. The days when his brother used to carry him home after he exhausted himself. He remembered the fun he had with his brother with wistful eyes, the times when he used to poke him with 2 fingers. Seeing that he had arrived at the training ground, Sasuke wiped away the tears that threatened to slide down his pale cheeks. Just as he did so, he heard his sensei call out to him. He went up to him, answered the question that made him realize things he hadn't paid attention to yet. To awaken to the next stage of the Sharingan, one must experience tremendous emotional shock. Kakashi nodded and gave him an eye smile. Pulling the mask down, he revealed his Sharingan. "Sasuke, look in my eyes." And just like that, Sasuke's world turned crimson. Time skip 6 days later. Naruto was walking around Konoha. This was a habit that he had developed when he was young and used to follow his Gigi around. And his ever-curious nature never let him let go of this habit of his. He taking a stroll after having his fill at Ichiraku when he heard a familiar voice shouting. Quickly rerouting, Naruto headed to where the sound came from. "Leave me, will ya? I already said sorry," shouted a child in dark blue clothes and a scarf longer than the boy draped around his neck. Just as he reached, he was greeted with a sight: Konohamaru hanging in the air. Holding him was a boy or a girl. If we went by the amount of makeup on his face, who was fit to be a teenager judging by his physical appearance. He wore a Sand Village Heidi with paint on his face and carried something draped with bandages on his back. Probably a doll. Beside him was a blonde girl from the same village carrying a large fan. Wind user Naruto thought as he glanced at the big fan. Looking back at the Bono, the make-upped human, and Konohamaru, the blonde walked up to them and spoke with a straight face. "Release the kid. I don't think your village wants to start a war with an allied village over such a small dispute. Nor do I want to leave for a battlefield anytime soon." When the shinobi made no move, Naruto again spoke, but this time not with the poker face. Rather a cold look and releasing a bit of killing intent that made the two Suna shinobi pale. "This is how you want to do this? Last warning. Leave Hokage-sama's grandson alone or I will do what I have been trained to." The icy edge on his voice made the Suna duo shudder. The blonde nudged the makeup boy as he let Konohamaru go. "Naruto Nichan." "Oh, sorry, I did not know that he was the grandson of the third Hokage," said the person who was carrying a bandaged something, probably a doll, seeing the amount of makeup he had put up, releasing Konohamaru, who immediately ran to Naruto and hid behind his legs. Naruto looked up at the tree and thought, that is some massive Ki, even more than Zabuza. His chakra is well suppressed, meaning he is trained and not just some brute musclehead. But still, his Ki is overwhelming. A child, no older than them, stood hanging upside down with his short red hair hanging and a Heidi signifying him as a Sunanin. He had a gourd-shaped barrel strapped to his back. He jumped down from the tree and landed with grace in front of his teammates. "Kankuro, you are a disgrace to our village," the newcomer said coldly. Buat Gara Kankuro tried to explain hastily. "Shut up or I'll kill you." The sand wielder turned his attention to Naruto. "What is your name?" "Uzumaki Naruto." "See you on the exam, Uzumaki. You will prove my existence," Gara said coldly as he again unleashed his Ki. Turning around, he walked away, his team following. "Did I do something wrong?" Naruto's sweat dropped. "Scary brat, Databeo. Better to stay away." The blonde watched them turn into an alley. Turning around, he faced the Hokage's grandson and ruffled his hair. "You all right, Konohamaru?" "Yes, boss," Konohamaru shouted with vigor. "Thank you for saving me." Konohamaru hugged the said blonde's legs. "Hee, be careful next time. I'll see you later. Take care." Konohamaru nodded as he watched his idol leave. The next day, Team number 7 could be seen walking casually to the academy. If someone would observe closely, they will find a change in every individual in Kakashi's team. Naruto was adorned in his gray shirt with pockets, black trousers, fingerless metal-backed gloves, and the Chukudo sword that he kept attached to his waist. Beside him, Sasuke and Sakura were walking with an air of confidence and superiority. They were clad in their normal clothes. After going through rigorous training for weeks, they were ready to show the world what they were made of. The biannual Chunin exams, here comes team number 7. After entering the academy and submitting their forms, They were told to make way to room number 302 on the third floor. All the way up the stairs was filled with silence. Yo Lee! Naruto suddenly waved his hand at the bowl-cut shiny-haired boy who was trying to enter a room guarded by two shinobis. Hearing his name being called, the said shinobi turned around and returned the wave. Hello Naruto-kun, Sasuke-san. Lee was suddenly in front of Naruto's pink-haired teammate. Are you Sakura-chan? We all know what happens next. Well, you can't argue that your expression wasn't hilarious, Sakura. Naruto held back his laugh, something that was imitated by Sasuke. Sakura thought back to when she first met Lee and couldn't resist the goosebumps that came with the memory. Lower your voice. Can't you'll see the tension? The genin from team number 7, number 8, and number 10 turned to their surroundings to see the other occupants of the room glaring daggers at them. Turning back to the silver-haired shinobi who spoke, Kiba asked, You wear the Konoha insignia, but I haven't seen you around. Who are you? The said shinobi was wearing round glasses and had his white/gray hair pulled back, with the Konoha Hitai-8 tied around his forehead. Yakushi Kabuto, it's a pleasure to meet you. The Rookie 9. Flattery always works with newbies. Now known Kabuto thought to himself. Naive to meet fellow genins from Konoha, though I would suggest keeping the noise level down. All of them are already riled up. For your information, this is my 7th time in these exams. And as your senior, I would like to help y'all out. With that, he pulled out his ninja info cards showing them. He continued. These include all the information I have gathered during my times in these exams. Want to know about your future foes? Sasuke immediately answered, Sabaku no Gaara, Rock Lee, and Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto whipped his head to face the Uchiha. Ho, you know their names. This will be easy. Pulling out a card, he passed some chakra through it, making its contents visible for all to see. First off, Sabaku no Gaara, genin from the Sand Village. He is the youngest of 3 Sand siblings. Throughout his career as a genin, he has completed 23 D ranks, 13 C ranks, 6 B ranks, and 4 A ranks. And there's a note attached. He has never been injured in his missions. Not even a scratch. The Konoha genin glanced at Gaara, who was standing at the farthest corner of the room, and could not help the goosebumps that came up. Next up is Rock Lee, a member of team number 9 headed by Konoha's taijutsu expert, Mado Guy. Although his ninjutsu and genjutsu are negligible, his taijutsu is way too good. He has completed 37 D ranks and 21 C ranks. The last one, Uzumaki Naruto, nicknamed the Dobe/Deadlast by his peers, Konoha's prankster, is part of team number 7 with teammates Uchiha Sasuke and Haruno Sakura, under the tutelage of copy ninja Hatake Kakashi. Taijutsu and ninjutsu are above the genin level. Non-existent genjutsu is found adept at kenjutsu, completed 15 D ranks, 2 C ranks, and a rank. I hadn't expected the last part. Wow! All of the present genins looked at Naruto, who stood as if he had no effect on their reaction. He was currently more focused on something else. Who is he? Why is he willing to tell information so easily, and how does he have information on us? Thought the blonde while looking at the mysterious ninja in front of him. All right, maggots. Cite down or be disqualified. Snapped an irritated man who had just come in. He was fairly tall and wore a dark red suit that covered his whole body up to his neck. He had a long and deep vertical scar running diagonally down his face. All in all, Marino Ibiki, the head of the Konoha Interrogation and Torture Division, was not a man to be trifled with. I am Marino Ibiki, the proctor of the first stage of Chunin exams. And now on your worst nightmare. He said the last sentence with a chuckle. These questions are very difficult. How can they be? Genin level. Heck, they aren't even Chunin level. These are at least high Chunin or Jounin level. This has a hidden purpose, just like Kakashi-sensei's bell test. The blonde thought to himself. Looking around, he saw Sasuke coping someone else's movement with his Sharingan. So you came to that conclusion too, he team? Kiba had Akamaru on his head, who was barking others' answers to him. Tenten had set up mirrors on the roof and was using them to get answers and supply them to Lee. So we are supposed to cheat but not get caught. Biting his finger and pulling out the paper in his pocket, Naruto scraped his bleeding finger on the paper and wrote something. The advantage of using the blood of the Uzumaki clan is that besides making the seal stronger, it can also be used as a medium for making seals, making it a second alternative to ink. Although this is dangerous for ordinary people because of the risk of lack/blood loss, the Uzumaki clan has a unique factor. Because of their great physical strength, chakra, and stamina, this sort of thing is not a problem for the blonde who is actually one half Uzumaki from his mother's side. Satisfied with his work, Naruto put the 2 paper seals that read "through" and "imitation" he had made under his feet. Straightening it a little, he made the 2 seal papers located directly under the table of the person in front of him. Lowering his right hand under the table, the blonde activated the ram hand seal and muttered, "Fuin, Kai, seal, release." The result was that the 2 papers under the table light up a little. Taking the 2 papers back, one of them was full of text. The blonde wrote down the answers he got. As the name implies, the "through" seal serves to penetrate the maximum view of 2 target objects, while imitation functions to copy objects with a radius of 1 meter and paste them on paper as a medium. Because in addition to both needing a medium that is paper and ink to activate it, plus it only works with objects that do not have chakra, these 2 seals will not be able to affect humans that even ordinary non-shinobi citizens have small chakra residues in their bodies. Jiraiya has taught him this simple technique for infiltration purposes. Finished and satisfied with his work, Naruto leaned back on his chair and stretching. He proceeded to wait for the 10th question, whatever it was. "Okay, maggots. Time's up. Drop your pens." Watching the young genins follow his instructions, Ibiki mentally nodded. At least they followed the instructions. Now, as for the 10th question, there is an additional set of rules for it. You have a choice whether to take the question or quit. One genin said, "Of course we will take it, Proctor-san." Ignoring the genin, Ibiki continued, "If you choose to take it and answer this question wrong, then you will be barred from taking the exams ever." He dropped the bomb laced with his ki. "What? How could it be? This is not fair." Such random shouts echoed in the room, while a little less hot-headed ones murmured to themselves. Ibiki smirked. "Well, you heard me. I am your nightmare." He said the last word with special emphasis. "This is my exam, and my rules work. Cross me and enjoy the way outside Hai no Kuni via the air route." The blonde took a deep breath and slammed his hand on the table. "Brooke. Bring it, Ibiki-san. Even if I stay a genin my whole life, I won't quit. A Hokage never quits, and as a future Hokage, I can't do that too. Even if I stay a genin for the rest of my life, I will become the Hokage. As a shinobi, risk is my best friend. I will not back down because something might happen. I will not back down and give up," Naruto shouted, silencing the room. Ibiki looked around, and it appeared that the genins who stayed were motivated by the blonde's word and would not give up. Each of them now had a look of determination in their eyes. "Ho, good words, boy. You sure can inspire others," thought the interrogation expert. "Okay, last chance. So none of you will back down, will you? Fine then. All of you, pass." A moment of silence. "What?" "So, in short, you need to have both the scrolls with you when you reach the tower. You must have all your teammates. And you must not be dead when you reach the tower. Only then you shall pass. Lose your teammate, you are disqualified. Open the scroll before reaching the tower. I won't say what exactly will happen, but know this, that we will know it. Any questions?" spoke one Mitarashi Anko. Choji raised his hand. Seeing the proctor nod in his direction, he continued, "What about food for the 5 days we will be spending in the forest?" Anko grinned. "Don't worry about that brat. There is plenty of food for you if you don't end up being their food first." Anko spoke the last part with an evil chuckle. The fresh genins were horror-stricken. Enough chit-chat, little shits. Time to rise and shine. I call the second stage of Chunin exams open. Team #7. We need a plan, suggested Naruto, while his teammates nodded in agreement. I have a plan, Sakura spoke up just as they entered the forest of death. Naruto, make some shadow clones and have them scout the area ahead of us, and have a few of them as messengers so they can come back to tell us if there's something they came across. And also we should have a small group of shadow clones to follow us and remove our tracks. Also, we need messengers to relay information to us. And don't forget to henge them into me and Sasuke. That will create confusion in our attackers. And I think if only we weren't in a henge, then any censor Nin would know we are the originals, so we should also henge into each other. What say? Sakura told her teammates about the plan she came up with. Naruto wanted to say something when Sasuke cut him. I will be Naruto. Naruto, you henge into her, and Sakura, you into me. Is that fine? Sakura nodded, before turning to Naruto. You have something to add? Yeah, we don't need messengers. I forgot to tell you all that whatever my clones experience, their memory comes back to me when they disperse. So I can have them disperse when they sense danger. And then we can also have some clones accompany us, or else it'll look odd, only 3 of us in the middle when there are more on either side of us. And if one of the clones disperses, we can send reinforcement from our group. And also, since I'll be transformed into you, Sakura, so only the clones transformed into you should disperse to relay information. That way, when I make more clones, it would seem like you, Sakura, are making the clones. That way we can surprise our enemies. Naruto added his 2 cents. Makes sense, Sasuke added. Implementing their plan, Team number 7 moved deeper into the forest. The forest of death, the training ground, lived up to its name. The trees were gigantic, as were the insects they had come across. The tall trees covered the ground, not letting a single ray of sunlight in. Even though it was a bright morning, inside the forest it seemed as if it was a dark evening. The internal clock of Team number 7 was going haywire. A few minutes into the forest, and Sakura said, Amigakure Nin's coming in at our 9. And just as she said that, the Amigakure Nins come into view. They had an umbrella with them. How original. My, what do we have here? The one who seemed to be the leader spoke up. Why don't we finish this civilly? You hand over your scroll and we shall part ways. If you wanted to act civil, you should have stayed a civilian, the kunoichi of Team number 7 retorted. Team number 7 then got ready for a battle. Sakura entered the Goken stance, with the back of her right hand at about 60 degrees, slightly curved, facing the enemy, her back bent forward and her left hand behind the lower back. Naruto entered into the interceptor fist and Sasuke pulled out his kunai. A quick death for newbies. Juru Sunban shower. Throwing his umbrella up, Aim Shinobi did a few hand seals and the umbrella have a loud click and started rotating, making Senban's rain. Naruto, who saw this, immediately headed on to engage the leader of the team, while Sakura and Sasuke pulled out their kunais and deflected all the Senbans coming their way. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of continuous kunai and Senban collisions made the forest that was eerily quiet until now echo with the noise of battle. When they finished with the Senbans, Sasuke and Sakura went on to engage the other Aim Nins. The one fighting Sakura moved away to block the strikes, dodged and moved to hit the Pinkette, who jumped back. Heh, at least you're better than the rest of you comrades, tree hugger. Whoosh. The wind that lacing the Pinkette's hand made itself known when the Nin was too close to not feel the effects, but at the same time had dodged enough that he didn't take the full force of the punch. The effect was instantaneous. The Nin tried to retreat, but the Pinkette didn't allow that. Not when one of her aces had been revealed. Oh shit, I can't get hit by it. The Aim Nin thought, widening his eyes, as he tried to dodge the punches coming his way. He also tried to land a few hits of his own on the thin kunoichi, but all his hits were either dodged or countered. But none of his hit landed. In his frustration, he didn't see the uppercut punch about to hit him square in his chest. and by the time he tried to bring up his hands to block the punch, it was too late. Bam! Haruno's last punch sent the AIM shinobi flying into a tree and rendered him unconscious. One down, hopefully. They have a heaven scroll, muttered the kunoichi while walking up to the unconscious AIM shinobi. Team number 7 has the earth scroll. Pulling her hand, Sakura was pleasantly surprised to find the scroll they needed. Straightening up, she looked over to her other teammates. Naruto ran towards his opponent, the tallest one among their foes. He also had his umbrella. Slashing at his opponent, Naruto attacked. The AIM nin parried all blows and kept blocking the kunai with his umbrella. Brat, do you even know that this umbrella is stronger than iron? As if to prove his words, he pushed Naruto's kunai and tried to stab the young Konoha genin. The young boy avoided the blow by ducking. Naruto tried to tackle his enemy from below, but his enemy jumped and made a kick that made him raise his hand to block. Activating his mature Sharingan, Naruto hit straight on AIM nin's cheek and saw in slow motion that his enemy would raise his hand to block. But in the last second, Naruto changed the direction of his shot to a straight to the chest and hit his enemy who was not ready for the turn of events. Ugh, AIM ninja spat blood mixed with saliva. The last thing he would remember was Naruto's face before the latter hit the former's spine and leave him unconscious. Good job, team, the blonde to his pink-haired teammate and gave his classical snort. These are too weak. They didn't even make me sweat. They both then looked over to their last teammate. Sasuke tried to do a hand seal for the Genjutsu Jutsu, but he stopped and avoided a kunai that his opponent had threw at her. The last AIM nin was a girl with short brown hair, wearing bandages on her hands and feet, and also carrying an umbrella. No more tricks, tree huggers. Trying to engage her opponent in taijutsu, she launched a hard punch from the side which was blocked by the raven-haired boy. Trying to land a kick on the Uchiha, the AIM nin pressed forward. She was dominating the fight when she made a mistake that could be fatal to her. She looked at her leader. "Kawazu Taishu!" shouted the kunoichi when she saw her team captain lying unconscious. "Now's my chance," thought Sasuke. Doing a close shunshin to the back of his enemy and tapping the back of her head, he made her unconscious. Team number 7 nodded to each other before binding the AIM shinobi. After binding all 3 genins to a large tree, they moved towards the tower as fast as possible. A few minutes later, whoosh, whoosh. Large gusts of wind hit the 3 genins who were completely focused on making it to the tower as fast as possible. The wind hit the genins, scattering them. Damn, futon ninjutsu, thought Naruto, who was still disguised as Sakura. He was too surprised to react and surrendered himself to the wind. Ugh, that was a damn strong wind jutsu, Databeo. Naruto stood up and cleaned himself from the dirt stuck in his clothes, only to remember he was still in henge, and reapplied his henge. Hearing a hissing voice, he turned around, only to come face to face with a large brown scaled snake. The reptile hissed and bared its fangs. Naruto thoughtlessly dropped his disguise and rolled up his shirt to show a tattoo on his left arm. So, it was true. Interesting, it turns out you are what Basilisk-sama said, human. I will wait for that moment to arrive. Puffs. And with a puff of smoke, the snake disappeared from the realm of mortals. There are only 2 snake summoners in this world. Anko can't possibly disturb the ongoing exams. That means... Naruto's eyes widened and he ran back as fast as possible to his team. Why is he here? Sasuke was panting like he was about to fall unconscious. His right hand was holding the nape of his neck, while he sat on a large tree branch. His henge had dropped when he was hit by the wind jutsu. Beside him, Sakura was lying unconscious, her henge also long gone. Her clothes had various tears and light cuts were on her body. He could not believe how strong the enemy in front of him was. The Kusa ninja, who was clad in a straw hat, had attacked them out of the blue. With his mature Sharingan and Sakura's genjutsu skills, they had succeeded in killing the Kusa ninja. or so they thought. After landing the final blow, the nin's face melted off to show that the nin was someone else all that time. And it was a face he had seen many a time when he stared at Itachi's entry in the bingo book. Orochimaru of Sannin, murmured the black-haired Uchiha Duckbutt. The name left a bitter taste in his mouth. He had often compared the two. There was a time he wouldn't have thought twice if the Sannin had offered him the power to kill Itachi. But now he didn't want to follow his footsteps. Sasuke had vowed to never follow him. He would never betray his village, his friends. No, Sasuke would kill Itachi, but not alone, with his friends. He would never be alone again. Of course, even though the strength of Team Number 7 is far above the Genin level, but fighting one of the Sannins is not an easy feat. I still have that power, he thought, clearly remembering how Kakashi had helped him awaken the true powers of Sharingan. Sasuke Sakura! Shouted Naruto, who just landed beside him. Is she all right? The blonde knelt beside Sakura, checking her vitals. She's okay, Dobe, just tired. Naruto nodded and looked around. Orochimaru, where is he? Sasuke's eyes widened and he faced his conscious teammate. How do you know? The blonde told him about how he came to that conclusion. Hehehe. The infamous Sannin made himself known. I never thought you would defeat my summon as fast as you did, Naruto-kun. The three of you really surprised me. The rest of Team Number 7 looked up, and they saw a tall man with long black hair with a white shirt and a long black cloth inside. He was wearing gray pants and wearing something like a purple belt tied around his waist. Orochimaru, Naruto growled. Orochimaru laughed for a few seconds. He then pointed at the black-haired Uchiha and the pink-haired girl who had lost consciousness. I honestly didn't expect you two to be that strong. I wish you could fight me, Sasuke-kun, and you exceeded my expectations. The pink-haired girl tried to distract me with genjutsu, so you could attack me. She licked her lips with a long tongue. You have potential high. Naruto faced his exhausted teammate and signaled them to go to the tower as fast as possible. Sasuke, who believed in his friend's strength, just nodded. Can you leave? Asked the blonde, only to see his friend in pain with his hand holding the nape of his neck continuously. Sasuke just nodded, carrying Sakura with one hand on his shoulder. He left saying, You better not die on me, Dobe. The blonde just grinned at him. Turning to the enemy in front of him, he entered his Goken stance. Oh, very heroic for you, Naruto-kun. Letting your teammates escape while you be the bait, sneered Orochimaru, who was ignored by Naruto, which in turn made the snake Sannin frown. Naruto knew he was facing a Kage-level shinobi. I have to be serious. I can't mess around with him here. I will make my promise to come to fruition. Making the ram hand seal, he muttered Kai, and felt his body hundreds of times lighter. Unsheathing his sword, he ran towards the Sannin. Orochimaru's eyes widened at the speed of the genin in front of him. He entered his own snake stance and had bent his body at unnatural angles. When the blonde attacked the snake summoner, he bent his body to avoid the side slash from the chikudo the blonde was holding. When he went to retreat, the blonde didn't allow him to. He forced the older ninja to parry his attacks. Bug. Crack. The sound of a cracked bone filled the void. What is this? Ugh! Why is this genin so strong? Orochimaru thought angrily, who was thrown a few meters back. His hands were tingling, and if indicated by the sound earlier, both of them had fractured finger bones. Naruto did not waste the opportunity and ran straight with the sword raised, intending to do the side slash. Damn you, brat! Orochimaru growled as he ducked to avoid the slash of the sword. He intended to kick the blonde, but his kick was blocked by the blonde. He was forced to duck again when the young ninja kicked him square on his chest. Whoosh! The sound of the wind that hit Orochimaru's ears widened his eyes. Ugh, I can't block the impact, he thought while avoiding another straight stab to the chest by bending his body to another unnatural angle. As I thought, Sannins are a truly extraordinary bunch. Ero-sensei, when he's not serious, can kick my ass in a spar. And here I am fighting his teammate head-on. Despite being physically weaker than Ero-sensei, Orochimaru is on par with him with his snake-like agility. And man, what is with his taijutsu? It is as if he is a snake himself, slippery on ready to flee at the first sign of danger. Thought the blonde, who continued to carry out a barrage of attacks which Orochimaru blocked and dodged with ease. After a few minutes of the continuous assault, the wayward Sannin tried to attack. Orochimaru made a faint movement, hitting his right hand, which was avoided by Naruto. Knowing that now his enemy was at the point he wanted, he shouted, "Sanai Jashu, hidden shadow snake's hand." Several snakes appeared from Orochimaru's right-hand sleeve and wrapped themselves around the blonde. It was an amazing taijutsu match, Naruto-kun. But, alas, the prey won't be able to hunt the hunters. Orochimaru spoke with sparkling eyes as he licked his lips with his long tongue. His victory was short-lived. Naruto used the wind chakra to form a wind blade around him, cutting the snakes, wrapping him into tiny pieces of flesh. Kukuku, I haven't seen the use of wind that way in years. Naruto-kun. Kukuku. For a genin like you, it must not be anything short of amazing. You truly are Konoha's #1 unpredictable ninja? Naruto-kun, said Orochimaru. Damn, I let my guard down, thought the blonde, slowly standing up, wiping the sweat from his forehead. He was tired after releasing so much chakra, shaped into the element of the wind. For ninjas, the maximum expenditure of chakra that they emit suddenly is like the release of all the energy in the body. Unlike ordinary citizens who do not control and train their chakra, so that there is only a small residue in their body at least just to survive. Ninjas train their chakra, and because of the chakra as a living resource, the release at the same time as if the energy is disposed of all at one time and makes them tired. Naruto, who turned his chakra into a wind element and released it even if it was for a few seconds, he felt like he had run a marathon twice. If quality doesn't work, what about quality with quantity? Naruto stood up straight, doing a hand seal. He screamed, "Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, Shadow Clone Jutsu." 5 shadow clones appeared beside him. Receiving cue through telepathy, they attacked. The real one held his sword and waited for the right moment. The first clone launched a kick at Orochimaru's chest, which he avoided by bending backward. He reached out his hand, held the clone behind him, and threw it forward, making the 2 clones crash into each other. Puffs. Uninvited guests are making their way here, Naruto-kun. We must wrap this up soon, Orochimaru chuckled, as he sensed the Anbu platoon making their way towards them. Of course, after knowing that he was here, they were supposed to be after him at the first sign of his presence. But Konoha had grown soft. It's hard to believe that there is a genin this strong besides Guy's student. Well, at least I have achieved my goal, Orochimaru thought, grinning as he dodged another kick. He recalled how a few minutes ago he had marked Sasuke. And I just found another gem, Orochimaru thought, licking his lips with his long tongue and his eyes sparkling while looking at the blonde in front of him. Before I leave, I'll give you a parting present, Sannin said, who then ran towards the original Naruto, ignoring the clones. Doing some hand seals, he lengthens his neck and was about to bite Naruto when he feels extreme pain in his neck, which made his eyes widen in horror. Orochimaru's head that had been severed. The severed head of Orochimaru saw blonde was standing straight with his sword laced in wind chakra. "Hien, flying swallow," muttered the blonde. "Damn you, brat," was the last thing Orochimaru said before the severed head's eyes closed forever. Naruto watched as the snake Sannin's head separated into small snakes. As this was happening, the neck of Orochimaru's body stretched as a hand came out of it. Naruto watched in a mix of horror and yucky feeling as a Neo Orochimaru came crawling out, with sticky liquid all around the snake Sannin. As if he wasn't disgusting enough. Trust Orochimaru to show you new heights of disgust. "What the heck are you?" shouted the blonde in disgust. The new Orochimaru just smirked and said, "Kukuku. Naruto-kun, you did something my sensei couldn't. Shame I can't mark you right now. I will be back for you." The maniac laughter of Orochimaru echoed in the area. while the Sannin himself sunk into the tree as if he was one with the trees. You would have made an amazing vessel, but I don't how the seal and the demon would react. Sasuke-kun will have to make do. Cuckoo cuckoo. Naruto sensed several high-level ninjas arrived at the scene, and he could not be more grateful that reinforcements had come. Are you all right, Naruto? Where is Orochimaru? The Nico-masked Anbu who saw her student immediately ran to his side and checked his condition. Naruto waved his hand casually. Don't worry, Nico-sensei. I'm fine. But unfortunately, I couldn't stall Orochimaru till you arrived. Nico nodded, and after seeing that there were no problems, she said before turning around with the Anbu platoon. I will report this to Hokage-sama. You continue with your exam. Understood. Naruto nodded, ran to search for his teammates. They couldn't have entered the tower without him. On the way, the blonde couldn't help but think about the battle with the Sannin. Well, Ero-sensei certainly doesn't have a disgusting jutsu like Orochimaru, he thought with a chill running down his spine, remembering what Orochimaru did with a whole body coming out of the neck hole with fluid. Yuck 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 yuck. Near the tower, Naruto found the Uchiha barely keeping his consciousness. His face made it imperative that his body was running on adrenaline alone. Naruto created 2 clones and told each of them to help bring Sasuke and Sakura. The original Naruto found the 2 scrolls in his Sakura's pocket. Entering the tower, he read the inscriptions on the wall and recalled the words of the second stage proctor. I have to open them together now. Naruto then made 1 more clone and handed one of the scrolls. With Q on the count of 3, 2 scrolls opened together, aware of the smoke coming out, both Naruto throwing the scrolls on the ground. Puffs. Irika-sensei, said the blonde, looking at the academy instructor before him. Congratulations, team number 7, you have successfully completed the second. After being summoned, Irika instantly began with the monologue he had prepared, but he opened his eyes to see a mess. What the heck happened to you guys? Naruto could only think of one word. Orochimaru. Okay, so you, what? We need to report this to the Hokage. Irika was ready to dismiss the brawl the Genins had got themselves into when the word sunk in and he started hyperventilating. His monologue now forgotten. He probably knows by now. The ANBU should have reported it. Naruto informed his former teacher. That is good, I guess. So, you are the second team to the tower, Suna team being the first. Naruto narrowed his eyes at this point but was ignored by Irika. For your information, inside this tower, there are 5 floors. The 4th floor is a canteen and the floor where the Genins are allotted rooms. And the 3rd stage starts in 4 days. Got that? Naruto nodded and was about to ask something when his teacher cut him off. Even if it has been reported before, you are coming to the Hokage with me. The blonde nodded before following the Chunin. Although the curse seal gives its users extraordinary power, it will ultimately consume the soul of the person who uses it, and if it is used continuously, the process would get fast-forwarded many times. The only way to stop it was to temporarily conquer the seal itself. It is a double-edged sword by all means. Jiraiya's words replayed in the blonde's mind. Well, in short, anything and everything that relates even minutely to that Pisco cannot in any sense be good. Naruto thought when his mind again drifted off to the conversation he had with his Hokage. And an interesting personality. He chuckled at the last part. Flashback on. What? Impossible. I don't believe you. One Mitarashi Anko shouted in disbelief at the blonde in front of her. I can accept you are stronger than most genin your age, but a Sannin is out of your bounds. Even I couldn't finish him off, and you stalled him, nearly killed him, all alone. Hiruzen spoke. Logically speaking, this was true, but when it came to Naruto, all logic failed. All in all, he was quite proud of him. You are amazing, Naruto-kun. The old Sarutobi was always proud of the boy he thought of as his grandson. The boy had grown and was still growing into an amazing young man. But this was not the time to dwell on such thoughts. His wayward student was out there. His failure at teaching had turned into a disaster, and it was his duty to rid the world of the maniac he had unleashed. We will be continuing the exam. We cannot stop the exams. And about Orochimaru, from what I know him, he must be planning something big. I will make the appropriate arrangements. And Sasuke's curse seal would be sealed by Kakashi. You're dismissed if you don't have any other queries. Both the pariahs of Konoha bowed and left. I should have killed you right then, Orochimaru. I will not let the younger generation suffer for my sins and mistakes. The memory of how a moment of hesitation allowed the snake Sannin to escape was still fresh in his mind. Flashback off. Naruto remembered when Kakashi-sensei used the Fuja Hyuin, evil sealing method, sealing technique to seal Sasuke's curse mark. Remembering that, he pondered, even Ero-sensei, who is a seal master, cannot completely remove Orochimaru's curse seal without killing the victim. The blonde, who was still at the beginner's level on Fuinjutsu, could not even read the seal. It was too advanced for him to understand. Having finished with his pondering on the last few days' events, he turned to his side and slipped into a dreamless sleep. -4 days later, on the first floor in the tower. Maggots, worms, and brats. I must congratulate those of you who made through the second stage. We had not expected so many of you to make through. So to reduce your numbers, we will be having a preliminary. Right now, Anko shouted to the genins who had assembled in the first floor of the tower. As she spoke, the Hokage and his delegation came. What? Why do it now? What about us who have just arrived? Protested one of the genins from Takigakure. Hard luck. Well, not luck. Your enemies on the battlefield won't wait for you to get 100%. It's your mistake you didn't arrive earlier, answered Anko. Shino raised his hand in question. Why do you need to cut the number of participants, Anko-san? Because we can't have too many matches. A lot of important delegates will be watching, and we don't want to waste their time. One genin complained, why did we have to risk our lives to provide entertainment for them? Hiruzen spoke up, I think you misunderstood what it means to be a shinobi. Hokage-sama. Hiruzen ignored Anko and continued his words, the power of a shinobi is the power of the village. You, shinobi, represent your villages itself. When you wore your Hide-8, you swore to do anything for your village. And in the Chunin exams, only Tai Vast of the best are passed on to the third stage, because the daimyos and potential clients are watching. The village who displays the best genin will get the most missions, resulting in a better financial condition. There were several murmurs among the genins. There were disagreements, murmurs, and reflections among the genins. Ano, permission cough to continue cough with the cough preliminaries, Hokage-sama? Asked a tall young man, Gecko Hei-8. Hiruzen nodded. All right, genins, on to your right there is an electronic board that shall take your names randomly. The names that appear will have a match right now. Anyone wants to quit? All genins nodded and waited for the names to appear when Kabuto raised his hand. I resign, Proctor-san. Are you sure? Kabuto nodded and Hei-8 said, all right, Yakushi Kabuto officially resigned from the Chunin exam. Naruto glanced at the spectacled genin with a frown. He looks fine. Kabuto is really mysterious. All genins then looked to their right where the electronic board ran through various names before stopping at one pair. Uchiha Sasuke versus Yoroi Akato. Remember Sasuke, don't use your Sharingan for a while, okay? Kakashi warned the young Uchiha before he went on to the fight. Nodding to himself, he went down and entered the interceptor fist stance. Yoroi was wearing a mask that hung covering his neck, sunglasses that covered his eyes, and his Hide-8 was wrapped around his forehead like a bandana. He also wore what appeared to be his team's standard outfit consisting of a sleeveless high-necked purple shirt, with white short sleeves underneath, a simple obi around his waist, purple pants, blue sandals, and purple fingerless gloves. As Hei-8 signaled the start of the match, Sasuke did not waste time and immediately engaged his opponent in taijutsu. A few minutes later, the black-haired Uchiha, exhausted from having his chakra absorbed by the enemy in front of him, turned to Lee, who greeted him with a nod and the nice guy pose. Sasuke grinned and kicked Yoroi from below that made him fly, jumped behind him. He touched his opponent's shoulder in the air and immediately kicked his stomach, making him fall to the ground. The winner is Uchiha Sasuke. Everyone applauded the young Uchiha. Yoroi was carried away by a medic Nin, and Sasuke returned to his team, where he was greeted with "Good job. Congratulations, Sasuke-kun. Good fight, team." He answered the last one with a grunt. "Hn done. Zaku Abomi versus Shino Aburame. Just like the cannon that Shino won. Shino is damn smart," thought the blonde after seeing Shino's strategy against the Otogekure ninja. Misumi Tsurugi versus Kankuro. Just like the cannon that Kankuro won. So this is how puppeteers fights. Nice, I wonder why only Suna has them. Naruto pondered. The fourth match, Haruno Sakura versus Ino Yamanaka. Please come down. The two girls went down to start the match. Ino smirked, knowing her opponent was Sakura. Forehead, you won't be able to defeat me. You should resign before I humiliate you in front of Sasuke-kun. Sakura just sighed and entered her stance, which made Ino frown. No smartass comeback. Forehead. Ino was again ignored by Sakura. Are the two contestants ready? Seeing the two nod, Hey-8 dropped his hands. Start. Sakura wasted no time, made two bunshins. She told them to run forward while she threw the shuriken to Ino and made several hand seals. Shuriken bunshin no jutsu. One shuriken turned into 10, who drove quickly, intending to stab the girl with long blonde hair. Ino pulled the kunai and blocked all the shurikens, crouching from the blows of Sakura clones in front of her. She turned and kicked towards the other Sakura clones through her illusions. Sakura immediately shunned Shin behind Ino and intends to hit straight to the chest, which was avoided by ducking by Ino. The pink-haired girl was forced to cross her arms when her enemy made a side kick. Knowing that this was the time, Sakura struck a right hand to the head, which was avoided sideways by Ino. Heh, is that all you can do by yourself? Ino's words were interrupted by Sakura's punch, which hit her head backward, and the last thing she saw was a hand touching her nape and darkness. The winner is Haruno Sakura. How come? I see that Ino avoided her. Naruto blinked at the match that had just finished. Genjutsu, Kurenai answered proudly. Sakura used light genjutsu like Kokoni Arasi no Jutsu, by throwing a side punch at the level of Ino's head and making it like a straight blow to fool Ino, who thought it was a straight punch, so that he was hit by a blow launched by Sakura. Kurenai explained further. Naruto just blinked in surprise, seeing his pink-haired teammate. He thought proudly. You have also grown strong, Sakura. Truly amazing use with your genjutsu. Everyone applauded when the pink-haired girl returned to the stairs to meet her team. Sakura, good work. Kakashi gave an eye smile. Thank you, sensei. Sakura bowed. It was a good match, Sakura, said Sasuke, which made Sakura blush. Naruto gave her an excited thumbs up. The next match is Tenten versus Temari. Just like the cannon won by Temari. Hee bad combination, eh? Well, Tenten is good kunoichi, but against the wind element users you need to diversify yourself. The next match is Shikamaru Nara versus Kin Tsuchi. Just like the cannon that was won by Shikamaru. Nara and their genius brain, grumbled the blonde. The next match is Hinata Hyuga versus Niji Hyuga. Oops, this is going to end badly, thought the blonde grimaced. She saw Hinata, who was nervous, coming down from the arena against Niji. Feeling that he needed to do something, he cupped his hands and shouted, Hinata, you can do it. Defeat Niji and prove your strength. Although please know the situation. Give up when the situation gets bad. Okay. Don't force your body. Hinata turned and muttered, Naruto-kun. Nodded and faced Niji with eyes full of determination. HN. Failure is always a failure, Hinata-sama. Even though Naruto cheers you on, it doesn't change the fact that you won't be able to defeat me. Hinata bit her lip and said firmly, "We won't know until we try Niji and Ai-san." Just like the cannon that was won by Niji. Naruto gritted his teeth and held the iron bars firmly, denting it in the process. When he saw Hinata being carried a medical stretcher, turned to Niji, he showed his finger and shouted, "Niji, why did you have to hurt her that badly?" Niji shook his head. "You don't know Naruto." "Damn it." Trying to calm himself down, the blonde took a deep breath. The next match, Dosu Kinyuta versus Choji Akimichi. Just like the cannon won by Dosu. It's interesting, the power of the sound in his hand, huh? Thought the blonde, who had calmed down after seeing the match that had just finished. The next match is Kiba Inuzuka versus Sabaku no Gara. Akamaru whined on Kiba's head after knowing who his opponent was. Kiba's eyes widened when he realized who exactly his opponent was. Overlooking to the proctor, he said, "Proctor-san, I resign. Damn, I won't have the chance to defeat him after what I saw in the forest yesterday," thought the young Inuzuka. Gara frowned, but his sensei called him back to the stairs, made him lower his killing intent, and he walked back. Naruto, who saw the incident, said nothing. Hearing the instructor's announcement about the next match, he turned his head to the board, then Naruto's mouth widened in a broad smile. The last match is Rock Lee versus Uzumaki Naruto.